Losing your temper is a luxury. There are things that you get upset about, and there are the things that hit you so hard or so frustrating that you find yourself almost in a state of Zen-like calm. I'm not even angry, we say. I'm beyond mad. It's interesting how the things you do lose your temper about pale in comparison or in seriousness to these other things. You're mad that construction has slowed down traffic, but when United fails to provide a pilot for the flight you've paid a lot of money for and your trip is now 7 hours delayed, you simply accept it and deal with it. You yelled when somebody screwed up at work, but when a truly serious mistake happens, you somehow have the composure to reassure them. In his essay on anger, Seneca tells the story of a man who endured a dinner with the emperor who just murdered his son so as to save the life of his remaining son. That seems superhuman, but the reality is that that man probably also regularly lost his temper about the same kinds of things that you do. Rude remarks, unnecessary noise, expensive things that don't work. So how is that contradiction possible? Perhaps it's that deep down we know these other situations we allow ourselves to get upset about don't matter. It's like how when we scratch our knee, our pain receptors light up, but if our arm had been torn off, our nervous system would protect us. What a Stoic takes from this biological and psychological quirk is that we do have the power not to freak out. We can deal with situations calmly. If we can contain ourselves after a colossal screw-up because we know there is too much work to do, we can contain ourselves when somebody drops an ordinary ball. If we can keep our cool when our life is on the line, we can keep our cool when the stakes are low. We have proof. Losing your temper is a luxury. You're allowing yourself to get upset. You're telling yourself that it doesn't matter, but it does matter, and the stakes are high. So act that way. You should know this before you get angry. People will piss you off in this life. That's a given. You'll get cut off on the highway. You'll be spoken to rudely. You'll get blown off. Someone will drop the ball. Someone's screaming baby will keep you up all night. But before you get upset, you should stop yourself because maybe there's something you don't quite know about that situation. Think of Brandon Matthews, who was about to make contact on a putt that could have secured him a spot in the PGA Open. And then suddenly a spectator screamed. Matthews threw up his hands in disbelief. The interruption cost him the tournament. Well, it turns out that the middle-aged man who had yelled had Down syndrome. In fact, he was such a fan of Matthews that he couldn't contain his excitement. I was frustrated at first, Matthews said after, because I didn't understand the full circumstances behind it. But once I did, it was a pretty easy situation for me to handle. He walked over to that fan and gave him his golf ball and a hug. Until you know their reasons, Epictetus once said, how do you know whether they have acted wrongly? That moron who cut you off on the highway, what if he's speeding to the hospital? That crying baby could be sick or have two parents who are just as exhausted as you. The person who spoke rudely to you might be dying. They might have a broken heart. The Stoics remind us to be empathetic. Almost no one does wrong on purpose, Socrates said. Maybe they don't know better. Maybe, as Marcus said, they don't know the difference between good and evil. Which is why we have to stop ourselves before we get angry. We have to think about their reasons, what's going on with them. It's okay that you might struggle to control your snap judgments and emotional responses. The word Epictetus used was phantasia, which appears more than 200 times in his discourses. But what matters is what you do after that wears off, what we do next. That's what Brandon Matthews did. He reined himself in, he got his mind around the situation, and then he went and did something touching and kind. And in that moment, he was as great an athlete as there ever was, pulling off a far more impressive feat than sinking that putt, which is why tournament officials of the Arnold Palmer Invitational offered Matthews a spot in the 120-player field, his first PGA Tour event, and it was well deserved. Love them as you love yourself. Other people, they are all the things Marcus Aurelius said and more: dishonest, arrogant, envious, frustrating, short-sighted, selfish. And yet, other people are not hell, as the expression goes. They are all we have. They are not even other. They are us. We are all part of one whole, the Stoics would say. The Rabbi Hillel was once asked to explain the Torah. Love thy neighbor as thyself, he said. All the rest is commentary. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Nothing could be more urgent right now during a pandemic and a global economic crisis, and when civil unrest roils our streets. In a time when individual decisions have massive health consequences for other people, no message is more fitting. When we are debating and fighting over what equality under the law means, nothing is more fitting. Why should you wear a mask and wash your hands? Because you love your neighbors. Why should you donate to food banks, pay your taxes, treat the people who work for you or serve your food or deliver your packages well? Why should you care about civil rights? Because you love your neighbors. Why must we rise above these petty-fogging political distinctions, this enmity and bitterness and dunking on the other side? Because we love our neighbors, because the other side is made up of our neighbors, and it is us. Everyone we meet is an opportunity for kindness, Seneca said. The fruit of this life is acts for the common good, Marcus said. That's all that matters. Everything else is commentary or less. The reality is anger is a problem for all of us. I strongly suggest you check out our Tame Your Temper course. It's the best Stoic practices and thinking applied to getting your anger under control, making sure you don't lose your temper, you don't blow up, you don't let the little things bother you more than they need to. These are real practices from real leaders in history who were not simply superhuman and they didn't have tempers. No, they learned how to tame and conquer that anger. You can check that out at dailystoic.com/anger. And of course, if you sign up for Daily Stoic Life, you get a whole bunch of other stuff, but you also get all our courses for free. So you can check that out at dailystoiclife.com. Hey, thanks for watching Daily Stoic. If you want to learn more about Stoicism, you can check out some of our other videos here. Subscribe, we'd really appreciate it. Keep learning, keep studying, and remember those 4 Stoic virtues: courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom. Most empires collapse from within. Most people's failures are self-inflicted. So protect yourself. That's what you control, and that's how you lead a good life. Seneca said that anger is the most savage of the emotions, and he's right. Although it can somewhat be like glamorous or exciting in a movie, I think we all know that anger is not a particularly good look on us or anyone. The Stoics were in positions of leadership. They were really smart. They lived in difficult, chaotic times. All of that was a recipe for losing your temper, which they knew they didn't want to do, and they knew was contrary to the philosophical ideals that they studied. I'm Ryan Holiday. I've written more than 10 books about Stoicism now. I've talked about this philosophy to everyone from the NBA to the NFL, sitting senators and special forces operators. I'm also just a regular human being who has found in my own life that I'm never proud of myself when I lose my temper. And so in today's episode, we're going to talk about some Stoic strategies for keeping your anger under control, for not doing things out of anger that you're going to regret, not just stuffing that emotion down, because that's not healthy, but processing it, channeling it, using it effectively in your own life. Let's get after it. I don't think I've ever lost my temper and then been glad after the fact, right? I'm never so glad I got angry, I got upset. It never makes things better. That's what the Stoics believe, that anger always makes stuff worse. And Seneca points out how totally irrational this is. To get angry is like to return a kick to a mule or a bite to a dog. He writes this whole incredible essay on anger to Nero. He says the emperor can't afford to get angry. They have to be calm, they have to be rational, they have to think things through. You know, sports coach might get angry on purpose to rally the team, but an NBA coach who's not in control of their temper is just going to rack up technical fouls and make the team worse. So we control our tempers. It's not that we don't feel the anger. It's there. We know it's there, but we don't act on it. We try not to act on it because it always makes things worse. We regret it afterwards. The fact that we have that hangover is a really important sign that it's not an emotion or impulse that we want to give into.
No, I thought I canceled it. Damn it.
Yeah, people suck. People are annoying. But Marcus Aurelius, the emperor of Rome, he dealt with his share of difficult people. He says, is a world without these people possible? A certain percentage of people are going to be like that, he says. So when you understand that, when you accept it, and then you bump into a rude, difficult, shameless, crappy person, you're not surprised. You go, this is one of those numbers. And he says it helps you understand them, it helps you deal with them, and most of all helps you not be caught off guard by them. But I think more importantly, it allows you to not take it personally. They're not like this on purpose. Somebody has to be this way, and they're that person. So you might as well put up with them, brush it off, and go do what you need to do. What do you do when somebody else makes a mistake? Marcus Aurelius says other people's mistakes leave them to their makers. Meaning, what other people say and do, they screw stuff up, that's their problem. Actually, no, it's not that it's their problem. It's that it's not up to you. But what is up to you is learning from your own mistakes, avoiding error in your own life. So that's where the Stoic focuses. Not on what other people are saying or doing, not on where someone is wrong. If you've seen that famous comic, I can't go to bed, honey, someone is wrong on the internet. No, a Stoic focuses on their own actions, their own views, their own opinions, on what they control. We leave other people's mistakes to them, and as Marcus Aurelius says, we try to be strict with ourselves, tolerant with others, because again, that's the only part of this that's up to us. Marcus Aurelius didn't like people. I mean, you can't read Meditations and not see this. He opens Meditations with a meditation on how frustrating and obnoxious other people are. And even this idea of the obstacle is the way, that quote is him talking about other people, about how people get in our way, how people present obstacles. But he says that in that obstacle, there's an opportunity to actually practice this philosophy that you say you believe, to be good in spite of other people, to be just in the face of injustice, to be temperate in the face of intemperance that's being rewarded, to be courageous when everyone else is being cowardly and being rewarded for it. So for the Stoics, people are frustrating, people are an obstacle, but like all obstacles, they're also the way. There's something, it's a challenge we can rise to meet. We can be better for wrestling with other people's difficulties. So don't resent people, use them to become better. You don't have to let this get to you, Marcus Aurelius says. You don't have to let it upset you. You always have the option to have no opinion, he says. You can just let it go. You can let it drift by like clouds, as the Buddhists talk about when they talk about thought. You don't have to let it sink in. You don't have to let it harm you. You don't have to let it get you riled up. You don't have to get worked up. You don't have to respond. You can just let it go. I want you to know that. You don't have to let this get to you. You can just let it go. The best revenge is to not be like that, the Stoics would say. And if you think about it, yes, people can hurt you, but when you look at those people, who they are, why they do what they do, it doesn't actually feel like they're getting away with anything. They're their own worst enemy. It sucks to be them. So the Stoics say you give up on revenge. You give up on getting even, because you already won. You are already better by not being that person. The best revenge, Marcus Aurelius says, is to not be like that. Everyone's concerned about someone doing violence to them, doing something harmful to them. But Marcus Aurelius reminds us that we do violence to our souls. When we give in to bad urges, when we give in to our temper, when we betray our standards, we do violence to ourselves, to our soul, when we're not the person that we're capable of being. We let those standards lapse. We let ourselves be overwhelmed by destructive emotions or urges, when our ego comes into play. Of course, you have to protect yourself from other people, from outside things, from externals. But to a large degree, you don't control most of that. Most empires collapse from within. Most people's failures are self-inflicted. Most shame is heaped upon ourselves by our own choices and actions. So protect yourself. That's what you control. Don't do violence to yourself, the Stoics say. And that's how you lead a good life. Stoicism is really, really simple. It's that while we don't control what happens to us, we control how we respond to what happens to us. The Stoics would say, yes, stuff goes wrong, stuff goes sideways, but we always have this opportunity to practice the four virtues: courage, temperance, justice, wisdom. It's not that there's nothing bad in the world, there's nothing frustrating in the world, there's not stuff we wouldn't want to happen. But when it does happen, it is nevertheless an opportunity to step up with courage, to be self-disciplined, to do something for other people, to practice, to learn, to experience wisdom. That's the idea of Stoicism. We don't control what happens, we control how we respond to what happens. I hope you like this video. I hope you subscribe. But what I really want you to subscribe to is our daily Stoic email. One bit of Stoic wisdom, totally for free, to the largest community of Stoics ever in existence. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. There's no spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I love sending it. I've sent it every day for the last 6 years. And I hope to see you there at dailystoic.com/email.
Have you ever noticed how just a few seconds of intense anger can cause more damage than you thought possible? Imagine this. In just the time it takes to snap your fingers, Relationships can be strained, and days can be ruined. It's startling, isn't it? How powerful and potentially destructive a single moment of anger can be. But what if I told you that this same powerful force, when understood and harnessed, can become a profound tool for personal growth and strength? Today, we dive deep into the ancient yet incredibly relevant world of Stoicism. It's not just about enduring hardship, but transforming our responses to them for greater peace and clarity. I invite you all to engage in this conversation. Comment below with your thoughts and experiences regarding anger. How open are you to exploring Stoic ways to master your emotions? If you're someone who seeks to grow, who loves to challenge your own boundaries of understanding, make sure to subscribe, like, and share this video. Spread the word and help others discover the power of Stoicism. And stay tuned, especially if you're skeptical about what Stoicism can offer. This video is packed with insights that might just change your mind. Together, we'll explore not just the theory, but the practical applications of Stoicism in controlling anger, with real-life examples and actionable advice. It promises to be an enlightening experience, so watch till the end to gain a full understanding of how to transform anger from a destructive impulse into a constructive force. Let's get started. Unpacking the burst of anger. Have you ever suddenly found yourself in the middle of a heated argument, heart racing, with words spilling out that you instantly wish you could take back? That moment, that explosion of anger, seems to come from nowhere, right? It's almost like a switch flips inside us. 1 minute everything is fine, and the next we're swept up in a wave of emotion so strong that it can feel uncontrollable. This is what I like to call the burst of anger. A sudden release that can disrupt not just your day, but potentially your life. Think about the last time you felt this burst of anger. Maybe it was a disagreement with a friend or a frustration at work. It's something we've all faced. Anger is not just a simple emotion. It's a complex response that can lead to regrettable actions and hurtful words. And let's be honest, it often leaves a trail of damage in its wake, from strained relationships to missed opportunities for understanding and connection. But what if I told you there's a different way to handle this burst? This is where the wisdom of Stoicism comes into play. Stoics teach us that we may not have control over every situation we encounter, but we can control our response. It's not about suppressing your anger or pretending it doesn't exist. It's about recognizing that moment of eruption and choosing a different path. Stoicism offers us tools to pause and reflect instead of react. It teaches us to look at anger through a lens of awareness and understanding. Why am I angry? What triggered this response? By asking these questions, we start to take power back from our impulsive reactions and begin to manage our emotions more constructively. This approach doesn't diminish the validity of our feelings, but empowers us to handle them with clarity and strength. It's about transforming what seems like an uncontrollable outburst into a moment of choice. Every time you feel that surge of anger, remember, this isn't just an emotional response. It's an opportunity to grow, to embody the Stoic virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation. A Stoic's guide to understanding your fury. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has endured through the centuries, offers a unique lens through which we can view our emotions, especially those as volatile and impactful as anger. So what do the Stoics say about anger? Simply put, they believe that anger stems not from the external events we experience, but from our internal judgments and reactions to those events. Now you might be wondering, how does that help me when I'm actually angry? According to Stoicism, the key lies in recognizing that we have the power to question and adjust our immediate reactions. For instance, when someone cuts you off in traffic, your instant reaction might be anger. Your heart starts pounding. You might yell or gesture at the other driver. and your mood is off for the next few hours. But here's the Stoic twist. Instead of succumbing to anger, you pause. You reflect on why you're angry. Is it truly because of the other driver? Or is it because you've allowed their actions to disturb your peace?
I think I got lucky right there, that's
is
funny.
at the heart of the Stoic approach to anger. It's about stepping back and asking, what is within my control? You can't control the traffic, the other driver, or even the fact that you were cut off. But you can control your response. This doesn't mean you don't feel the rush of emotion. It means you acknowledge it and then choose not to let it dictate your actions. Stoicism teaches us that our emotions, anger included, should be indicators, not dictators. They signal to us that something is happening that might require our attention, but they shouldn't sweep us away into reactive behavior. When we look at anger through this Stoic lens, it becomes less about suppressing anger and more about managing it. It's not suppressing because you're not denying or ignoring your feelings. You're acknowledging them, analyzing them, and then making a conscious decision about how to proceed. This perspective is incredibly empowering. Think about it. If you can master this Stoic practice, how many situations would be less stressful? How much more effective could your communication be? How much more peace could you bring into your life? As we continue this discussion, I invite you to consider the Stoic idea that virtue is the sole good. This doesn't just mean moral excellence, but refers to the idea of living in accordance with reason and wisdom, especially in the face of emotions like anger. By striving towards virtue, we can transform potentially destructive anger into constructive responses that align with our deepest values. So, as we unpack these ideas, remember that Stoicism isn't just about enduring life's challenges. It's about thriving through them by harnessing our inner strength and wisdom. Practical steps to master anger. Controlling anger doesn't mean we never feel angry. Rather, it's about managing our response when that feeling arises. Here's a roadmap you can use to cultivate a more measured reaction when you're tempted to let anger take the wheel. First and foremost, recognize the onset of anger. This is crucial. Stoicism teaches us to be observant of our inner states. Notice when your body begins to show signs of anger. Maybe your heartbeat accelerates, your breathing gets shallow, or you start to clench your fists. These are your body's signals, alerting you that it's time to intervene. Once you recognize these signs, the next step is to pause. This is where the power of Stoicism really shines. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor and philosopher, emphasized the importance of pausing to separate our initial reactions from our deliberate actions. By pausing, you give yourself a moment to step back from the immediate emotional response. This doesn't have to be long. Sometimes just a few seconds can make a significant difference. During this pause, engage in reflective thinking. Ask yourself why you're feeling angry. Is it because your expectations weren't met? Is it because you feel disrespected? Understanding the why behind your anger can help you address the root cause rather than just the symptoms. This step is about responding with reason rather than reacting out of emotion. Now, let's talk about reappraisal of the situation, which is a classic Stoic strategy. This involves reframing the event that triggered your anger. For example, if someone has acted in a way that angers you, instead of viewing it as a personal attack, consider alternative explanations. Perhaps they're having a bad day, or they're unaware of the impact of their actions. This shift in perspective can significantly reduce the intensity of your anger. Another practical step is to focus on what you can control. Stoicism draws a firm line between what's within our control and what's not. You can't control other people's actions, the past, or the fact that certain things have already happened. But you can control your response, your thoughts, and your actions moving forward. Concentrating on these aspects reduces feelings of helplessness and frustration, which are often fuel for anger. Implementing calming techniques is also vital. Once you've paused and reflected, use techniques like deep breathing, counting to 10, or even stepping away from the situation if possible. These methods aren't just about cooling down. They're about giving your rational mind time to regain control from your emotions. Lastly, practice regular reflection. Stoicism isn't just about reacting well in the moment. It's also about preparing for future challenges. Regularly reflect on your day or your reactions to certain situations. What triggered your anger? How did you handle it? What could you do better next time? This ongoing practice builds your resilience and equips you with more effective strategies for managing anger. By integrating these steps into your daily life, you align more closely with Stoic principles, turning each burst of anger into an opportunity for personal growth and wisdom. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate anger entirely, but to master it in such a way that it no longer controls you. Each step you take is a step towards not just greater peace, but also deeper understanding and more effective living. Turning anger into opportunity. Let's take a deeper look at how we can put Stoicism into action, particularly when it comes to transforming our experiences of anger into opportunities for growth and reflection. Stoicism isn't just about handling anger passively. It's about actively converting it into something constructive. One of the most empowering Stoic principles is the concept of using every obstacle as a means to practice virtue. Anger, like any other obstacle, challenges us to practice patience, courage, and wisdom. When you feel anger rising, ask yourself, what is this anger teaching me? It could be showing you where your expectations might be unrealistic, or where you might need to develop greater empathy. For example, consider a situation at work where you feel repeatedly frustrated by a colleague's actions. Instead of letting this build into resentment or outbursts of anger, use this as a Stoic exercise. Each instance can be a moment to practice patience, to communicate your feelings constructively, or to reinforce your boundaries effectively. Here, anger becomes a signal, a cue that something needs your attention, perhaps a part of your own response mechanisms that you can refine and improve. Moreover, turning anger into opportunity means focusing not just on controlling outbursts, but also on cultivating an underlying serenity that comes from Stoic acceptance. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation, it means recognizing and adapting to things as they are. When you accept that certain things are beyond your control, like other people's actions or life's unpredictable events, you free yourself from the burden of trying to force things to be different. This acceptance can significantly alleviate feelings of anger. Another practical way to put Stoicism into action is through what Marcus Aurelius called turning the obstacle upside down. Every time you're faced with something that makes you angry, it's an opportunity to turn the situation on its head and extract something beneficial from it. This could be learning to communicate more clearly, setting more realistic expectations, or even just understanding your own triggers more deeply. Each angry moment can be flipped to reveal a lesson or a stepping stone to better self-mastery. Stoic practice also involves reflecting on the impermanence of our emotions. Anger feels intense and all-consuming when it hits, but like everything else, it passes. Reminding yourself of this can help lessen the grip of anger. You can say to yourself, "This too shall pass," and focus on maintaining your composure in the moment, knowing that the intensity of your anger will diminish with time. Lastly, share these lessons with others. Stoicism teaches that wisdom is not just for personal benefit, but is something to be shared. By discussing how you turned an angry moment into a learning opportunity, you can help others see their challenges in a new light. This not only reinforces your own learning, but also extends the benefit beyond yourself, turning personal growth into communal wisdom. So as we navigate through
No,
our
no, no, no.
days, let's try to view each anger-inducing incident as a chance to apply stoic wisdom, to grow in virtue, and to contribute to a more rational, composed world. It's about seizing those moments of anger and transforming them into something that not only enhances our lives, but also the lives of those around us. Unlock your inner strength. Empowerment through Stoicism is about more than just managing our anger. It's about finding strength and resilience within ourselves that we might not have realized we possessed. When we talk about empowerment in Stoicism, we're talking about the power to lead our lives with a sense of purpose, peace, and perspective that remains stable, no matter the external circumstances. Stoicism teaches us that true empowerment comes from within. It doesn't rely on external validation or circumstances. Instead, it builds on our ability to control our own responses to the world around us. Consider this. How often have you felt at the mercy of your emotions, tossed around by feelings of anger, frustration, or disappointment? Stoicism offers a different path. It invites us to step back and ask ourselves, can I choose a different response? Do I have the power to see this differently? And the answer, more often than not, is yes. This self-empowerment is realized through the Stoic practice of focusing on what is within our control. You can't control what others say or do, you can't control the past, and you certainly can't control the global events that impact your life. But you can control your thoughts, your actions, and your responses. When you internalize this, every moment of frustration or anger becomes an opportunity to practice this principle. You start to see challenges as chances to exercise your agency and autonomy. For instance, when you're faced with a difficult situation that stirs anger, Stoicism empowers you to choose a response that aligns with your values. Instead of reacting impulsively, you can respond with deliberation and integrity. This might mean taking a deep breath and deciding to address a conflict with calm words, or it might mean choosing to walk away from a situation that is not beneficial to engage with. Moreover, Stoicism empowers us by changing our relationship with our emotions. Instead of being overwhelmed by anger, we learn to recognize it as a natural response that we can observe, understand, and manage. This emotional intelligence does not just alter our interactions, it changes the way we lead our lives. We become more resilient as we're no longer derailed by every emotional upheaval, and more adaptable, capable of thriving in a variety of circumstances. Empowerment also comes from the Stoic practice of self-reflection. By regularly examining our choices, behaviors, and reactions, we gain deeper insights into our character and motivations. This reflective practice not only helps us make better decisions in the future, but also fosters a profound sense of self-awareness and self-acceptance. We learn to trust ourselves, to lean on our internal compass rather than being swayed by every passing storm. And finally, empowerment through Stoicism is about contributing to the greater good. Stoicism teaches that we are part of a larger community and that our choices impact others. By choosing to respond to situations with reason and calm, we contribute to a more rational and peaceful world. We lead by example, showing others that it is possible to respond to life's challenges with grace and strength. In embracing Stoicism, we find a powerful ally in our quest for a fulfilled and balanced life. So, as we continue on this journey, let's remind ourselves of the incredible strength that lies within us, ready to be harnessed through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. It's not just about controlling anger, it's about unlocking a level of personal power and resilience that transforms all aspects of our lives. Mastering your emotions with Stoic principles. This isn't about suppressing what you feel. It's about understanding and directing your emotions in a way that's productive and healthy. Stoicism provides us with tools to not only confront our feelings, but to transform our entire approach to dealing with emotions, especially challenging ones like anger. Let's unpack this a bit. In Stoicism, one of the core principles is that our emotions are largely the result of our judgments and beliefs. When we feel angry, it's often because we've made a judgment about a situation or person, that they've wronged us, that an injustice has occurred, or that something should not be the way it is. Here lies a powerful opportunity. If we can change our judgments, we can change our emotional responses. To master our emotions, we start by examining these judgments critically. Ask yourself, why do I believe this situation is bad? Is it within my control? Can I look at this differently? This type of questioning is central to Stoic practice and fosters a kind of emotional agility that can be incredibly freeing. Imagine you're stuck in traffic and you start to feel that familiar
10?
rise of
The
frustration.
fuck? Okay.
A Stoic approach would encourage you to analyze that frustration.
Jesus
You might
Christ.
think, being angry won't clear the traffic. Can I use this time productively instead? Perhaps this is a good moment to listen to a podcast or an audiobook. Suddenly, the situation hasn't changed, but your perception of it has, and so has your emotional state. This is where the concept of amor fati, or love of fate, comes into play. It's a Stoic mindset that invites you to embrace whatever happens as an opportunity. It's about more than just acceptance. It's a deep appreciation for life as it unfolds, even when it unfolds in unexpected ways. When you start to practice amor fati, you're not only managing your anger better, you're cultivating a profound peace that comes from the confidence that you can handle anything that comes your way. Moreover, mastering emotions with Stoicism means developing a strong sense of inner fortitude. Every time you choose not to lash out in anger, you strengthen your character. You start to build a reputation with yourself as someone who is dependable, stable, and calm. This internal trust is crucial. It's the foundation of self-esteem and personal integrity. And let's not forget the power of preparation. Stoics are big on preparing mentally for what might go wrong. This isn't pessimism, it's practical wisdom. By thinking ahead about how you might deal with potential frustrations or anger-inducing situations, you equip yourself with a toolkit for emotional management. When those moments arise, you're not caught off guard. You have a plan, and you have practices in place, like deep breathing, reframing your thoughts, or stepping back to gain perspective. Mastering your emotions with Stoicism isn't a quick fix. It's a lifelong journey of self-reflection, practice, and growth. It requires consistency, honesty with oneself, and the courage to face up to our emotions in a fundamentally different way. But the rewards are immense. Not only do you gain control over your anger and other emotions, but you also gain a serene and resilient spirit that can significantly enhance your quality of life. Let's keep exploring these practices together and continue to grow in wisdom and tranquility. As we wrap up today's journey into mastering our emotions with Stoicism, remember that the path to inner peace isn't always smooth, but every step you take is a step toward a calmer, more resilient you. Thank you for joining me here at Stoic.
BRB.
Stoic Journal. Your presence and engagement in this community are what make it truly special. If you're eager to dive deeper into the wisdom of Stoicism, check out the suggested video on your screen next. Let's continue to grow together, embracing the challenges and transforming them into opportunities for personal development. See you there, and once again, thank you for being a part of this journey.
Of what use is anger when the same end can be arrived at by reason? Do you suppose that a hunter is angry with the beasts he kills? Seneca. Anger is an emotion that everyone experiences at some point in their lives. There are different ways in which anger manifests and also different ways to handle it. Some people throw temper tantrums when they don't get their way. Others respond with anger when they are in danger, and a respectable amount of people cling to the idea of being wronged, which results in a form of anger that slowly consumes us, also known as resentment. In this video, I would like to talk about anger, the dangers of anger, and some suggestions on how to deal with it from a Stoic and Buddhist perspective. Even though anger is natural, we cannot deny that the consequences of unrelented and uncontrolled anger can be devastating. It's not uncommon that anger leads to murder, and history has taught us that deeply rooted anger, also called hate, can lead to mass violence, war, and even genocide. Still, many people justify anger, calling it righteous anger, when they have solid reasons to be angry. Also, people see anger as a functional emotion that assists us in asserting ourselves and self-defense. And Aristotle declared anger to be a desire to repay suffering. We could also see anger as a form of energy, and when harvested the right way, it may help us to attain our goals. Stoic philosopher Seneca, however, is critical towards the validity of these claims, telling us that anger is a form of madness. I quote, "For it is equally devoid of self-control, regardless of decorum, forgetful of kinship, obstinately engrossed in whatever it begins to do, deaf to reason and advice, excited by trifling causes, awkward at perceiving what is true and just, and very like a falling rock, which breaks itself to pieces upon the very thing which it crushes." End quote. There's a Buddhist story that challenges the notion of righteous anger by telling us about a young boy with a bad temper. His father was concerned about this, but instead of fighting anger with anger, he gave the boy a bag of nails and a hammer. He told him to hammer a nail into the fence every time he loses his temper. At the first day, the boy hammered about 30 nails in the fence, but when the days passed, the daily amount of nails decreased, until the day came that the boy didn't lose his temper once. He proudly told his father, who gave his son the instruction to pull out a nail every time he was able to suppress his temper. Finally, the day arrived that all nails were pulled out. The father showed his son the fence and said, "Well done, my son. However, I want you to look closely at the fence. It's full of holes, which means that it has been changed forever. When you let anger out, it will leave scars. You can stick a knife in someone and pull it out, but no matter how often you apologize, the scar will be there forever." End quote. Even when we may seem to have a very good reason to be angry, which is basically a sense of being wronged and violated, we only risk to do further damage, especially to ourselves, if we throw our ability to reason in the gutter and let our emotions take over. When reason ends, anger begins, said the Dalai Lama. Now, there are many different forms of anger. There's rage, surliness, resentment, bitterness, harshness. There's temporary anger that lasts a few minutes, and long-term anger that lasts a lifetime. Tibetan Buddhist monk Geshe Yonda distinguished two types of anger, hot anger and cold anger. The first type of anger is the one that, figuratively speaking, sets oneself and the surroundings on fire. The second type of anger is the one that's internalized and repressed and can be carried along for years and eats one up inside. According to Seneca, we should not confuse human anger with the aggression we see in animals, since human anger is based on flawed reasoning, while animal aggression is based on impulses. A fundamental difference between animals and humans is our ability to reason. Seneca doubts the usefulness of anger for humanity by explaining the nature of anger compared to the nature of man. I quote, "Yet what is more savage against them than anger? Mankind is born for mutual assistance, anger for mutual ruin. The former loves society, the latter estrangement. The one loves to do good, the other to do harm. The one to help even strangers, the other to attack even its dearest friends. The one is ready even to sacrifice itself for the good of others, the other to plunge into peril, provided it drags others with it." End quote. Now, is anger useful? Both Buddhist and Stoic ideas agree on one point. Anger is not useful. The Dalai Lama pointed this out in his book, A Policy of Kindness, stating that anger is not necessary when we have the power of reason. Moreover, when we resort to using force, we probably don't have good reasons to do so. I quote, "If there are sound reasons or basis for the points you demand, then there is no need to use violence. On the other hand, when there is no sound reason that concessions should be made to you, but mainly your own desire, then reason cannot work, and you have to rely on force. Thus, using force is not a sign of strength, but rather a sign of weakness." End quote. Therefore, when we are about to throw a tantrum, it's always good to ask ourselves the following question. Am I doing this from a place of power or from a place of powerlessness? According to Seneca, there's nothing reason cannot do what anger can. In his work Of Anger, he makes a distinction between using force and using force with anger. In some situations, it is necessary to use force. Many people believe that using force goes together with anger, and that being angry can somehow assist them in their use of force. But Seneca compared anger to drunkenness. In a battle, angry fighters have no control over their movements, like drunks. Eventually, their rashness leads to defeat by a more intelligent opponent that isn't led by the passions. So what can we do about it? Well, anger comes in different stages. It may start with a light irritation, which then builds up to one angry outburst. When the latter is the case, it's too late. Seneca argues that in order to remedy anger, we should become aware of it in the early stages and apply antidotes when it's still small. I quote, "That which is diseased can never bear to be handled without complaining. It is best, therefore, to apply remedies to oneself as soon as we feel that anything is wrong, to allow oneself as little license as possible in speech, and to restrain one's impetuosity. Now, it is easy to detect the first growth of our passions. The symptoms precede the disorder." End quote. So it is clear that the Stoics prefer tranquility over anger. But how do we achieve this? In Buddhist as well as Stoic sources, you'll find different approaches and ideas that can help to kick anger to the curb. An important one is patience, which, according to Seneca, is a product of reason. The thought behind patience is actually an important Buddhist doctrine called impermanence. Everything is in flux. What's happening in this moment will soon be the past. Not only the things that we are upset about will lose their significance, the feelings of anger will start to subside. That's why counting to 10 is excellent advice, although in some cases it may be better to count to 100. Another one is acknowledging that we are angry. This doesn't mean that we act out, it's just that we accept that the emotion is present in our body. Denying the fact that we are angry, for example, because we want to be goody-goodies that never get angry, regardless of our true feelings, we're fooling ourselves and the world. It's just another form of repression that will end up in the unconscious. We can just say to someone, "I feel angry right now," without hitting the person with a rock. When we acknowledge our anger, we create space between the observer and the emotion, without identification with that emotion. This way, it won't control us. Another one is forgiveness, which works better when it comes to long-term anger like resentment. When we forgive, we can finally give ourselves permission to let go of the grudges that we have been carrying around for so long. The Stoic idea of control is a good argument to practice forgiveness. Some things are in our control, some things aren't. We can't change the past. We can't control what the person who wronged us says, does, or feels. But we can change our position towards it. We can let go and forgive, or we can choose to drink poison and wait for the other person to perish. But it's more likely that this leads to our own slow and painful death. Thank you for watching.
To be like the rock that the waves keep crashing over. It stands unmoved and the raging of the sea still falls around it. So said Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher and emperor of Rome. And if I have one goal for the new year, it's to be more like this. Steady, reliable, patient, as the world continues to hammer us all. This video is about sitting with your emotions, such as grief or anger, and using them for the best possible ends. I'll begin with a reflection on the Mask of Zorro, look briefly at Qui-Gon Jinn from Star Wars, and connect those stories with the work of Ryan Holiday and the writings of Marcus Aurelius in Meditations. This is Geeky Stoics.
Now I'm free to kill you.
The other day, I was rewatching The Mask of Zorro, a childhood favorite of mine. And Zorro is a wonderfully fun movie and a powerful guide to the foundational principle of Stoic philosophy, which is focusing on what is within your control. Anthony Hopkins as Don Diego demonstrates this with
Master's wheel. The circle will be your world.
the swordsman begins in a large circle where nothing exists beyond it. Not his enemies, not politics, or personal needs.
Till I tell you otherwise, there is nothing outside of it.
Capitan Love.
There is nothing!
As the swordsman grows, the circle contracts, bringing him closer to his goal. Zorro's goal is revenge, and to kill one Captain Love who murdered his brother Joaquin. The circle is about control, and training Zorro to bring his enemy into a space where he can maximally influence the outcome and win the battle. If Zorro were to act too soon against Love, he might find himself outside his circle and at a disadvantage. He'd be killed, and justice would never be delivered. It bears a remarkable similarity to the concept in psychology and cognitive behavioral therapy of the sphere of influence, or circles of control, where the patient is someone who wastes their energy and their emotion on things they can't influence as a single individual. You cannot control the weather or tomorrow's climate, but you can get the right clothing for that weather so that you're comfortable. Bring things into your circle. There's an unforgettable scene late in the film where Zorro is in his disguise of one Don Alejandro. He is sitting in the presence of Captain Love. Love does not know that Don Alejandro is the hero known as Zorro, but he has grown suspicious of who he might really be. Love tries to rattle Alejandro by slamming a jar on the table between them, a jar containing the preserved head of Zorro's brother. Alejandro has been training for this moment since the journey began, not to duel Captain Love, but to not duel Captain Love.
I wish you luck. To your health.
To sit still. Yes, Alejandro needed work as a sword fighter, but that wasn't his story arc. It was to gain self-control and delay gratification. He wanted things now, now, now. But he needs to control the ground on which he is fighting. That was his real journey. And so he does not give Captain Love what he's looking for. in an emotional response. Zoro does not hit send. This is not weakness. It's Herculean strength and Stoic philosophy in action. Stoicism gets a bad rap for being a philosophy of repression, a criticism that gets leveled often at it and is extended to characters like the Jedi in Star Wars. But it's not true.
Between being angry and then doing something out of anger. You're gonna have your immediate reaction, but there's a lot of space between that and hitting send on the email that you wrote, dressing them down.
That is what author Ryan Holiday of the Daily Stoic is talking about here, and I think he gets it right. Stoicism doesn't ask you to not feel. It asks you to wield that emotion purposefully, rather than becoming subservient to those emotions. They are the tool, not you. And Stoics were awash in emotion historically. They had romantic relationships, they had children, and they were politicians confronting fear and suspicion, betrayal, and doubt in their daily lives. The most enduring of the Stoics, Marcus Aurelius, he buried 9 children in his lifetime. His kids, he buried his wife, Faustina. And when his beloved tutor died, it's written that Aurelius sobbed uncontrollably. Marcus's stepfather, Antoninus, told him, "Neither philosophy nor empire takes away natural feeling." That's right. And Zoro hasn't stopped loving his brother, and he is not done with his anger towards Captain Love. But he learned from his mentor how to channel those feelings toward a goal. After his confrontation with Captain Love, Zoro walks out of the room and cracks his cane over his leg, breaking it in 2. This actually reminds me of Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn in The Phantom Menace when he has to negotiate with the junk dealer and slave owner Watto in order to get their starship repaired so Queen Amidala can be delivered to Coruscant. Their mission is of massive importance to the galaxy, and failure could mean political chaos in the Republic. The stakes are very, very high. Watto does not know this, and he wouldn't give a shit if he did. Then Watto has the nerve to be immune to Qui-Gon's Jedi mind trick and to reject Republic currency for the spare parts that they need. You can see that Qui-Gon is furious, but he does not speak. He just observes Watto and forces out a visibly frustrated smile before walking away from the situation. Jin could have easily killed or subdued Watto and then taken what he needed, but then he wouldn't be Qui-Gon Jinn, a Jedi Knight. What Stoicism promotes is the abiding reality of emotions and a recognition of their power. Are our emotions who we are, or are they something else? I like to think of Stoicism and emotion like this. A cloaked visitor has knocked on your door in the night, and you open the door, greet the visitor, and ask them to reveal their identity by removing the hood before they can come inside. Anger, it turns out, is often fear, and disgust can often be confusion in disguise. Lust stemming from loneliness, and sadness is sometimes a mutation of joy, which we may refer to as nostalgia or homesickness. And we need to answer the door, and we need to assess the intentions of our visitors, these things that are emotions. Are they really who they say they are?
Put every impression to the test. You have to ask yourself, is this assumption true? Because the reality is a lot of what we instantly believe in a situation is preposterous.
Stoicism is about testing our perceptions, and it only takes a few moments to do it. Life does happen very fast, and Stoic attitudes about emotion help us to become better processors of the rapid-fire information hitting us every few moments, such as a head in a jar. Because think about Zoro seated across from Captain Love and how quickly the situation turned from socially awkward and annoying to enraging in just a split second when that jar hit the table. If we're getting better at this, we become more like what Marcus Aurelius described in Meditations, what I began with. To be like the rock that the waves keep crashing over. It stands unmoved, and the raging of the sea still falls around it. Zoro had become like the rock because he had worked tirelessly to develop self-control, dispense with drunkenness, and learn to count to 10 before reacting. He could now also analyze his opponent, Captain Love, and know his true intentions. That's how he wins. By making it through this situation, Zorro, Don Alejandro, knew that his secret identity may well be compromised, but love could not prove it unless Alejandro overreacted to his cruel stunt, and he chose not to let love win. But his anger never left him, nor should it. Zorro is going to let his anger have its moment because anger is a natural response to evil and injustice. We should all know anger's number if we need to call it, but it cannot be coming over uninvited. And I promise you, every day you and I will both fall short on this, but for every day there is a tomorrow. Thanks for watching, liking, and subscribing to this video. We've been doing a lot on anger lately at Geeky Stoics, so if you enjoyed this video about Zorro, Ryan Holiday, and Marcus Aurelius, then check out this one related to Seneca, Star Wars, and Dragon Ball Z. And then come join our community at geekystoics.com, a free weekly email on stoicism, spirituality, and pop culture. We've been trying to come up with the perfect slogan or tagline to close videos on the channel. Right now, it's live better, mythically.
Seneca says, we shouldn't control anger, but destroy it entirely. But what control is there for a thing that's fundamentally wicked? Lucius Annaeus Seneca was a prominent Roman philosopher and playwright who published several essential works about Stoicism. He counselled Emperor Nero and thought that anger is a temporary madness, and that even when justified, we should never act on the basis of it, because it affects our sanity. Seneca wrote a book specifically on anger called De Ira, which defines and explains anger within the context of Stoic philosophy, and offers advice on how to prevent and control anger. And that's why in this video we're going to look at 10 ways we can control our anger from the teachings of Seneca. Number 1. Recognize that anger is destructive. Seneca says, we shall prevent ourselves from becoming angry if we repeatedly place before our eyes all anger's faults and form a proper judgment of it. The first step to dealing with anger is recognizing how problematic this emotion is. We believe Aristotle's way of thinking that anger is not always bad. If one is angry at the right time and in the right context, then anger can sometimes be justified. Aristotelians claimed that virtue lies in navigating the middle course between extremes. Concerning anger, they thought that the virtuous compromise is good temper, which lies between the unvirtuous poles of irascibility that is too much anger, and lack of spirit that is too little anger. However, according to the Stoics, there is no such thing as a good degree of anger, but it doesn't mean that one has to be passive in the face of injustice. Human nature for the Stoics is that of a social animal capable of reason. It follows that to live according to nature means to apply one's reason to social living. Anger is unreasonable and it damages society, hence it is unnatural in the Stoic sense. Seneca thought that anger was a vice with few, if any, exceptions. The 3 main reasons Seneca lists are: 1. Anger makes you a slave. When we're angry, we're a slave to that anger. We're more likely to make mistakes that we'll end up regretting later. Anger blinds us to the future and the consequences of our actions in the moment, effectively overriding our rational or higher selves and making us slaves to our own subconscious. Anger makes us act in a way that feels gratifying in the short term, but takes us away from our long-term ideals. 2. Anger cannot be slowed down. According to Seneca, anger is a binary emotion. The emotion of anger has a forward momentum that is far more extreme than other emotions. The moment you realize you're angry, you're already under its control. When you're in the middle of acting out anger, you don't pay attention to any other course of action and move headlong into a path of destruction and chaos. You don't want to be calm when you're angry. Anger justifies its own existence. And 3, anger is contagious. Seneca says that anger influences a mob-like behavior. Anger is well known for its ability to spread through a social group more than any other passion, and when anger is present, the individuals become one larger angry organism and seem to work perfectly together with the unified vision of havoc. Now that we know how destructive anger is, we need to lessen our attachment to this emotion. Pushing away from anger or disliking it is just the start, but we also need some end goal to move toward. That goal, according to the Stoic philosophy of life, is the attainment
Holy
of tranquility,
fuck, it's so
which is the
laggy.
state of peace and quiet. Number 2. Recognize your anger triggers and learn to control them. In the words of Seneca, and so the best course is to treat the sickness as soon as it becomes apparent, at that time as well giving oneself the least freedom of speech and curbing emotion. Seneca advises us to be mindful about our anger triggers. That is, to be aware of the events and situations that make you angry. This is important because you'll respond more effectively to your anger when you feel prepared for it. If we practice mindfulness, we'll not only be able to detect the macro patterns that trigger our anger, but also see the specific thoughts that arise and lead to that emotion of anger. The benefit of this is that we'll be able to catch and neutralize them far earlier. Here are some common anger triggers. Being treated unfairly. For example, someone cutting in front of you in a queue, or your boss gives you an inaccurate evaluation at work. Responding to time pressures and frustrations, like leaving a bit late for work and running into traffic, or someone texting you while you're working. Experiencing dishonesty or disappointment, such as your partner cheating on you or your boss failing to give you the raise you were promised. Encountering threats to self-esteem, like receiving a bad grade or getting rejected. Running into prejudice and discrimination, for example, racial or ethnic differences or a disability. And finally, getting attacked, such as being mugged or domestic violence or even just random accidents. Anticipating the possibility of anger increases your ability to express it more constructively. Hence, the more mindful we become about our anger, the more we'll be able to slow it down in the earliest stages of its onset. Number 3. Just wait. According to Seneca, the greatest cure for anger is to wait, so that the initial passion it engenders may die down, and the fog that shrouds the mind may subside or become less thick. Anger is a poor guide to happiness. Anger interferes with problem-solving and good judgment, and makes you rash and rigid in your thinking. While fear drives us to flee, anger drives us to confrontation. Anger motivates revenge and retaliation. This is why even the most respected intellects can be reduced to repetitious expletives when enraged. Hence, whenever you feel you're about to get angry, remove yourself from the situation that's provoking you, or withhold all actions until you feel yourself in a completely tranquil state of mind. Sit on that angry email for a day or two before sending it. Walk away from a fight whenever possible, and seek advice from a calm, ideally neutral third party before taking any hostile action. If you still wish to carry out the angry actions when you're calmer, then by all means go ahead. They may coincide with self-interest, but chances are you won't want to. In the heat of anger, you're likely to make decisions you'll regret. Try reading, meditating, or some other activity you find relaxing. Go for a walk, a bike ride, or do some stretching. This can relieve the tension in your muscles and help you relax. According to the American Psychological Association, deep breathing is one of the fastest ways to reduce the intensity of your anger. Even something as simple as waiting or counting to 10 or repeating a word or phrase that's calming to you, such as relax or let it go or take it easy, all of these can help soothe angry feelings. Anger is an emotion, and emotions do not last forever. All of us will get angry from time to time, but using these strategies will help you control your anger and express your feelings in a way that's more beneficial to you and to others. Number 4. Use art and music to calm the mind. As we learn from Seneca, hot-tempered people should avoid studies that are demanding, or at least engage in ones not liable to end in exhaustion. The mind should not occupy itself with hard tasks, but should be given over to pleasurable arts. Let it be calmed by reading poetry and charmed by the tales of history. Let it be treated with a measure of gentleness and refinement. If you're prone to frustration and anger, Seneca believes finding art or music that soothes you will prove beneficial in your pursuit of a tranquil mind. In modern times, we call this form of anger management expressive theory. Expressive theory encourages people to yell, scream, and pound pillows to get out their built-up anger. The pillows represent the people from their past and their unresolved anger issues. The term expressive therapy also refers to using creative arts as a method of managing anger. This type of therapy is also known as creative arts therapy and expressive arts therapy. Proponents of using expressive therapy as a method of anger management believe that the body will heal through a combination of creative expression and the use of imagination. During an anger management counseling session or class, therapists help identify the anger triggers and unresolved anger issues. Although there are many types of expressive therapy for anger management, the most common ones are music therapy, art therapy, dance therapy, drama therapy, and writing therapy. Nearly any type of art can be calming. Music is a universally loved art form that has the capability of causing an emotional and physical reaction in the listener. It can make you feel more energetic, happy, or sad. When music is used as a form of expressive therapy in managing anger, it's used as a mood stabilizer. When you feel angry, turn on the radio or listen to tracks on your phone and it will help you relax. Number 5. See yourself as an offender. Seneca says, "Let us put ourselves in the position of the man who's making us angry. In point of fact, it's an unjustified estimate of our own worth that causes our anger, and an unwillingness to put up with the treatment we would happily inflict on others." Trying to see yourself in others is a great exercise for how to deal with anger. When we get angry, we're typically outraged at the actions of others. But in all likelihood, we've acted just like them at some point in our lives. Ask yourself, how many times have I acted badly? Have I ever acted violently? Have I ever said mean things to someone I later regretted? Have I ever manipulated someone? As humans, we all share more similarities than differences. We've all acted in regrettable ways and then realized later that our free will is not so free, but is in truth owned to a large degree by our passions. Number 6. Heal rather than punish. Seneca asks us, how much better is it to heal a wrong than to avenge one? Vengeance takes considerable time and it exposes a man to many injuries, while only one causes him resentment. We always feel anger longer than we feel hurt. When someone directs their anger towards us, it's very common to want to take revenge, to punish people for their wrongdoing. This is the idea behind having a prison system. When someone breaks the law, we deal with that law breaking by punishing them, in the hopes that they'll reform and stop acting in those harmful ways. Unfortunately, what often happens is that people come out of prison as worse offenders than when they went in. The point of having prisons is to punish people who've committed offences. That is, it's about revenge. But the most advanced prison systems in the world, usually to be found in Scandinavian countries, are based on the entirely different axiom that the point of prison is to reform the criminal, to improve him morally, and to eventually allow him to rejoin the broader society from which he's currently excluded, and in doing so prevent a recurring offence. This is perfectly in accordance with Seneca's belief that being angry at someone only adds further damage to the situation, while discretion allows healing and at the same time recognizes that there has been an injustice. This is a very constructive attitude when carried over to interpersonal situations involving anger, as it puts the victim in a more powerful position as healer rather than punisher. The act of revenge carries with it connotations of anger. If anger is bad, then the goal should be to rid anger both in ourselves and others. Number 7. Choose your friends wisely. Seneca says, choose men who are honest, easygoing, and have self-control, the sort who will not arouse your anger and yet will tolerate it. According to research by social psychologist Dr. David McClelland of Harvard, the people you habitually associate with determines as much as 95% of your success or failure in life. But Seneca realized this truth thousands of years ago. Anger spreads faster than fire. Hence, if you know you're prone to anger, then you should not surround yourself with friends who trigger that anger or provoke you. The provoker is someone that provokes someone in order to get a response or some type of reaction. Whether someone knows that they're a provoker or even if it's on some hidden subconscious level, they're capable of just as much damage as someone that's abusive. A provoker could be from our friends, from our colleagues, or even our family members. Many times in those relationships, we even feel a struggle to leave because we get so used to a person, and even when they're toxic, we stay. It's important to keep control over our lives and remember that the goal is to achieve tranquility of mind, for which we need to be happy in all of our relationships, including our friendships and our family relationships. So surround yourselves with people that bring more joy into your lives, instead of creating more misery and turbulence for you. Seneca also advises us to resist the urge to be curious if we want to keep a peaceful mind. Even if you're surrounded by the most amazing people, you're curious to hear what your friend said about you, or curious to read the messages of your partner who was texting someone attractive. If your goal is to maintain a tranquil and undisturbed mind, you should not want to seek out information that will likely cause you despair. Number 8. Don't seek reasons to be angry. To quote Seneca, it makes you angry that a slave has answered you back, or a freedman, or your wife, or a client. You then go on to complain that the state has been deprived of the freedom of which you have deprived those under your own roof. We always give too much importance to ourselves. We live in a world of comfort and luxury. This eventually weakens us and makes us soft and thin-skinned. We grow up spoilt and learn to expect things from the world and then get angry when those expectations aren't met. We get angry at almost every minute thing. We get angry when we misplace our things, when we get cut off by bad drivers, or when one of our friends makes an inappropriate joke. At such times, anger makes us feel perversely good. It makes us feel free. But these are all parts of life, and if we get angry every time our expectations about reality aren't met, we will surely live an angry existence. In order to deal with daily anger triggers, the Stoics practice what they call negative visualization. They visualize the worst-case scenario and all the things that could go wrong so that they would be ready for whatever may come, but also grateful for the times when negative occurrences were absent. Don't seek reasons to be angry, instead seek reasons to be calm. Number 9. Use self-deprecating humor. Seneca asks us, what should a wise person do when given a blow? Same as Cato when he was attacked. Not fire up or revenge the insult, or even return the blow, but simply ignore it. If we feel that we simply must say something in response to an insult, the Stoics recommend that we engage in self-deprecating humor. Seneca points approvingly to Cato's use of humor to deflect a particularly grievous insult. Cato was pleading a case when an adversary named Lentulus spat in his face. Rather than getting angry or returning the insult, Cato calmly wiped off the spit and said, I will swear to anyone, Lentulus, that people are wrong to say that you cannot use your mouth. Self-deprecating humor is a practice in which we insult ourselves even worse than the insulter did. By turning an insult into a joke, we prevent the insult from taking root in our psyche, where it will cause us to experience needless anguish. By laughing off an insult, we're implying that we don't take the insulter or his insults at all seriously. This belittles them and denies them dominance over the situation. It's therefore a response that's likely to deeply frustrate them, and hence a humorous reply to an insult can be far more effective than a counter-insult would be. Number 10. Practice self-reflection. And in our final quote from Seneca for this video, he tells us, all our senses should be trained to acquire strength. They are by nature capable of endurance, provided that the mind, which should be called daily to account for itself, does not persist in undermining them. When you reflect on your own character and actions, you'll gain a greater sensitivity or mindfulness towards how you think and what triggers you into negative emotions. You can start by keeping your anger journal. An anger diary or journal can be a useful tool to help you track your experiences with anger. Make daily entries into your diary that document the situations you encounter that angered you. In order to make the diary most useful, there are particular types of information you'll want to record for each provoking event, such as what happened that gave you pain or made you feel stressed, what was provocative about the situation, what thoughts were going through your mind. On a scale of 0 to 100, how angry did you feel? The purpose of your diary is to help you identify patterns of behavior and specific recurring elements that really push your buttons. With daily self-reflection, you can understand the ways in which you experience anger and plan strategies to cope with your emotions in more productive ways. If you enjoyed this video, please do make sure to check out our full Stoicism playlist, and for more videos to help you find success and happiness using ancient philosophical wisdom, don't forget to subscribe. Thanks so much for watching.
Anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it. Have you ever felt a surge of anger so intense it almost felt like a volcanic eruption within you? Imagine for a moment that this very anger, burning with the fury of 1,000 suns, could be extinguished, not tomorrow, not next week, but today. We live in a world that often feels like it's designed to test our patience at every turn, pushing us to the brink. But what if I told you that the ancient wisdom of Stoicism, a philosophy that has stood the test of time for over 2 millennia, holds the secret to not just managing, but completely dissolving this anger? It sounds almost too good to be true, doesn't it? Yet, here we are, about to embark on a journey that has transformed lives, a journey that promises not just fleeting moments of peace, but a profound, lasting tranquility. Join me as we explore how Stoicism, with its deep insights into the nature of our emotions and thoughts, can guide us to a place of calmness and strength, no matter what life throws our way. Stay tuned as we dive into the heart of what it means to truly let go of anger and embrace a life of serenity and contentment. If you appreciate what we're doing here and want to join a community that dares to tread a different path, the simplest favor I'll ask from you is to hit that subscribe button. And remember, don't skip any part of this video, because like the wisdom of Stoicism itself, you are an exception in a world that often settles for the ordinary. Day 1. Write everything down that you're angry about and burn the list. The task at hand might seem simple at first glance, but it's deeply rooted in a practice that has been a source of solace and strength for many, including one of the most revered figures in history, Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln had a unique strategy for dealing with his frustrations and anger. Whenever he found himself seething with anger towards someone or something, he would retreat to the solitude of his thoughts, pen in hand, and pour all those tumultuous feelings onto paper. He called these his hot letters. He never sent them. Instead, he would destroy them, effectively allowing all those heated emotions to vanish into thin air, leaving no trail of destruction in their wake. So, why are we starting here, with a task that involves writing down everything that makes us angry and then setting that list ablaze? Because there is profound wisdom in the act of letting go, a cornerstone principle in Stoicism. The Stoics teach us about the power of distinguishing between what is within our control and what lies beyond it, our reactions, our emotions, and how we choose to handle them. Those are squarely in our domain. The external sources of our anger, not so much. This exercise serves as a physical manifestation of a deeply symbolic gesture, acknowledging our anger, confronting it, and then choosing to let it go, not allowing it to consume us or dictate our actions. It's about taking a moment to reflect on what's been boiling beneath the surface, recognizing it, and then making a conscious decision not to let those flames spread any further. By writing it all down, we're not giving our anger a stage to perform. Instead, we're stripping it of its power, confining it to a piece of paper that will soon turn to ashes. Burning the list is not just an act of destruction, but one of profound liberation. It's a signal to ourselves that we refuse to be held hostage by our anger. It's a declaration that we are ready to move forward, unburdened by the weight of past grievances. This act, inspired by Lincoln's wisdom, is our first step toward embracing a Stoic mindset, one that values the serenity of our inner world over the chaos of the external one. As we watch the paper burn, let it be a reminder that our anger too can be reduced to ashes. leaving behind nothing but the lessons it taught us. This is not about denying our feelings or pretending they don't exist. It's about acknowledging them, learning from them, and then letting them go with grace. This is the essence of Stoicism, finding strength in tranquility, power in peace, and wisdom in letting go. Day 2. Stop and see what you look like angry. It's time to stand in front of a mirror, to really look at ourselves while we summon the feeling of anger. This might seem like an unusual, perhaps even uncomfortable request. Yet there's profound wisdom to be gleaned from this exercise, wisdom deeply anchored in Stoic thought. The Stoics knew that self-awareness plays a crucial role in personal development. By observing our anger in the mirror, we're not just looking at our external appearance, we're being invited to witness the transformation that takes over us when we let anger consume us. It's about recognizing the ugliness of anger, not just as an abstract concept, but as a tangible, visible force that distorts our appearance and, by extension, our self-perception. This task may reveal to us a side we're not proud of, a side that, under normal circumstances, we'd rather hide from the world and from ourselves. Anger has this insidious way of creeping into our expressions, tightening our jaws, furrowing our brows, and setting our eyes ablaze with a fire that can be unsettling to see reflected back at us. This reflection is not just a physical one, it's a mirror to our soul's turmoil, a vivid illustration of how much we let external circumstances dictate our internal state. But here's where the Stoic philosophy shines, teaching us about the absurdity of anger. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the fleeting nature of human life and the triviality of the things that so often enrage us. By looking at ourselves in the throes of anger, we're given a stark visual of how trivial matters can contort our entire being. This exercise illuminates the potential of anger to alienate us not just from others, but from our true selves. It's a moment of clarity, where the absurdity of allowing external events to control our most intimate expressions becomes undeniable. Yet, there's also a sense of liberation in this recognition. Understanding the power we've unwittingly granted anger allows us to begin reclaiming that power. It's a step towards not allowing ourselves to be puppeteered by every slight, every inconvenience that crosses our path. This self-observation acts as a reminder of our ability to choose a different response, to not let anger sculpt our faces into a mask of hostility and bitterness. In embracing this Stoic exercise, we're doing more than just confronting our anger. We're initiating a dialogue with ourselves about who we want to be. Do we wish to go through life with our features twisted by anger? Or do we seek to present a face of calm, of serenity and understanding, even in the face of provocation? This is the choice Stoicism lays before us, offering not just a philosophical perspective, but a practical tool for embodying the virtues we aspire to. Day 3. Find somewhere beautiful you can go to. Marcus Aurelius often spoke of an inner citadel, a fortress of the mind that is impervious to the external chaos of the world. He believed that the greatest retreat, the most serene sanctuary, lies within our own minds, accessible at any moment, regardless of our circumstances. This isn't about escapism or denial of the realities that confront us. Rather, it's about finding a place of peace and renewal amidst the tumult, a center of calm within the storm. The beauty of this concept lies in its simplicity and its profound depth. To find a place of beauty doesn't require us to book an exotic vacation or even step outside our homes. It requires us to delve into the depths of our own consciousness to discover and cultivate a mental space where peace and beauty reign. This could be a memory of a place or moment that brought us joy, a visualization of a serene landscape, or simply a state of mind that we associate with calm and beauty. For some, this mental refuge might be a childhood memory of lying in the grass, looking up at a cloudless sky, completely at ease. For others, it might be the imagined sound of waves crashing against the shore, or the tranquility of a mountain summit above the clouds. The key is that this place, real or imagined, is ours alone, a sanctuary that we can retreat to whenever the waves of anger begin to rise. This practice of finding our own place of beauty is not just about temporary respite, it's about fundamentally altering our relationship with anger. By consciously choosing to retreat to our place of beauty, we're exercising our ability to choose our response to the world around us. We're recognizing that while we cannot control everything that happens to us, we have complete control over how we respond. And in choosing to respond with peace, with a retreat to beauty, we're embracing one of the core tenets of Stoicism, the power of our own minds to shape our experiences. Moreover, this exercise strengthens our ability to find beauty and peace in the external world as well. As we cultivate our inner sanctuaries, we become more attuned to the moments of beauty that surround us every day. The warmth of the sun on our face, the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, the simple joy of a shared smile. These moments, though fleeting, remind us that beauty and peace are never far from reach, that they exist not just in the grand vistas, but in the small, ordinary moments of life. Day 4. Create a mantra to repeat when you get upset. This isn't just about finding a catchy phrase to distract ourselves. It's about anchoring our thoughts, reminding ourselves of our commitment to Stoicism's principles, and consciously choosing the path of patience, understanding, and tranquility over the tumultuous waters of anger. A mantra is more than just a set of words. It's a verbal embodiment of our highest ideals, a beacon that guides us back to our Stoic center when the world around us seems determined to push us off course. It's a practice deeply rooted in the Stoic teachings that emphasize the importance of controlling our perceptions and reactions to external events. Just as Marcus Aurelius had his meditations, Seneca his letters, and Epictetus his discourses, we too can have our mantra, a personal declaration of our commitment to Stoic virtues. The creation of a mantra is a deeply personal process, one that requires us to reflect on the values that are most important to us and the kind of person we aspire to be. It might be a phrase that encourages us to see the bigger picture, to remember that this too shall pass, or to recognize that we have the power within to remain unharmed. It could be a reminder to embrace the obstacle or to find strength in serenity. The key is that it resonates with you on a profound level and encapsulates the essence of your Stoic practice. When faced with situations that test our patience or provoke our anger, repeating our mantra can act as a psychological pause button, giving us the momentary break we need to step back from our immediate reactions and choose a more considered response. It's a tool that empowers us to break the cycle of automatic emotional responses and to align our actions with our philosophical ideals. By repeating our mantra, we remind ourselves of our capacity for reason, for compassion, and for maintaining our tranquility in the face of life's challenges. This practice of creating and using a mantra also serves as a daily reinforcement of our Stoic beliefs. It integrates Stoicism into the fabric of our daily lives, making it not just a philosophy we study, but a lived experience that shapes our every interaction. Over time, our mantra becomes not just a tool for managing anger, but a constant companion, a source of strength and clarity that guides us through the complexities of life. As we embark on the task of creating our mantra, let's approach it with the seriousness and reverence it deserves. Let's choose words that speak to the depths of our soul, that reflect our highest aspirations, and that commit us to the Stoic path. And let's use our mantra not just as a shield against anger, but as a light that guides us toward wisdom, virtue, and a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Day 5. People watch for 20 minutes. At first glance, this task might seem like a passive activity, perhaps even a mundane one. Yet, within this simple act lies a powerful Stoic lesson, one that can significantly alter our perception of the world and our place within it. This is not just about watching, it's about observing with intention, about learning from the world around us, and about cultivating a deeper sense of empathy and understanding. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it's easy to become ensnared in our own narratives, to view our challenges and frustrations as monumental obstacles that tower over everything else. Our problems can feel all-consuming, clouding our judgment and inflating our sense of importance. This is where the wisdom of Stoicism, and specifically the practice of people watching, can bring clarity and perspective. The Stoics, with their keen insights into human nature, understood the value of stepping back, of observing the world from a broader vantage point. Marcus Aurelius often spoke of viewing life from above, of considering the vast tapestry of human existence and recognizing our fleeting place within it. When we sit down to observe others, we're doing more than just watching people go about their day. We're engaging in a practice of perspective-taking that is both humbling and enlightening. We see the myriad ways in which life unfolds for others, the small joys, the struggles, the moments of connection, and the instances of frustration. We witness the commonality of the human experience, how the themes of love,
I literally had to
loss,
look at my
ambition,
Krieg
and
book
disappointment
to know how to
play
even
out
spell
in
Krieg.
countless variations across the faces and actions of those we observe. This act of observation serves as a powerful reminder that, in the grand scheme of things, our problems are often not as monumental as they seem. It helps us to recognize that just as we are navigating the complexities of our lives, so too is everyone around us. This realization fosters a sense of empathy, a recognition of our
really wish
shared
I would've
humanity,
used the bathroom.
and a diminishing of the self-centered perspective that can so often lead to frustration and anger. Moreover, people watching as a Stoic practice encourages us to reflect on our reactions to the world. By observing how others respond to their circumstances, we can gain insights into our own patterns of behavior. We see the futility of anger and frustration, how these emotions often escalate situations rather than resolve them. We're reminded of the Stoic ideals of equanimity and acceptance, of responding to life's challenges with grace and composure. As we engage in this practice, let us do so with a spirit of curiosity and openness. Let's observe not to judge, but to understand, not to criticize, but to learn. Let this time of people watching be a mirror that reflects back to us the shared struggles and joys of being human, a reminder of the transient nature of our frustrations, and an invitation to respond to the world with empathy, patience, and understanding. Day 6. Discover a creative practice that captures your attention. The Stoics recognized the importance of engaging in activities that enrich the soul and expand the mind. While they might not have specifically mentioned picking up a paintbrush or strumming a guitar, the essence of their teachings encourages us to find channels for our emotions, to direct our energy towards endeavors that not only bring us joy, but also foster a sense of accomplishment and peace. Engaging in a creative outlet does more than just provide a distraction from the things that frustrate or anger us. It offers us a unique space where we can express ourselves freely, without judgment or constraint. Creativity is a dialogue between our innermost feelings and the external world, a dialogue that can be incredibly therapeutic and enlightening. Whether it's through writing, painting, music, dance, or any other form of creative expression, we're given the opportunity to explore our emotions, to understand them, and to transform them into something tangible and often beautiful. This transformation is where the true magic lies.
Someone just rage quit.
By channeling our emotions into our creative endeavors, we're not merely diverting our attention away from anger, we're actively engaging in a process of alchemy, turning the lead of our frustrations into the gold of artistic expression. This process is deeply cathartic, allowing us to release pent-up emotions in a way that is constructive and enriching. Moreover, the act of creating something, of bringing a new idea or piece of art into existence, instills a sense of pride and accomplishment, counteracting the feelings of helplessness or agitation that often accompany anger. Beyond the personal benefits, engaging in a creative practice can enhance our well-being and happiness on multiple levels. Creativity stimulates the brain, encouraging us to think in new and innovative ways. It connects us with a sense of flow, that deeply immersive state where time seems to stand still and we're completely absorbed in the task at hand. This state of flow is not only incredibly satisfying, but also contributes to our overall mental and emotional health. Moreover, creativity fosters a sense of connection to our own inner worlds and to the broader community of creators and appreciators. Sharing our creative work, whether it's a piece of writing, a painting, or a musical composition, opens the door to meaningful interactions and connections with others. It reminds us that we're not alone in our experiences, that our emotions in all their complexity are part of the shared human experience. Day 7. Using an active pause, refuse to engage. This seemingly simple technique is a powerful tool in our Stoic arsenal, helping us navigate the tumultuous seas of our emotions, particularly anger. It's about creating a deliberate space between stimulus and response, a momentary halt that allows us to choose how we react to the world around use. This practice is deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, emphasizing the importance of self-control and the freedom that comes from not being enslaved by our immediate reactions. The concept of an active pause is not about inaction or passivity. Rather, it's a dynamic form of engagement with our own inner processes. It's about recognizing the moment when our emotions are on the verge of boiling over and consciously deciding to step back. This pause is an act of empowerment, a declaration that we are not at the mercy of our first impulses. Instead, we claim the space and time necessary to reflect on our values and choose a response that aligns with them. In the heat of the moment, when anger threatens to take the reins, the active pause serves as a cooling balm. It's a reminder that we have the power to choose a different path, one of reason, compassion, and understanding. By inserting this pause into our reactions, we open up the possibility for more constructive and meaningful interactions. We give ourselves the chance to consider the broader context, to empathize with others, and to respond in a way that builds bridges rather than burning them. This practice also reflects the Stoic teaching that it's not external events that disturb us, but our judgment about them. When we pause, we are given the opportunity to examine these judgments, to question their validity, and to adjust our perspective. This can lead to a profound shift in how we experience the world, transforming situations that might once have sparked anger into opportunities for growth and learning. But how do we cultivate this practice in our daily lives? It starts with mindfulness, with developing an awareness of our emotional state and the triggers that can lead to anger. This awareness allows us to recognize the early signs of frustration or irritation, signaling the need for an active pause. During this pause, we can take a few deep breaths, step back from the situation, and ask ourselves key questions. Why am I feeling this way? What values do I want to guide my response? What outcome am I hoping for? This reflective process enables us to move forward with intention,
Danner.
choosing actions that reflect our true selves and our commitment to Stoic principles. The beauty of the active pause is that it can be applied in any situation, from minor annoyances to significant conflicts. It's a universally accessible tool that requires no special equipment or circumstances, just the willingness to take that momentary step back and choose a different response. As we practice this technique, it becomes a natural part of our repertoire, a habitual response that enhances our ability to live according to Stoic virtues. Day 8. Write down 10 things that make you angry, then find what's funny about them. This is not about trivializing our feelings or dismissing the validity of our frustrations. Instead, it's a profound practice deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, emphasizing the power of shifting our perspective to manage our emotions more effectively. It's about the transformative power of humor and the realization that sometimes the weight we give to our grievances is a choice, and we can choose to lighten it. The Stoics understood that our reactions to external events are within our control. They taught us that by changing our interpretations or judgments of these events, we can change our emotional responses to them. This exercise is a perfect example of applying that principle. It challenges us to look at the things that typically provoke us and see them through a different lens,
Well, hey, now I
one
can
that
use the
highlights
bathroom.
the absurdity.
BRB.
Just how did you find yourself in Inquisitor Grendel's service, Sergeant Major?
Well, the way I see it, if the Inquisitor hasn't seen fit to tell you, I probably shouldn't. Sorry, Mum.
I see.
The irony, or even the simple human folly involved. This isn't just about finding a reason to laugh. It's about recognizing the often exaggerated importance we assign to our anger triggers and choosing a more balanced, healthier response. Consider, for instance, the daily irritations that might make your list: traffic jams, spilled coffee, a colleague's annoying habit, or a misplaced phone. In the heat of the moment, these can seem like monumental frustrations, capable of derailing our entire day. But when we pause and view them from a different angle, their comedic potential begins to emerge. Traffic jams become a collective human experience in patience, or lack thereof. Spilled coffee a reminder of the universe's penchant for chaos, and so on. By finding the humor in these situations, we're not diminishing our initial feelings of frustration. Instead, we're giving ourselves permission to move beyond them, to embrace a more joyful and resilient state of mind. This practice also taps into the physiological and psychological benefits of laughter. Laughter triggers the release of endorphins, the body's natural feel-good chemicals, promoting an overall sense of well-being and temporary relief from pain. It enhances our intake of oxygen-rich air, stimulates our heart, lungs and muscles, and increases the endorphins released by our brain. Furthermore, laughter can improve our immune system, relieve pain, increase personal satisfaction, and improve mood. Long-term benefits that can contribute significantly to our health and happiness. Moreover, finding humor in our frustrations can foster a sense of connection with others. Shared laughter is one of the quickest ways to bond and reduce social tension. When we share our humorous perspective on common frustrations, we're likely to find that others can relate, creating moments of connection and understanding. This not only helps to dissipate our anger, but also reminds us that we're not alone in our experiences. Day 9. Find a physical outlet for your anger. The Stoics believed in the virtue of self-discipline and the importance of maintaining harmony between the mind and the body. They recognized that a perturbed mind could disrupt physical well-being and vice versa. Hence, they advocated for practices that could fortify the mind's resilience and ensure its dominion over emotions such as anger. Exercise, in this context, emerges as a powerful tool, a physical manifestation of Stoic principles that teaches us to redirect our turbulent energies and cultivate a state of calm and balance. Engaging in physical activity, be it a brisk walk, a rigorous workout session, or a tranquil session of yoga, serves multiple purposes. Firstly, it acts as a distraction, pulling our focus away from the objects of our anger and allowing us a reprieve from the cycle of negative thoughts. This in itself can be incredibly liberating, providing us with the space and clarity needed to reassess our emotions from a more balanced perspective. More profoundly, exercise influences our physiological state, triggering the release of endorphins, often referred to as the body's natural mood elevators. These chemicals have the power to mitigate the sensations of pain and foster a sense of well-being, effectively countering the physical and emotional strain of anger. The act of moving our bodies, pushing through physical limitations, and achieving personal milestones can also reinforce our sense of self-efficacy and control, reminding us of our ability to conquer challenges both on and off the exercise mat. But the benefits of exercise extend beyond the immediate rush of endorphins or the distraction it provides. Regular physical activity has been shown to reduce levels of stress, anxiety, and depression over time, contributing to a more resilient and composed emotional state. It enhances our capacity for self-regulation, making it easier for us to manage our responses to anger-inducing situations. In essence, exercise equips us with a kind of emotional armor, fortifying us against the slings and arrows of daily life and enabling us to face challenges with stoic calm and determination. As we embark on today's exercise, let us approach it not merely as a physical task, but as a practice imbued with philosophical significance. Let us be mindful of the rhythm of our breath, the strength in our limbs, and the resilience of our spirit as we move. Let each step, each stretch, each exertion be a testament to our commitment to living a balanced, stoic life. Day 10. Make gratitude a habit and practice it today. This isn't just about saying thank you more often or acknowledging when someone does us a favor. It's a deeper, more profound shift in how we view the world and our place within it. Cultivating gratitude is a practice deeply interwoven with Stoic philosophy, which teaches us to appreciate what we have, to understand the value of our experiences, and to see the abundance that surrounds us, even in our darkest moments. The Stoics recognized that our focus determines our reality. By choosing to shift our focus from our frustrations and angers to the abundance and beauty in our lives, we open ourselves up to a transformative experience. This shift isn't about ignoring the challenges or injustices we face, but about changing our relationship with them. It's about seeing the opportunities for growth, learning, and connection that even our most difficult moments provide. Practicing gratitude means actively looking for the good in our lives, acknowledging it, and appreciating its value. It means waking up each day and recognizing the miracle of life itself, the beauty of the natural world, the kindness of friends, the comfort of home, and the myriad small blessings that we often overlook in our pursuit of something more, something better. It's about realizing that contentment doesn't come from external achievements or possessions, but from an inner sense of appreciation and acceptance of what is. This practice enriches our lives in countless ways. It fosters a sense of contentment that isn't easily shaken by external circumstances. When we're grateful, the setbacks and irritations that once might have sparked anger become less significant, less capable of disturbing our peace. Gratitude strengthens our relationships, as it encourages us to see and appreciate the value in others. It transforms our interactions, making us more generous, empathetic, and kind. Moreover, gratitude has profound effects on our mental and physical health. Studies have shown that practicing gratitude can improve sleep, reduce stress, enhance our immune system, and contribute to a lower risk of chronic diseases. It can increase our overall satisfaction with life, making us more resilient in the face of adversity and more open to the beauty and opportunities that life offers. But how do we make gratitude a habit? It starts with intention. It requires us to slow down, to pay attention, and to consciously acknowledge the good in our lives. It might involve keeping a gratitude journal where we record the things we're thankful for each day. It could mean starting or ending our day with a gratitude meditation, reflecting on the blessings we've received. Or it could be as simple as expressing our appreciation to others more often, not just through our words, but through our actions. As we close this chapter of our Stoic journey together, remember that the path of growth, resilience, and inner peace doesn't end here. It's woven into the fabric of your daily life, in every breath, every challenge, and every moment of gratitude. Carry the wisdom of Amor Fati with you, let it light your way, and transform every obstacle into a stepping stone towards your greatest self. Thank you for walking this path with me, for embracing the lessons of Stoicism, and for being an essential part of the Stoic journey.
Where's that flamer?
Don't let the journey end here. I invite you to watch one of the suggested videos on your
say he's not coming after me.
to continue exploring, learning, and growing. Together, we're not just studying Stoicism, we're living it. That can change your life. One, focusing on what's in your control. Have you ever found yourself stuck in traffic, fuming over the delay, or scrolling through your phone only to get upset over a negative comment someone left on your post? It happens to the best of us. It's almost like our day-to-day life is filled with these little tests, challenging our mood and our peace of mind at every turn. But here's a game-changing perspective from the world of Stoicism that can turn all that frustration on its head. Stoicism, this incredible philosophy that dates back to ancient Greece and Rome, hands us this powerful tool, focusing on what's in our control. The great Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Think about that for a second. Traffic, bad weather, negative comments, these are all outside our control. We can't change them, no matter how much we wish we could. What we can change, however, is how we react to them. This idea isn't just ancient wisdom, it's backed by modern psychology too. Carl Jung, a giant in the field of psychology, famously stated, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." This aligns perfectly with the Stoic practice. It's about recognizing that the only real power we have is over our own reactions, thoughts, and actions. Let's break it down a bit. Say you're in that traffic jam, late for an important meeting. You can spend that time stewing in anger, honking your horn, and stressing out, which, let's be honest, won't make the cars ahead move any faster. Or you can take a deep breath, accept the situation, and maybe use the time to listen to a podcast, an audiobook, or simply enjoy some music. The traffic hasn't changed, but your response to it has. And with that shift, your stress levels drop, and your day looks a bit brighter. This Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control extends far beyond just dealing with traffic or weather. It applies to our personal goals, our reactions to others, and our approach to obstacles in life. As Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic heavyweight, reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. So next time you find yourself getting worked up over something outside your control, remember these wise words from our Stoic friends. Ask yourself, is this within my control? If it's not, let it go. Focus on your reaction, your mindset, and your actions. This simple shift can have a profound impact on your stress levels and overall happiness. It's not always easy, but it's worth practicing every day. Remember, it's about progress, not perfection. And as we learn to focus more on what's in our control, we'll find ourselves not just surviving life's challenges, but thriving in spite of them. 2. Embracing obstacles as opportunities. Stoicism teaches us the art of embracing obstacles as opportunities. It sounds counterintuitive, right? Most of us are programmed to view obstacles as just that, barriers to our success and happiness. But Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus flip this narrative on its head. They tell us, when life throws you a curveball, instead of asking, why me, ask, what can I learn? This is a game changer. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher, penned in his personal writings, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." What he means here is that every obstacle, no matter how daunting, not only tests our resilience, but also teaches us valuable lessons. It's about finding the silver lining in tough situations and using it to fuel our growth. This perspective isn't just ancient philosophy, it's backed by modern thinkers too. The famous psychologist Carl Jung said, "What you resist persists." By fighting against obstacles, we give them more power over us. But by accepting and learning from them, we can overcome them. This Stoic mindset is about transforming challenges into stepping stones towards becoming stronger and wiser. Let's make it practical. Say you're facing rejection from job applications. It's easy to fall into a spiral of self-pity and doubt. But what if you viewed each rejection as feedback? Maybe there's a skill you need to improve or a new strategy for your job search. That shift in perspective can turn a series of rejections into a path for professional development. Another example is personal conflicts. They're uncomfortable and stressful, but they also offer a chance to practice patience, empathy, and communication skills. Every disagreement is an opportunity to understand different viewpoints and to refine our conflict resolution abilities. The essence of embracing obstacles as opportunities lies in asking ourselves, what can this situation teach me? Instead of being passive victims of circumstance, we become active learners and problem solvers. This doesn't mean that facing obstacles becomes easy, but it does mean that we approach them with a mindset geared towards growth and learning. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is the heart of Stoicism. It's about seeing beyond the immediate pain or frustration of an obstacle and finding the lessons and opportunities it presents. So when you're faced with a challenge, big or small, try to pause and reframe it. Ask yourself what you can learn from the situation and how it can make you stronger and wiser. Remember, obstacles aren't just hurdles to overcome, they're opportunities to grow. By adopting this stoic mindset, we can navigate life's ups and downs with more grace, resilience, and wisdom.
Nice.
3. Living in the present moment. It's something we hear about all the time, right? Live in the now. But what does that really mean? And why is it so important? Living in the present moment is about fully embracing and experiencing where you are at this very second, not letting your mind wander off to the worries of tomorrow or the regrets of yesterday. It's about realizing that life, with all its beauty, challenges and surprises, happens in the now. This concept isn't new. It's been a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, echoed by great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. And it's been reiterated by modern psychologists and thinkers. Let's start with the Stoics. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." He understood that the power of living in the present lies in its ability to ground us, to clear our minds of distractions, and to allow us to appreciate the richness of life as it unfolds. But why is it so hard to stay present? Our minds are often cluttered with thoughts, worries about what's next, or replaying things that have already happened. This constant mental noise pulls us away from the beauty and potential of the here and now. As the famous psychologist Carl Jung put it, the least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it. Living in the present moment gives meaning to the small, everyday experiences, enriching our lives beyond measure. Aristotle talked about the importance of being mindful of the present to achieve eudaimonia, or a state of being happy, healthy, and prosperous. He believed that by focusing on the here and now, we could live a virtuous life, making the most of our human experience. So, how can we practice living in the present? It starts with mindfulness, the art of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. When you eat, savor each bite. When you walk, notice the feeling of the ground under your feet. Listen actively when someone is speaking to you, instead of planning what you're going to say next. These simple acts of mindfulness bring us back to the present, making our lives richer and more meaningful. Seneca offered this wisdom. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. He understood that anxiety about what's to come or what has been only serves to diminish our happiness in the now. Living in the present isn't about ignoring the future or forgetting the past. It's about finding a balance where we learn from our past and plan for our future without letting those activities consume our present. It's in this balance that we find peace and contentment. Remember, Every moment is an opportunity to reset and refocus on the now. It's in the present that we live, love, and make memories. So let's make a conscious effort to be more present in our lives. Let's cherish the now, for this moment right here is where life truly happens. 4. Building self-discipline. I know the word self-discipline might bring to mind images of rigid schedules and a life devoid of fun. But let's reshape that picture together. Self-discipline is not about restricting your life. It's about empowering yourself to make choices that align with your deepest values and long-term aspirations. It's choosing what's right for you, not what's easy in the moment. At its core, building self-discipline is about mastery over ourselves. It's about saying yes to things that serve us and no to things that don't, even when it's tough. Think about it. Whether it's sticking to a workout routine, saving money instead of impulse buying, or turning off Netflix to focus on a project. These choices might not deliver instant gratification, but they pave the way for long-term satisfaction and success. Stoic philosophy has a lot to say about self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This powerful statement highlights the essence of self-discipline. It's about controlling our impulses, emotions, and actions, despite the external temptations and distractions that life throws our way. Seneca offers wisdom on the subject too. He advises us to be steadfast and control our desires rather than being controlled by them. He understood that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to govern ourselves and our appetites. But why is self-discipline so critical? Aristotle, the ancient Greek philosopher, sheds light on this. He believed that we achieve excellence and virtue through habit. By practicing self-discipline, we cultivate habits that lead us toward our best selves. It's not about occasional acts of willpower, but about consistently making choices that reflect our values and goals. Building self-discipline also ties into modern psychological understanding. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our personality to live fully. This integration requires self-discipline, as we must navigate the desires of different parts of our psyche, choosing paths that contribute to our overall well-being and growth. So how can we build self-discipline in our daily lives? Start small. Pick one area you want to improve, whether it's your diet, exercise routine, or spending habits. Set clear, achievable goals and take it one day at a time. Remember, every time you make a choice that aligns with your goals, you're building the muscle of self-discipline. Epictetus reminds us, no great thing is created suddenly. Self-discipline is built through small, consistent actions. It's about progress, not perfection. Every day presents new opportunities to practice self-discipline, to choose actions that move us closer to who we want to be. Building self-discipline is a journey. It's about finding balance between what we want now and what we want most. It's about making choices that might be hard in the moment, but will bring us closer to our goals, happiness, and peace in the long run. So, let's commit to this journey together, supporting one another in choosing what's right, not what's easy. Remember, in the realm of self-discipline lies the path to achieving our dreams and living a life we truly love. 5. Developing emotional resilience. When life throws its curveballs, we all experience a whirlwind of emotions. Feeling angry, sad, or frustrated is a natural part of being human. But here's the kicker. It's not just about the emotions we feel, it's about how we handle them. That's where the magic of emotional resilience comes in. Emotional resilience is like this superpower that allows us to navigate through life's storms with grace and come out stronger on the other side. It's about acknowledging our emotions, understanding them, and then taking positive steps to move forward, rather than being swept away by the tide of our feelings. The Stoics had a lot to say about this. Marcus Aurelius, for example,
what the
reminds us,
fuck is that dude
"You have
doing? Why are
power
you way
over
over
your
there?
mind,
Holy shit.
not outside
That's awesome.
events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This profound insight touches the essence of emotional resilience. It's about recognizing that while we might not have control over what happens to us, we have control over how we respond. Our emotions don't have to control our actions. Seneca offers wisdom on facing adversity without losing our composure. He teaches that life's hardships are tests of our character and resilience. By facing our feelings with understanding and patience, we can grow wiser and more robust. But how do we develop this emotional resilience? It starts with self-awareness. Being mindful of our emotions and reactions helps us understand ourselves better. It's okay to feel what we're feeling, but instead of reacting impulsively, we can choose to respond in a way that aligns with our values and long-term well-being. Aristotle spoke about the golden mean, finding the balance between excess and deficiency. This concept applies beautifully to emotional resilience. It's about finding a balanced response to our emotions, not suppressing them or letting them overpower us. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our psyche to achieve wholeness. Part of this process involves confronting our emotions, understanding them, and learning from them. This is at the heart of developing emotional resilience. So, what can you do when you're in the grip of strong emotions? First, give yourself permission to feel. Acknowledge your emotions without judgment. Then, take a step back and try to understand what triggered these feelings. This reflection can provide valuable insights into your emotional patterns and triggers. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is a powerful reminder that our reactions to our emotions can shape our experiences. Instead of being reactive, we can choose to respond in a way that is constructive and healing. Developing emotional resilience is a journey. It involves practicing mindfulness, self-reflection, and patience. It's about building a toolkit of coping strategies like journaling, talking to a trusted friend, or practicing relaxation techniques. Most importantly, it's about treating yourself with kindness and compassion as you navigate through your emotions. Emotional resilience is not about never feeling negative emotions. It's about learning to ride the waves of those emotions with grace and coming out on the other side stronger and more self-aware. By developing emotional resilience, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with courage and poise. Let's embrace this journey together, supporting each other in becoming more emotionally resilient and, ultimately, living a more fulfilling life. 6. Memento mori. Remember, you will die. The Stoics, including great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, used this concept not to create fear, but to inspire a deeper appreciation for every moment. They believed that by keeping the inevitability of death in mind, we would live more fully, consciously, and with gratitude for the present. Marcus Aurelius, in his meditations, often reflected on the transience of life, encouraging us to live in a way that's true to our values and to make the most of the time we're given. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think, he wrote. This isn't about being morose. It's a call to action, a reminder to focus on what truly matters, to let go of petty concerns, and to live with purpose and integrity. Seneca, too, spoke about the shortness of life, urging us not to waste time on trivialities, but to focus on creating a meaningful existence. He believed that being mindful of death encourages us to live more wisely and to cherish our relationships and experiences. Epictetus emphasized the importance of focusing on the present and making the best use of our time. By remembering that we won't live forever, we're more likely to live ethically and to appreciate the beauty and richness of life. But how can we incorporate memento mori into our own lives without it feeling like a dark cloud over our heads? It starts with shifting our perspective. Instead of seeing the awareness of death as something fearful, we can view it as a powerful motivator to live our lives to the fullest. It's about embracing the present, not postponing our dreams or happiness for some undefined future that's not guaranteed. Think about the things you've been putting off. Maybe it's pursuing a passion, reconnecting with loved ones, or simply taking time to appreciate the small joys of everyday life. Memento mori reminds us not to take our time for granted. It encourages us to live more authentically, to say what we mean, to love openly, and to be present in our lives. This concept also teaches us to appreciate the impermanence of life, which in turn deepens our gratitude for the moments we have. When we remember that our time is limited, we're more likely to cherish our experiences, to live more mindfully, and to express our gratitude for the people and moments that enrich our lives. So let's use memento mori not as a source of fear, but as a catalyst for growth, gratitude, and a deeper appreciation of life. Let it remind us to make choices that align with our deepest values, to cherish our relationships, and to savor the beauty of the present moment. Remembering that we will die one day encourages us to live more fully today. In embracing memento mori, we find a powerful reminder to live not in fear of death, but in celebration of life. Let's make every moment count, not because we're afraid of its end, but because we're in love with life itself. Let's live in a way that, when our time does come, we can look back with no regrets, knowing we lived fully, loved deeply, and appreciated the incredible journey that life is. 7. Practicing gratitude. It's fascinating how such a simple concept can have a profound impact on our lives. It's about shifting our focus to what we have, rather than dwelling on what we're missing. This practice can be a real game changer, especially on those days that feel like an uphill battle. The Stoics, wise as they were, had a lot to say about gratitude. They believed that happiness doesn't come from having more, but from appreciating what we already have. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the importance of focusing on the present and finding joy in the simple things. He said, "When you arise in the morning,
How am I not
think
hitting
of
it?
what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." This is gratitude in its purest form, recognizing the value of life itself and the many gifts it offers us each day. Seneca talked about how our desires can lead us astray, always chasing after more and never finding true satisfaction. He suggested that by focusing on what we have and understanding that the best things in life are already within our grasp, we can find real contentment. Epictetus, known for his practical approach to Stoic philosophy, encouraged his followers to appreciate their current circumstances, whatever they might be. He believed that by accepting and finding value in our present situation, we could live a more fulfilled life. But how do we practice gratitude, especially when life throws curveballs our way? It starts with making it a daily habit. Each morning or evening, take a moment to reflect on 3 things you're grateful for. It could be as simple as a warm cup of coffee, a conversation with a friend, or the beauty of a sunset. This practice helps to rewire our brains to focus on the positive, boosting our mood and overall outlook on life. Gratitude also means embracing the challenges and finding lessons within them. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, what can I learn from this? This shift in perspective can help us appreciate our experiences, both good and bad, as valuable steps on our journey. Moreover, practicing gratitude helps us build stronger connections with others. By expressing appreciation for the people in our lives, we not only brighten their day, but also strengthen our relationships. A simple thank you can go a long way in showing someone that they're valued and loved. Aristotle spoke about the importance of recognizing the good in our lives and striving for a virtuous life. He believed that gratitude was a key part of achieving eudaimonia, or true happiness, as it allows us to appreciate the goodness around us and within ourselves. Even modern psychology supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience less anxiety, sleep better, and have a more positive outlook on life. It's like Carl Jung said, the word happiness would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. By acknowledging and being grateful for the full spectrum of our experiences, we find a deeper, more authentic form of happiness. So let's make gratitude a cornerstone of our daily lives. Let's celebrate the small victories, cherish the moments of connection, and find joy in the simple pleasures. By focusing on what we have, not what we're missing, we can cultivate a sense of abundance and happiness that shines from within. Remember, it's not happiness that brings us gratitude, it's gratitude that brings us happiness. Let's fill our glasses half full, raise them high, and toast to the beauty of gratitude in our lives. Cheers to finding the silver lining, even on the cloudiest of days. 8. Focusing on personal excellence. The Stoics had a profound understanding of personal excellence. They believed that excellence, or virtue, is the sole good, and that everything we do should aim towards living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, is a prime example of someone who strived for personal excellence. He once said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." This simple yet powerful statement encapsulates the essence of personal excellence.
Someone just pissed off. That's awesome.
It's about embodying the values we admire and striving to live by them every day. Seneca emphasized the importance of self-improvement and learning. He advocated for a life lived in accordance with nature and reason, suggesting that true excellence comes from within and is reflected in our actions and choices. Epictetus highlighted the role of personal responsibility in achieving excellence. He taught that our reactions, our emotions, and our will are within our control, and mastering them is key to living a life of virtue. But what does focusing on personal excellence look like in our day-to-day lives? It starts with setting personal standards based on our values and aspirations, not societal expectations or the achievements of others. It's about knowing who we are, understanding our strengths and weaknesses, and taking consistent steps towards improvement. Personal excellence is also about resilience. It's about how we respond to setbacks and failures, not just our successes. Like Aristotle said, excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. This means embracing challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than seeing them as obstacles. Moreover, focusing on personal excellence involves cultivating a growth mindset, a concept championed by modern psychology. It's the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. This mindset encourages us to embrace challenges, persist in the face of setbacks, and see effort as a path to mastery. Personal excellence also means living authentically. It's about being true to ourselves and our values, even when it's not easy. It's about making choices that reflect who we are and who we want to be, and taking pride in our journey, including the struggles and the triumphs. Practicing gratitude, as we discussed earlier, ties into personal excellence too. By appreciating what we have and where we are on our journey, we foster a positive outlook that supports our growth and well-being. So, let's commit to focusing on personal excellence. Let's set our own standards, embrace our unique paths, and take pride in our progress. Remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about being proud of who we are and how we live. It's about celebrating our efforts, learning from our experiences, and always striving to be the best versions of ourselves. Together, let's make personal excellence not just a goal, but a way of life. 9. Not caring what others think. In a world saturated with social media, where likes, follows, and comments often dictate our self-worth, it's easy to fall into the trap of valuing ourselves through the lens of others' opinions. But here's a liberating truth. Your worth isn't based on external validation. It's about being true to yourself, embracing your authenticity, and living in alignment with your values. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers we keep turning to for timeless wisdom, had a lot to say about this. They taught that our inner peace and freedom come from focusing on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, our integrity, not the fluctuating opinions of others. Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinions of others." This striking observation highlights the paradox many of us live with, valuing others' judgments over our own self-assessment. Seneca echoed this sentiment by emphasizing the importance of living a life true to oneself, not one shaped by the expectations or approval of others. He believed that true contentment comes from within, from living a life that's congruent with our principles and values. Epictetus taught that worrying about others' opinions is outside our control and therefore not worth our energy. He encouraged focusing instead on our own actions and on living virtuously, as that's where our true power lies. So, how can we start caring less about what others think and more about being true to ourselves? First, it's about understanding that you are the author of your life story. You have the power to define your worth, not society, not your social media followers, nor the people around you. It's about grounding your self-esteem in who you are, the values you stand for, the kindness you spread, and the effort you put into being your best self. Second, practice self-reflection. Ask yourself, whose life am I living? Am I making choices based on my desires, or am I trying to fit into someone else's mold? Reflecting on these questions can help realign your actions with your true self. Third, embrace vulnerability. Being true to yourself means being open about your flaws and all, understanding that perfection is an illusion. It's okay to be a work in progress, making mistakes and learning from them. This authenticity attracts the right people into your life, those who appreciate the real you. Moreover, remember the words of Aristotle, who spoke about the golden mean, finding balance in life. Applying this to our concern for others' opinions, it's about finding a healthy balance between considering constructive feedback and maintaining our autonomy and self-worth. Incorporating a Stoic mindset into our lives means understanding that our worth is determined by our virtues, our actions, and our commitment to living a meaningful life, not by external accolades or approval. It's about building a strong inner fortress that remains unshaken by the fleeting opinions of others. Let's commit to valuing ourselves for who we truly are, not for the likes, follows, or approval we receive. Let's be courageous in our authenticity, living lives that resonate with our deepest truths. Remember, your worth is inherent and unique, and by being true to yourself, you shine your light in the most genuine way possible. Let's not just navigate life, but thrive in it, with the confidence that comes from knowing we are living authentically, aligned with our values, and true to ourselves. 10. Accepting change. Here's the thing. Accepting change is not just necessary, it's vital for our growth and happiness. The reality is, the only constant in life is change. Learning to go with the flow and embrace life's inevitable shifts makes navigating through them less scary and more of an adventure. The Stoics had an incredibly healthy perspective on change. They saw it as a natural part of the universe's rhythm. Marcus Aurelius said, "Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs." This profound acceptance of change as part of the fabric of life helps us understand that each change, whether we perceive it as good or bad, has its place in our story. Seneca taught that becoming too attached to our current circumstances can lead to disappointment, because inevitably those circumstances will change. He advised us to be flexible and to understand that change is not just a part of life, but a necessary component of our personal development and happiness.
Hey, I killed it.
Epictetus
Swag.
encouraged us to distinguish between what we can control and what we can't. He pointed out that while we can't control external events, we can control our attitudes towards them. This mindset is incredibly empowering when it comes to dealing with change. It's about focusing on our responses, finding the opportunities for growth within the change, and moving forward with resilience. But how can we become more accepting of change? First, by acknowledging that change
I really
is
wish
inevitable.
last game I would have
It's the
actually
natural
completed it
order
because
of
I had
things.
so many
Everything around us is in a
money
constant
things I
state of
found, and
flux.
yeah.
Seasons change, people come and go,
Would have
and
had
our
so much
very
more money.
cells are renewing themselves as we speak. Embracing change means embracing life itself. Second, by practicing mindfulness. Being present in the moment allows us to appreciate our current experiences without clinging to them. This awareness creates a space for acceptance when those experiences inevitably evolve or come to an end. Third, by seeking the lessons in change. Every shift in our lives, no matter how challenging, comes with opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective can turn the challenges of change into stepping stones for personal development. Aristotle spoke about the importance of pursuing a virtuous life as the key to happiness. Part of virtue is adaptability, the ability to navigate life's changes with grace and wisdom. It's about finding balance and harmony within the flux of life. Modern psychology supports this Stoic approach to change. Viewing change as an opportunity rather than a threat can significantly reduce our stress and anxiety levels. It can enhance our resilience, making us better equipped to handle whatever life throws our way. Let's remind ourselves that change is not just something to endure, but to welcome as a natural, enriching part of our journey. By accepting change, we open ourselves to new experiences, growth, and the beautiful unfolding of our unique paths in life. Remember, going with the flow isn't about passivity. It's about actively engaging with life in its full, dynamic complexity. Let's navigate the currents of change with courage, grace, and a heart open to the endless possibilities that change brings. 11. Practicing compassion and empathy. Despite our differences, we're all in this together, navigating the complex journey of life. By fostering an understanding and caring attitude towards others, we contribute to making the world a kinder, more loving place. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers who continue to enlighten us with their timeless wisdom, placed great importance on the virtues of compassion and empathy. They believed in the interconnectedness of all humans and taught that kindness and understanding towards others are essential aspects of living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, reminded us that human beings are social creatures by nature, meant to live in harmony and cooperation with one another. He said, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee." This beautifully illustrates the idea that our well-being is intrinsically linked to the well-being of others. Seneca emphasized the importance of treating others with kindness and generosity. He argued that compassion is a natural human instinct, and that by helping others, we also help ourselves. In his writings, Seneca encourages us to extend our empathy even to those who have wronged us, understanding that they too are acting out of their own struggles and limitations. Epictetus taught that we should strive to understand others' perspectives, recognizing that everyone has their reasons for their actions. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather approaching others with a mindset of empathy, seeking to understand their experiences and viewpoints. But how can we practice compassion and empathy in our daily lives? It starts with listening, truly listening to the stories, experiences, and feelings of those around us. It's about putting ourselves in their shoes, imagining their struggles, their joys, their fears, and their hopes. This act of understanding can bridge the gap between us, fostering a sense of connection and shared humanity. Another way to cultivate compassion and empathy is through acts of kindness, no matter how small. A smile, a kind word, a listening ear. These can all make a significant difference in someone's day. By being present and attentive to others, we signal that they matter, that their feelings and experiences are valid and important. Practicing compassion and empathy also means being there for others in times of need, offering support and understanding without judgment. It's about recognizing the value and dignity of every person, regardless of our differences. The ancient philosopher Aristotle spoke about the importance of friendship and the role of empathy in building strong, meaningful relationships. He believed that true friends not only share in each other's joys, but also in their sorrows, supporting each other with empathy and understanding. Modern psychology supports the Stoic emphasis on compassion and empathy, showing that these virtues not only enhance our relationships, but also our own emotional well-being. By caring for others, we foster a sense of belonging, purpose, and happiness in our own lives. Let's remind ourselves that behind every face is a story, behind every action is a reason, and that by understanding and caring for each other, we make the world a kinder, gentler place. In doing so, we not only enrich the lives of those around us, but also find deeper fulfillment and joy in our own lives. Together, let's spread kindness like confetti, creating ripples of compassion that transform the world, one act of empathy at a time. 12. Reflecting and reviewing regularly. This is about taking a pause, a real meaningful pause, to look back on our actions, our thoughts, and the paths we've tread. It's about growth, introspection, and aligning our lives with our deepest values. In a world that's always rushing forward, this practice is our anchor, ensuring we're not just being swept away, but are sailing in the direction that's true to us. The Stoics, with their profound insights into human nature, placed immense value on the practice of reflection. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal writings, which we now treasure as meditations, offered a model of this practice. He didn't just rule an empire. He took the time to examine his life, his decisions, and his moral compass through writing. He saw this reflection as essential to living a life of virtue and purpose. "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts," he wrote, reminding us that our internal dialogue shapes our external reality. Seneca recommended regular self-assessment as a way to foster self-improvement and wisdom. He likened life to a play, suggesting that we periodically review our roles and performances. Are we acting in harmony with the character we wish to embody? Are our actions reflective of the script we value, the script of our lives? Epictetus encouraged his students to end each day with a review of their actions and attitudes. This wasn't about self-criticism, but about self-awareness and growth. He urged us to ask ourselves, what did I do well? What did I do wrong? What duties left undone? Through such questions, we can steer our lives more consciously, making adjustments that bring us closer to our ideals. But how do we incorporate this stoic practice of reflection and review into our modern lives? First, by making it a habit. Dedicate a few minutes each day, perhaps before bedtime, to reflect on your day. What were your victories? Where did you face challenges? And how did you respond? This practice can start as a mental exercise, but writing it down can enhance its benefits, giving you a tangible record of your journey. Second, use reflection as a tool for gratitude. In reviewing your day, also take note of the moments, no matter how small, that brought you joy or gratitude. This balances our natural tendency to focus on the negative, cultivating a more positive outlook on life. Third, approach this practice with kindness and compassion towards yourself. Reflection is not about berating yourself for mistakes, but about recognizing them as opportunities for learning and growth. Be as understanding and supportive to yourself as you would be to a dear friend. Aristotle spoke about the importance of living a reflective life. He believed that true wisdom comes from understanding ourselves, our actions, and our place in the world. This reflection is the essence of living an examined life, one that's in accordance with virtue and excellence. In modern psychology, the benefits of regular reflection are well documented, showing improvements in mental health, clarity of purpose, and personal growth. Reflecting on our experiences helps us process emotions, learn from our actions, and make more informed decisions moving forward. Let's commit to this practice of reflecting and reviewing regularly. Let it be our guidepost, ensuring that we're not just passively experiencing life, but actively shaping it according to our values. By taking the time to look back, we gain the insight needed to move forward, more aligned, more aware, and more in tune with the essence of who we are and who we aspire to be. Let's cherish this journey of introspection, for it is in knowing ourselves that we find the path to true fulfillment and joy. Each of these lessons from Stoicism isn't just ancient wisdom, they're life hacks that can help us deal with stress, make better decisions, and find peace in chaos. Remember, it's not the challenges along the way that define us, but the strength we find in facing them, the wisdom we gather, and the compassion we share. Each step, each reflection, each act of kindness is a brushstroke in the masterpiece that is your life. So let's not just exist, let's live, vibrantly, purposefully, authentically. As we part ways today, I encourage you not to let the inspiration end here. On the screen, you'll find a playlist that's a treasure trove of wisdom, stories, and strategies to help you navigate life's twists and turns with grace and resilience. Click on it, dive deeper, and continue to sculpt the most authentic version of yourself. Together, let's keep growing, keep reflecting, and keep embracing the beautiful complexity of life. Thank you for sharing this time with me. Until we meet again, remember to live not just for the applause, but for the cause of being your most genuine self. Take care, and see you on the next step of our journey. In the chaos of our daily lives, it's easy to feel like we're drowning in a sea of stress and uncertainty. Yet, there's a way to find calm amidst the storm. a path to inner peace that has stood the test of time. Picture this. Despite everything that's thrown at you, work pressures, personal conflicts, unexpected challenges, you can stand firm, unshaken, and serene. This isn't just a dream. It's the essence of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us how to master our emotions and reactions to live a more fulfilled life. Today, we're diving into the heart of Stoicism, exploring 10 timeless principles that can transform the way you navigate life's inevitable ups and downs. These principles are not abstract theories, but practical tools that you can apply every day to build resilience and inner strength. Whether you're struggling with a difficult relationship, feeling overwhelmed by your responsibilities, or simply seeking a deeper sense of purpose, the wisdom of Stoicism offers profound insights and practical strategies to help you thrive. Stay with me as we journey through these powerful Stoic teachings, from learning how to maintain a firm purpose in life to mastering the art of emotional control. Each principle is a stepping stone to a life where external events no longer dictate your inner peace. By the end of this video, you'll have the knowledge and tools to cultivate a state of calm and confidence no matter what life throws your way. So let's embark on this transformative journey together and discover how the ancient wisdom of Stoicism can help you achieve unshakable tranquility and true happiness. If you appreciate what we're doing here, a simple free favor I'll ask from you is to hit the subscribe button and don't skip any part of the video. Principle number 1, firm purposes. Imagine setting sail on a vast ocean without a clear destination. You'd drift aimlessly, subject to every shift in the wind and wave. That's what life feels like without a firm purpose, directionless and vulnerable to external forces. Epictetus emphasized the importance of having clear, firm purposes. He said, "Difficulties show a person's character, and the greater the difficulty, the more glory in surmounting it." This isn't just a philosophical musing, it's a call to action. When you have a firm purpose, it's like having a compass that guides you through life's tumultuous seas. This purpose doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's crafted through moments of deep reflection on what truly matters to you. It's not just about career goals or personal achievements, but also about the principles and values you want to dedicate your life to. What do you stand for? What kind of person do you aspire to be? These are the questions you need to answer to find your firm purpose. Once you identify your purpose, it acts as an anchor, grounding you amidst the chaos. Life will throw challenges your way. This is inevitable. But with a firm purpose, these challenges become more manageable. They turn from insurmountable mountains into stepping stones that you can climb. Think of it this way. When your goals and values are crystal clear, the world around you seems to shrink. Colossal challenges become small steps in the journey towards your ultimate purpose. This inner strength, cultivated through Stoic wisdom, cannot be easily defeated. A firm purpose is not something you stumble upon by chance. It's the result of deliberate, deep reflection on what genuinely matters to you. This reflection requires time and honesty. You must dig deep into your soul, beyond the superficial desires and fleeting wants, to discover what truly drives you. This might involve re-evaluating your life's direction, shedding old habits, or embracing new perspectives. It's a continuous process of self-discovery and alignment with your true self. Once you've found this purpose and ingrained it into your heart, the next step is to apply diligence to protect and nurture it. This involves perseverance and a steadfast commitment to your goals. It's about showing up every day, even when the going gets tough. It's about pushing through setbacks and failures, knowing that they are part of the journey. Remember, a firm purpose isn't just a destination. It's a guiding light that helps you navigate life's journey with confidence and resilience. Think of a firm purpose as a beacon in the night. It not only guides you, but also provides a sense of security and stability. When life's whirlwinds try to pull you off course, your firm purpose acts as a life buoy, keeping you from sinking into the sea of emotions and difficult circumstances. This is the power of Stoicism. It's not just a set of rules for living, it's a profound understanding of the power of will and determination. Epictetus reminds us that true power lies in our ability to stay committed to our purpose despite external obstacles. In the light of this philosophy, nothing is impossible, and nothing can shake your resilient spirit. So, take some time to reflect deeply on your purpose. Write it down, internalize it, and let it guide you. This firm purpose will be your anchor, your beacon, and your unwavering guide through the storms of life. Principle number 2, guarding your mind. When someone offends us, it's natural to feel hurt and want to retaliate. But here's where Stoicism steps in with a powerful lesson. Our emotions are the result of our thoughts and personal perspectives. This means we have the power to choose how to respond to any situation. Instead of letting offense overwhelm us, we can see it as an opportunity to strengthen our patience and self-awareness. Think of it like this. Every time you resist the urge to react impulsively, you're building a mental muscle. You're training your mind to remain calm and composed, no matter what. Mind control is not just a skill, it's an art that requires daily practice. Start with small habits that help you regain control over your thoughts. For instance, set small, achievable goals every day. Each time you accomplish a goal, no matter how minor, you build self-confidence and reinforce your ability to control your mind. Focus on living in the present moment and deepening your understanding of your emotions. When you start to realize that you have the power to choose your reactions, you'll become resilient to challenges and less swayed by negative emotions. Consider the story of a baker who dedicates every day to perfecting their craft. This baker isn't swayed by excessive criticism or praise. They focus solely on improving their skills, paying no mind to external opinions. This single-minded dedication allows them to achieve true freedom and inner peace. Similarly, by guarding your mind against external influences, you can focus on your own growth and well-being. Guarding your mind also involves setting boundaries. Be mindful of what you allow into your mental space. Just as you wouldn't let garbage into your home, don't let negative thoughts, toxic people, or harmful media clutter your mind. Surround yourself with positive influences that uplift and inspire you. Read books that expand your knowledge. Engage in conversations that challenge and grow your thinking, and spend time with people who support and encourage you. Stoic philosophy isn't just a classical discipline, it's a powerful tool for modern life. By learning to control our minds and handle our emotions maturely, we can achieve genuine peace and freedom amidst a volatile and uncertain world. This isn't about suppressing emotions, but understanding them deeply and responding in a way that aligns with our values and purpose. One practical technique is to practice mindfulness or meditation. These practices help you become more aware of your thoughts and emotions, creating a gap between stimulus and response. In that gap lies your power and freedom. By regularly practicing mindfulness, you train your mind to observe without immediately reacting, giving you greater control over your emotional landscape. Another aspect of guarding your mind is cultivating a growth mindset. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats to your comfort. When you encounter difficulties, remind yourself that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. This shift in perspective can transform how you experience adversity, making you more resilient and less susceptible to negative influences. Remember, guarding your mind is a lifelong journey. It's about consistently choosing to focus on what you can control, your thoughts, your responses, and your attitudes. It's about rejecting the victim mentality and embracing the role of an active creator of your own experience. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes, and soon enough, you'll find that external events have less and less power over your inner peace. Principle number 3, handling criticism. Epictetus taught that we cannot control the opinions or actions of others, but we can control how we react to them. This principle means that even when someone criticizes us harshly, we have the power to decide how much that criticism will affect us. In today's world, this translates to accepting that everyone has their own perspectives and values, which may not always align with ours. It's normal to encounter differing opinions and sometimes harsh words. What matters is how we process and respond to these situations. The first step in handling criticism is understanding ourselves deeply. When you have a clear understanding of your motivations and the reasons behind your actions, criticism from others loses its sting. If you know you are acting according to your values and principles, negative words from others become less significant. This self-awareness creates a strong foundation that protects you from being easily swayed by external opinions. When faced with criticism, instead of reacting defensively, take a moment to pause and reflect. Ask yourself if there is any truth in the criticism. Sometimes even harsh feedback can contain valuable insights that can help us grow. This doesn't mean you have to accept all criticism as valid, but being open to considering it shows maturity and a willingness to learn. Stoicism also teaches the importance of patience and gentleness. Patience allows us to maintain our composure and not react hastily or negatively to criticism. Gentleness helps us maintain good relationships with others, even when they disagree with us or criticize us. Think of the lives of saints and ascetics who faced harm and insults with patience and kindness, always holding fast to their chosen path. By practicing patience and gentleness, we can handle criticism without letting it disrupt our inner peace. Handling criticism also involves developing a thick skin. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent or ignoring feedback, but rather building resilience. It's about understanding that not all criticism is about you. Sometimes people criticize others because of their own insecurities, frustrations, or misunderstandings. By recognizing this, you can depersonalize the criticism and not let it affect your self-worth. Remember that you have the power to choose your response. This freedom is central to Stoic philosophy. Just because someone criticizes you doesn't mean you have to accept their judgment as the final word on your character or abilities. You can choose to take what's useful and discard the rest. This selective approach to handling criticism allows you to grow without being weighed down by negativity. Engaging in constructive dialogue is another effective way to handle criticism. If the criticism comes from someone close, like a friend or family member, consider discussing it with them. Ask for clarification and express your perspective calmly. This not only helps resolve any misunderstandings, but also strengthens your relationships by fostering open communication and mutual respect. Handling criticism effectively can inspire others. When people see you responding to criticism with grace, composure, and a willingness to learn, they are likely to admire your strength and follow your example. You become a role model for resilience and emotional intelligence, embodying the principles of Stoicism in everyday life. Principle number 4, transforming offense. Epictetus taught that what frightens and dismays us is not the events themselves, but how we think about them. This means that when someone offends you, it's not their words or actions that hurt you, but rather your perception and reaction to those words or actions. In other words, the power lies within you to decide how much an offense will impact you. This principle is liberating because it shifts the control from external circumstances to your internal world. Transforming offense isn't about denying your emotions. It's natural to feel hurt or angry when you're offended. Stoicism teaches us to acknowledge these emotions without being controlled by them. It's about creating a space between the stimulus and your response. In that space lies your power to choose a response that aligns with your values and long-term goals. One practical way to transform offense is through cognitive reframing. When you feel offended, try to look at the situation from a different angle. Instead of focusing on the negative, ask yourself what you can learn from this experience. This doesn't mean you have to agree with the offender, but it allows you to extract any potential lessons and grow from them. For instance, if a friend criticizes your lifestyle choices, instead of taking it personally, consider if there's any merit to their observation, or if it's an opportunity to affirm your commitment to your values. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of empathy. When someone offends you, try to put yourself in their shoes. What might they be going through that caused them to act this way? This perspective can help you respond with compassion rather than anger. It's not about excusing bad behavior, but about understanding the human condition and recognizing that everyone has their struggles. Another powerful technique is to practice forgiveness. Holding on to offense and resentment only harms you. It's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. By choosing to forgive, you free yourself from the burden of negative emotions. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning the offense, but rather releasing its hold on you. It's a gift you give yourself, allowing you to move forward with peace and clarity. Stoic philosophy also teaches us that true strength lies in embracing and overcoming difficulties, not in avoiding them. Every offense you encounter is an opportunity to build your resilience. Just like a muscle grows stronger through resistance, your character strengthens through facing and transforming offenses. The more you practice this, the more naturally it will come, until you find that external events have little power to disturb your inner peace. Remember that transforming offense is a practice. It's not something you perfect overnight. It requires patience, self-awareness, and a commitment to personal growth. Each time you choose to transform an offense, you're reinforcing a positive habit and making it easier to respond constructively in the future. Principle number 5. Overcoming fear and shame. Epictetus pointed out a profound truth. We are the ones who assign meaning to events, thus creating fear and shame within our souls. This means that these emotions are not inherent in the situations themselves, but are products of our interpretations. Once we understand this, we can begin to change the way we perceive and respond to fear and shame. Fear often arises from the unknown or the anticipation of negative outcomes. It's a natural response meant to protect us, but it can become debilitating if left unchecked. Stoicism teaches us to face our fears head-on. Instead of avoiding what scares us, we should examine it closely. Ask yourself, what exactly am I afraid of? Break it down into specific concerns. Often, you'll find that the fear loses its power when you analyze it rationally. For instance, imagine you're afraid of public speaking. This fear might stem from the worry of being judged or making mistakes. But by breaking it down, you realize that the audience is not there to judge you harshly. They are there to listen and learn. And even if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. Every speaker stumbles at some point. By facing this fear and preparing thoroughly, you gradually build confidence. Each time you speak, you chip away at the fear, and it becomes more manageable. Shame is a deep-seated emotion that can make us feel unworthy or flawed. It often stems from societal pressures or past mistakes. Stoicism teaches us to confront shame with courage and self-compassion. It's about accepting our imperfections and learning from our experiences rather than being defined by them. Consider a situation where you feel ashamed of a past mistake. Instead of allowing this shame to fester, face it directly. Reflect on the mistake and understand why it happened. What can you learn from it? How can you use this experience to grow and become a better person? This process of reflection and learning helps you transform shame into a valuable lesson rather than a source of self-loathing. Another powerful tool in overcoming shame is self-forgiveness. Holding on to shame keeps us trapped in a cycle of self-criticism. By forgiving ourselves, we release the heavy burden and allow ourselves to move forward. This doesn't mean excusing our mistakes. but acknowledging them, learning from them, and then letting them go. It's a crucial step in healing and personal growth. To practice overcoming fear and shame, start with small steps. Expose yourself gradually to situations that trigger these emotions. Use each experience as a learning opportunity. Over time, you'll build resilience and find that what once terrified or shamed you no longer has the same hold over you. This gradual exposure and reflection help to desensitize you to the fear and shame, making them more manageable. Stoicism also teaches the importance of community and support. Share your fears and feelings of shame with trusted friends or mentors. Opening up about these emotions can be liberating and provide you with new perspectives and encouragement.
What are we doing today? It's a new day, new video.
Today we're talking about the allegations.
How many times have we done...
It just keeps happening, I can't quit.
How many times have we done a...
Molly, you don't have to protect me anymore.
What are the allegations this time?
You're going to make me say it, aren't you?
Well, I don't know what they are. What are they?
Okay, it's true. The allegations are true.
To what?
You know those little bright gummy worms that have like the sugar on them?
The sour ones?
Yeah.
Not again. How many did you put in your ass this time?
I thought I was going to be safe doing it in a Denny's bathroom, but a fan broke in and took a photo of me with 3 gummy worms up my butt.
You know what's crazy? It's like your asshole would have absorbed the sour more quicker. Do you know that's how it works?
You're preaching to the fucking choir right now.
This video is very fitting for those allegations.
Why?
To survive. In the Denny's bathroom. You needed survival items. You didn't have any.
Yes, I did.
Like imagine whipping out a fucking boom flamethrower. Or you're in America. Gun. Knife.
Denny's eggs. Never really know what to say for the intros.
You say hello, welcome back to the channel. Thanks for spending your time with us today. We know it's probably going to be wasted in the next 15-20 minutes, but hopefully you stay for the whole thing because we need ad revenue. Josh is about to buy a new car, so he needs it. He needs lots of money.
Something really crazy is going to happen at the end of this video.
Something really crazy is going to happen at the end of this video, but we can't tell you what it is. You have to, don't skip to there, just watch.
It doesn't happen if you skip.
No, doesn't happen if you skip.
You have to watch the whole thing and every ad, turn off ad block. Yeah, you, I'm talking to you. Turn that off right now. Go click in the extensions, turn it off.
Hey, look at me. Zoom in.
Often, you'll find that others have faced similar challenges and can offer valuable insights and support. Principle number 6, anticipating obstacles. Epictetus suggested that by envisioning potential difficulties along our path, we prepare ourselves to face them calmly and thoughtfully. This isn't about being pessimistic or expecting the worst. It's about being realistic and ready for anything. When you anticipate obstacles, you're not caught off guard when they appear. Instead, you've already considered possible solutions and ways to manage your reactions. One practical way to anticipate obstacles is through a technique called premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This involves taking time to visualize potential challenges and consider how you would respond to them. For example, before a big meeting, you might think about what could go wrong, technical difficulties, tough questions, or even personal nervousness. By envisioning these scenarios, you can plan your responses and reduce the impact of surprise. This practice isn't about dwelling on negativity, but about building mental resilience. When you've mentally rehearsed handling difficulties, you're less likely to be thrown off balance when they occur. You become more adaptable and capable of maintaining your composure, which is a hallmark of Stoic philosophy. Anticipating obstacles also means being flexible and open to change. Life rarely goes exactly as planned, and rigid expectations can lead to disappointment and stress. By anticipating that things may not go as expected, you can remain flexible and adjust your plans as needed. This adaptability is crucial for navigating life's uncertainties with grace and effectiveness. Another important aspect of anticipating obstacles is maintaining a balanced perspective. While it's useful to consider potential difficulties, it's equally important to recognize your strengths and resources. Acknowledge the skills, knowledge, and support systems you have that can help you overcome challenges. This balanced approach ensures that you're prepared without becoming overly anxious or negative. Anticipating obstacles helps build patience and perseverance. When you know that challenges are inevitable, you develop a long-term mindset that values persistence over immediate success. You become more patient with the process and more resilient in the face of setbacks. This endurance is a key component of Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes the importance of steadfastness and inner strength. Engaging in regular reflection can also enhance your ability to anticipate obstacles. Take time to review past experiences and identify patterns. What challenges did you face, and how did you overcome them? What strategies worked, and what could you improve? By learning from your experiences, you can better prepare for future obstacles and refine your approach to problem solving. Incorporating mindfulness practices can further strengthen your ability to anticipate and manage obstacles. Mindfulness helps you stay present and aware, allowing you to recognize potential challenges early and respond thoughtfully. It enhances your emotional regulation, ensuring that you remain calm and centered even in stressful situations. Principle number 7, inner strength and response. Epictetus famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This simple yet profound statement underscores the essence of inner strength. Our true power lies not in altering external circumstances, but in mastering our inner responses. When faced with adversity, whether it's severe criticism from a trusted friend or an unexpected setback, we have the freedom to choose our response. This choice defines our character and shapes our life. Inner strength is cultivated through self-awareness and deliberate practice. It starts with recognizing your emotions without letting them overwhelm you. This doesn't mean suppressing your feelings, but rather observing them and understanding their roots. When you become aware of your emotional triggers, you can better manage your reactions. This self-awareness is the first step towards building inner strength. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of distinguishing between what is within our control and what is not. This distinction is crucial for maintaining inner peace. We cannot control other people's actions or opinions, but we can control our attitudes and responses. By focusing on what we can control, we conserve our energy and reduce unnecessary stress. This mindset shift is empowering and helps us stay grounded in the face of external turbulence. Forgiveness is another powerful aspect of inner strength. Holding on to grudges and resentment drains our energy and clouds our judgment. Just as Stoicism teaches us to control our reactions, it also encourages us to practice forgiveness. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather releasing its hold on us. By forgiving, we free ourselves from the burden of negative emotions and create space for healing and growth. Building inner strength also involves developing resilience. Life is full of ups and downs, and setbacks are inevitable. The key is to view these setbacks as opportunities to strengthen your character. Every challenge you face is a chance to practice resilience and perseverance. Over time, this practice fortifies your inner strength, making you more adaptable and less susceptible to life's fluctuations. Stoicism encourages us to seek strength not just in ourselves, but also in our community and faith. Surround yourself with supportive and like-minded individuals who uplift and inspire you. Engage in conversations that challenge and expand your thinking. If you have a spiritual practice, draw on it for strength and guidance. These external sources of support can reinforce your inner strength and provide a sense of belonging and purpose. Practicing gratitude is another effective way to cultivate inner strength. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, fostering a positive mindset. Even in difficult times, there is always something to be grateful for. By regularly acknowledging and appreciating these positives, you strengthen your emotional resilience and maintain a balanced perspective. Inner strength is also about embracing vulnerability. Acknowledging your fears and insecurities doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. By confronting these vulnerabilities with courage and compassion, you transform them into sources of strength. This self-acceptance is a vital component of inner strength, allowing you to navigate life with authenticity and confidence. Principle number 8, restraining actions. This doesn't mean suppressing your emotions or pretending they don't exist. It means acknowledging your feelings, but not letting them dictate your actions. It's about creating a space between stimulus and response, a moment to reflect and choose the most appropriate course of action. This practice of pausing and reflecting is powerful and can transform how you interact with the world. Consider the example of driving in heavy traffic. Someone cuts you off, and your immediate reaction might be anger or even road rage. Instead of acting on this impulse, Stoicism encourages you to pause and consider your response. Will honking or shouting make the situation better? Probably not. By choosing to remain calm, you maintain control over your emotions and actions, leading to a more peaceful and less stressful experience. Another aspect of restraining actions is the ability to delay gratification. In our fast-paced world, we're often tempted to seek immediate rewards and avoid discomfort. However, Stoicism teaches us the value of patience and perseverance. By delaying gratification and working towards long-term goals, we cultivate discipline and resilience. This principle also applies to how we communicate with others. In moments of heated discussion or conflict, it's easy to let emotions take over and say things we might later regret. Stoicism teaches us to practice restraint in our words. Before speaking, consider the impact of your words. Are they constructive? Do they reflect your values? By speaking mindfully and with intention, you can build stronger, more respectful relationships. Practicing self-restraint requires self-awareness and discipline. It's about being conscious of your impulses and actively choosing to control them. This might involve setting personal boundaries, practicing mindfulness, or developing new habits that support your goals. For instance, if you tend to procrastinate, create a structured schedule that helps you stay focused and productive. If you struggle with anger, practice relaxation techniques that help you remain calm in stressful situations. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of acting according to reason rather than impulse. This means making decisions based on thoughtful consideration of the situation and its consequences. Imagine you're faced with a significant decision at work. Instead of making a hasty choice, take the time to gather information, weigh the pros and cons, and consider how your decision aligns with your values and goals. This reasoned approach leads to better outcomes and a greater sense of control. Restraining actions is not about becoming passive or avoiding action altogether. It's about being deliberate and intentional in our choices. It's about understanding that our actions have consequences and taking responsibility for them. By practicing self-restraint, we become more effective in achieving our goals and maintaining our inner peace. Engaging in regular reflection can also enhance your ability to restrain actions. Take time each day to review your behavior and consider where you could have exercised more restraint. What triggered your impulses? How could you respond differently in the future? This ongoing self-assessment helps you build greater self-awareness and strengthens your commitment to acting with intention. Another practical approach to restraining actions is to develop a daily mindfulness practice. Mindfulness helps you stay present and aware, allowing you to recognize impulsive urges and choose more thoughtful responses. Whether through meditation, deep breathing exercises, or mindful observation, incorporating mindfulness into your routine can significantly enhance your self-control. Principle number 9, the power of acceptance. Acceptance is the first step towards effective action. When we resist reality, we waste energy and create unnecessary suffering. For example, if you lose your job, it's natural to feel upset and worried about the future. But by accepting the situation, you can focus on what you can do next, updating your resume, networking, or exploring new career opportunities. This proactive mindset enables you to navigate the challenge more effectively and reduces the emotional toll of the experience. One practical way to cultivate acceptance is through mindfulness and meditation. These practices help you stay present and aware, allowing you to observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment. By regularly practicing mindfulness, you develop the ability to accept each moment as it comes, with all its imperfections and uncertainties. This acceptance creates a foundation of inner peace and resilience. Stoicism teaches us that acceptance is not about giving up, but about finding strength in adversity. It's about understanding that every event, no matter how challenging, offers an opportunity for growth and learning. When faced with difficulties, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this experience make me stronger? This shift in perspective transforms obstacles into stepping stones for personal development. Acceptance also involves letting go of perfectionism. Many of us strive for perfection in our careers, relationships, and personal achievements. However, this relentless pursuit can lead to stress and dissatisfaction. By accepting that perfection is unattainable, we can appreciate our efforts and progress. This doesn't mean lowering our standards, but recognizing that imperfections are part of the human experience. Embracing our flaws and setbacks with compassion allows us to live more fully and authentically. Gratitude is another powerful tool for cultivating acceptance. When we focus on what we have rather than what we lack, we shift our mindset from scarcity to abundance. Gratitude helps us see the good in our lives, even amidst challenges. By regularly practicing gratitude, we reinforce a positive outlook and strengthen our ability to accept and appreciate life as it is. Acceptance also extends to our relationships. We often have expectations of how others should behave, leading to frustration and disappointment when they don't meet these expectations. By accepting people as they are, with all their strengths and weaknesses, we can build more harmonious and fulfilling relationships. This doesn't mean tolerating harmful behavior, but understanding that everyone has their own journey and challenges. By practicing empathy and compassion, we create a space for authentic connections and mutual growth. Principle number 10, living according to nature. Epictetus and other Stoic philosophers emphasized that living according to nature means recognizing our place in the world and acting in accordance with our rational and social nature. At its core, this principle is about living authentically and in harmony with the universe. Living according to nature starts with self-awareness. It requires a deep understanding of who we are and what our true nature is. This involves introspection and reflection on our values, strengths, and purpose. By understanding our natural tendencies and inclinations, we can make choices that align with our true selves, rather than conforming to societal expectations or external pressures. This principle also means recognizing and accepting the natural cycles of life. Just as the seasons change, our lives go through different phases: growth, stability, decline, and renewal. By accepting these cycles, we can navigate life's transitions with greater ease and grace. Living according to nature involves cultivating virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues are the guiding principles that help us navigate life's challenges and make ethical decisions. Wisdom allows us to see things clearly and make informed choices. Courage gives us the strength to face adversity and take action. Justice ensures that we act fairly and honorably in our relationships. Temperance helps us maintain balance and self-control. By cultivating these virtues, we align our actions with our natural, rational nature. Stoicism also teaches us to live in harmony with others. As social beings, we are naturally connected to those around us. Living according to nature means recognizing our interdependence and contributing to the well-being of our community. This involves practicing empathy, compassion, and cooperation. When we help others and build positive relationships, we fulfill our social nature and create a more harmonious and supportive environment. Another aspect of living according to nature is embracing simplicity and focusing on what truly matters. In a world filled with distractions and materialistic pursuits, it's easy to lose sight of our true priorities. Stoicism encourages us to strip away the excess and focus on our core values and essential needs. This might involve simplifying our lifestyle, prioritizing meaningful relationships, and dedicating time to personal growth and self-care. By doing so, we create space for what truly brings us joy and fulfillment. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of acceptance and gratitude in living according to nature. Accepting the natural flow of life means letting go of the need to control every outcome and trusting in the process. It's about being grateful for what we have and appreciating the present moment. Gratitude helps us recognize the abundance in our lives and fosters a positive mindset. By focusing on the good, we cultivate a sense of contentment and peace. Living according to nature requires us to be mindful of our impact on the environment. As part of the natural world, we have a responsibility to care for the planet and preserve its resources. This involves making sustainable choices, reducing waste, and respecting the delicate balance of ecosystems. By living in an environmentally conscious way, we honor our connection to nature and contribute to the well-being of future generations. Incorporating mindfulness into our daily lives can enhance our ability to live according to nature. Mindfulness helps us stay present and aware, allowing us to make intentional choices that align with our true selves. Whether through meditation, deep breathing, or mindful observation, these practices help us connect with our inner nature and the world around us. They encourage us to slow down, reflect, and act with purpose. As we conclude our journey through these Stoic principles, remember this: true power lies not in controlling the world around you, but in mastering your own mind and actions. Embrace the wisdom of Stoicism and let it guide you to a life of inner peace, resilience, and fulfillment. Thank you for being a part of Stoic Journal. If you found this video helpful, be sure to check out one of the suggested videos on the screen. Stay strong, stay grounded, and continue your path to wisdom.
Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Have you ever felt the frustration of a mind overwhelmed with noise, the torment of indecision, or the paralysis that stems from over-analyzing everything? We've all experienced it, endlessly replaying conversations, anticipating countless outcomes, and trying to untangle a web of what-ifs in our minds. But today, we're confronting this challenge head-on. In this video, we'll explore 10 practical Stoic strategies to overcome overthinking. If you're ready to break free from this exhausting cycle and reclaim your mental clarity, Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Now, let's dive in. 1. Visualize your overthinking as an external force. Overthinking can creep into your mind like fog on what started as a clear day. It begins with a single worry or idea, but quickly spreads until it overwhelms you. In today's fast-paced world, where information bombards us like hail in a storm, our minds often become crowded with relentless what-ifs, what-nexts, or what could-have-beens. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." This wisdom leads us to the first technique, seeing overthinking as an external force. This doesn't mean turning your thoughts into an enemy, but rather understanding that they are not the essence of who you are. These intrusive thoughts are like uninvited guests, disturbing your inner peace. Picture these thoughts as clouds drifting across a mountain. You are the mountain, majestic, steady, and unshaken. The clouds may come and go, but they don't define you. So, how do you deal with these intruders? Stoicism teaches us to observe without engagement. Imagine placing these overbearing thoughts in a bubble and watching them float away. This simple mental exercise not only lightens their weight, but also strengthens the realization that thoughts are fleeting. They only disrupt your peace if you choose to hold on to them and give them power. Practicing this visualization creates a mental reflex, helping you detach and release these thoughts before they gather into a storm. With time, you'll learn to distinguish yourself from the flood of overthinking, realizing that you are more than the sum of your thoughts. This separation acts as a shield, much like earplugs in a noisy crowd. It's a skill that requires deliberate and consistent effort, growing stronger with regular application. When you catch yourself overthinking, pause and picture the thought as mere noise, unnecessary and separate from your true self. By doing this, you're not just guarding yourself against overthinking, you're reclaiming your mental space and restoring your peace, one step at a time. 2. Take control by refocusing your energy. Have you ever found yourself spiraling into a rabbit hole of endless what-ifs and doomsday scenarios, replaying the same worries on loop until you're mentally drained? It feels like having countless browser tabs open in your mind, each blasting a different video on full volume with no way to hit pause. This relentless mental multitasking has become a hallmark of modern life, where the pressure to keep up with everything can trap us in an endless cycle of overthinking. Much like a cluttered desk, a cluttered mind also needs tidying up. Refocusing your mental energy is not just about finding peace. It's about reclaiming control and silencing the incessant noise of what could be so you can fully appreciate what is. The Stoic philosopher Seneca summed it up perfectly. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. This timeless wisdom forms the foundation for taking control by redirecting your energy. To stop overthinking, begin by grounding yourself in the present. Shift your focus to a single task, even a small one, and commit your energy to completing it. This intentional redirection pulls you out of the whirlpool of future uncertainties and anchors you firmly in the now. The beauty of this practice lies in its simplicity. Engage in an activity that demands your full attention. It could be organizing your desk, taking a brisk walk, or immersing yourself in a good book. These actions don't dwell on the past or obsess over the future. They require your focus in the present moment. By aligning your thoughts with your actions, you're not merely distracting yourself, you're actively deciding where your mental energy flows. Stoicism isn't about suppressing thoughts, but managing them by consciously choosing how and where to invest your attention. The goal isn't to eliminate overthinking altogether. That's an unrealistic expectation. Instead, It's about recognizing when your thoughts no longer serve you and using the tools to redirect them. Think of this practice as mental training. Just like strengthening a muscle, the more you exercise your ability to refocus, the more resilient and controlled your mind becomes. Over time, the once overwhelming waves of overthinking can be tamed, wave by wave, with deliberate action and presence. 3. Embrace impermanence and practice letting go. Let's be honest, our minds have a habit of looping endlessly, replaying past events or obsessing over what's ahead. This is the playground of overthinking, where thoughts cling and linger far longer than we'd like. It's a universal struggle. Students fretting over exams, professionals stressing about presentations, or anyone lying awake at night as their mind races at full speed. In the midst of this mental marathon, we can find wisdom in the words of Epictetus. He who fears death will never do anything worthy of a man who is alive. Though it may sound heavy, this quote is rooted in the concept of impermanence, a cornerstone of Stoicism. Change is constant, and this includes the thoughts that feel so stubbornly permanent in our minds. Overthinking often stems from holding on to these thoughts as if they're immovable. Embracing impermanence reminds us that thoughts are fleeting. They come and go, never lasting forever. This realization can be a guiding light when you're caught in the snare of overthinking. Practicing impermanence involves learning to let go. Think of it as mental decluttering, a conscious release of thoughts that no longer serve you. You might picture a river where each thought is like a leaf, gently drifting away on the water's surface. Or perhaps you visualize clouds, shifting and reshaping, eventually passing out of sight. These simple exercises not only bring instant relief, but also deepen your understanding that change is the natural state of thoughts. Making this practice a daily habit can transform how you relate to your inner dialogue. It's not about forcing thoughts to disappear, but allowing them to leave naturally. Letting go isn't a form of surrender. It's an act of bravery. It's a deliberate choice to stop letting unhelpful thoughts take up space in your mind, free of charge. As you grow more skilled at this, you'll uncover a mental stillness, a quietness that has always been there, just hidden beneath the noise. Embracing impermanence isn't merely a strategy. It's a shift toward living more peacefully and in the present moment. 4. Designate a worry period. Worries often linger in the back of our minds, persistent, like the quiet hum of a refrigerator, sometimes barely noticeable, but always present. These concerns can intrude at any time, whether we're trying to focus on work, spend time with loved ones, or even fall asleep. It's as though our mind is a stage, and these worries are unwelcome actors refusing to exit. But let's draw from the wisdom of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." While the quote might seem unrelated, it's a powerful reminder to prioritize inner peace over the fear of appearing complacent or naive. Enter the concept of a worry period, a practical strategy to give these concerns their time in the spotlight, but only as a carefully planned encore, not the main act. Dedicate a specific block of time each day, say 20 minutes in the afternoon, exclusively for addressing your worries. During this time, focus fully on your concerns. Examine them. Write them down. What exactly are you worried about? How likely are these scenarios to happen? What can you actually do about them? Often, this practice reveals that many worries are like shadows, seemingly imposing but lacking real substance when faced directly. This exercise also trains your mind to understand that there's a proper time and place for worry, and it isn't meant to dominate your entire day. Once the worry period ends, you set those concerns aside. You've given them their space, and now it's time to move forward. The goal here isn't to eliminate worry altogether. That's unrealistic. Instead, it's about containing it, reducing its grip on your life. This method is akin to tidying up a cluttered room, organizing your thoughts so they don't overwhelm you, and finding peace in that order. When you confine your worries to their designated space, they lose much of their power. You'll likely notice life feels a little lighter, a little more enjoyable, and your mind freer to focus on what truly matters. 5. Break overwhelming thoughts into actionable steps. When overthinking takes hold, it often feels like we're burdened by an immense boulder, a weight as heavy as the world itself. Our worries grow so large, they seem to crush us under a dense cloud of thoughts. This feeling is not unique. It's a universal human experience, especially in a world that demands peak performance in every facet of life: work, relationships, personal development, and social standing. The pressure to excel in all these areas can leave us frozen with indecision and fear. To guide us through this haze of overthinking, Marcus Aurelius offered timeless wisdom. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This insight serves as the foundation for our 5th technique: turning overwhelming thoughts into actionable steps. When your mind is overwhelmed by a significant worry or a complicated problem, the key is to break it down into smaller, manageable parts. Ask yourself, what's the very next step I can take? Not 5, 10, or 20 steps ahead, just the next one. Taking even one small action might seem insignificant, but it's a potent remedy for overthinking. By focusing your energy on doing rather than worrying, you shift your mindset. It's like working to untangle a giant knot. By addressing one small section at a time, you gradually make progress. You're not ignoring the complexity of your concerns, rather, you're tackling them deliberately, one piece at a time. The beauty of this method lies in its simplicity and effectiveness. Each small step you take builds momentum, and before long, you'll look back and see that the massive boulder of worry has been reduced to a manageable pile of pebbles. This approach fosters patience, resilience, and confidence in your ability to face challenges head-on. Suddenly, what once felt insurmountable is behind you. The overthinking is replaced with a newfound sense of clarity and accomplishment. 6. Transform overthinking with gratitude. Our minds can often play tricks on us, pulling us into a maze of overthinking, dwelling on what we lack, what might go wrong, or what we've yet to accomplish. This relentless mental loop drains us, leaving us feeling dissatisfied and disconnected. Overthinking thrives on a fixation with negatives or unfulfilled goals, obscuring the good that already exists in our lives. As Seneca wisely noted, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. This stoic insight encourages us to move from a mindset of scarcity to one of abundance, from excessive rumination to genuine gratitude. It's about shifting focus to the present moment and acknowledging the blessings we often overlook when we're preoccupied with what lies ahead. Gratitude serves as a powerful tool to break free from this mental trap. It grounds us firmly in the present, the only place where life truly unfolds. A simple practice to foster this shift is identifying 3 things you're grateful for each day. These don't need to be monumental, they just need to be heartfelt. Perhaps it's the warmth of a comforting cup of coffee, the coziness of your favorite hoodie, or a kind message from a friend. By doing this consistently, you redirect your thoughts away from overthinking and towards appreciating the here and now. Gratitude enriches your perspective, transforming how you experience daily life. It magnifies the positives, turning your internal narrative from one of scarcity to one of abundance. Over time, this perspective shift can profoundly impact how you navigate life's challenges. Instead of seeing obstacles as burdens, you'll begin to view them as opportunities to recognize and cherish the good already present in your world. This isn't just about feeling better in fleeting moments. It's about cultivating a lasting sense of contentment. Gratitude lays the foundation for resilience, helping you weather life's ups and downs with a heart attuned to the abundance surrounding you. 7. Shift your focus. Effort over outcome. Overthinking often stems from our mind's fixation on the future, its outcomes, its what-ifs, and the unrelenting possibilities of failure or disappointment. This tendency to project ourselves forward can immobilize us with fear as we obsess over the consequences of our actions rather than focusing on the actions themselves. In a society that places immense value on results, where the end frequently justifies the means, we are often led to believe that an uncertain outcome makes the journey unworthy of pursuit. However, a Stoic quote from Epictetus offers profound clarity. Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Stoicism encourages us to prioritize our efforts and intentions rather than outcomes beyond our control. This doesn't mean we should abandon goals or lofty aspirations, but it reminds us that the real worth lies in the quality of our efforts, the integrity of our actions, and the virtue we bring to our journey. Whenever overthinking grips you with worries about potential results, make a conscious effort to shift your focus. Ask yourself, am I giving my best? Are my intentions aligned with my values? Am I acting with integrity? This mindset invites us to immerse ourselves in the process, to work wholeheartedly, and to recognize that our responsibility ends with our effort. By focusing on effort, we free ourselves from the mental burden of what could be. It allows us to stay present, giving our best without the looming shadow of uncertainty. This perspective transforms our actions from mere steps toward an outcome into reflections of our character and commitment. When you shift your focus from outcomes to effort, the journey itself becomes meaningful. Each step is no longer just a means to an end, but a testament to living with purpose and intention. It empowers you to view the path not as a race to the finish line, but as a series of accomplishments in their own right. Embracing this approach opens the door to fresh perspectives, enabling you to tap into hidden strengths, cultivate resilience, and face life's complexities with grace and balance. 8. Embrace voluntary discomfort. Our minds often trap us in a whirlpool of overthinking when confronted with the possibility of discomfort or change. We endlessly replay scenarios, attempting to predict every outcome and prepare for every inconvenience. This mental rehearsal can be draining, turning the comfort zone into a mental prison where growth is stifled and overthinking becomes the warden. Marcus Aurelius wisely noted that the art of living is more like wrestling than dancing, capturing the essence of facing challenges directly rather than avoiding them. The Stoic practice of voluntary discomfort trains us to confront uncertainty and reduces overthinking. It's about taking small, deliberate actions that pull us out of our comfort zones, fostering resilience and adaptability. To weave this practice into modern life, start small. Try something simple, like taking a cold shower, sleeping without a pillow, or opting to walk instead of drive. These minor disruptions in your routine encourage you to sit with discomfort without judgment. The goal isn't self-punishment, but to prove to yourself that discomfort isn't as frightening as your overthinking mind would have you believe. Interestingly, practicing voluntary discomfort paradoxically leads to greater comfort with life's challenges. By regularly stepping into the unfamiliar, what once felt daunting becomes manageable. Your mind grows quieter, less reactive to change, and more attuned to what you can control, your responses. This subtle yet powerful shift in perspective not only calms the overthinking mind, but also cultivates a core of inner strength, steady and unshaken by life's unpredictable ebbs and flows. 9. Reflecting on life's transience. When caught in the storm of overthinking, it's often because we focus too closely on the small details of our lives, losing sight of the bigger picture. Our thoughts become tangled with, what if this happens? Or, What if that doesn't work out, clouding our perspective? This narrow focus can magnify minor issues, making them seem overwhelming and draining our mental energy. Seneca once wrote, "We are not given a short life, but we make it short, and we are not ill-supplied, but wasteful of it." This powerful reminder urges us to consider the fleeting nature of life. Every moment spent overthinking is a moment not fully lived, a slice of life left unsavored. Stoicism encourages us to question whether our current worries will truly matter in the grand timeline of our lives. To counteract overthinking, we should regularly step back and view our lives as a whole. Many concerns that consume our thoughts are, in reality, fleeting and insignificant over time. When your thoughts feel overwhelming, pause and ask yourself, is this moment of overthinking worth the limited time I have? Reflecting on life's transience helps us naturally prioritize our experiences and concerns. This perspective isn't about becoming indifferent or melancholic, but about cherishing the present and focusing on what truly matters. This mindset offers a powerful remedy for overthinking. By aligning our attention with the present, we deepen our appreciation for the now and lighten the burden of future-focused anxieties. Let the ephemeral nature of life not provoke worry, but inspire you to live vividly, embracing each moment with presence and intention. 10. Seek wisdom beyond yourself. Our minds often resemble a complex maze, where every turn seems to lead to even more confusion and overthinking. We attempt to solve a problem only to find the challenges multiplying, leaving us feeling stuck. This is the essence of overthinking, a cycle confined within our own thoughts with no clear way out. Seneca, a man renowned for his wisdom, once advised, "Consult your friend on everything, especially on matters concerning yourself." His words reveal a profound truth. When our own self-perception clouds our judgment, the guidance of others can be invaluable. Stoicism reinforces this idea, emphasizing that seeking insights from outside ourselves can disrupt the relentless loop of rumination. In practice, this could mean turning to a trusted friend, a wise mentor, or the enduring lessons found in books. For today's world, it might involve seeking counsel from someone whose judgment you respect, be it a close confidant or a professional with relevant expertise. Sharing your thoughts with them serves two purposes. It clarifies your ideas as you articulate them and opens the door to fresh, objective feedback that you might overlook while stuck in your mental loop. This approach not only leads to actionable solutions, but also highlights the significance of human connection. Sharing your burdens doesn't signify weakness. Rather, it's an acknowledgement of the collective strength we share as social beings. By allowing the wisdom of others to illuminate your path, you can emerge from the shadows of overthinking. Each conversation makes the puzzle of life feel less daunting, not because the challenges become easier, but because you're no longer facing them alone. Which of these insights resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments. Every reflection enriches our shared journey toward intellectual and emotional growth. If this video added value to your day, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Together, let's continue walking the path laid out by the Stoic masters, always striving for greater wisdom.
Look at the foundation stones of the noblest cities, now barely visible. It was anger that toppled them. So said Seneca during the time of the Roman Empire. It's true, and we learned it from Star Wars. This video is a short look at a disagreement between the Jedi and Sith on the usefulness of anger, and a shocking parallel between Star Wars and the writings of Stoic philosopher Seneca. This is Geeky Stoics. We all know that anger serves as a kind of supercharging force or power-up. Your heart pumps, your fists clench, fear kind of vanishes at the height of anger, and you become something more than what you were before. People have known this for thousands of years, whether it's the Spartan Rage power-up in the God of War video game, or the Stoic writings of Seneca, advisor to Roman Emperor Nero. Seneca said, "Even if anger is unnatural, shouldn't we adopt it because it's useful? After all, it lifts and gives spur to the spirits, and courage achieves no great military feat without it. It provokes us forward."
Don't try it!
Anger is what some psychologists have called a substitute emotion. It's filling in for pain, giving cover to a weakness or injury. Anger is a power-up, and it protects the user by providing a distraction from something else, something horrible. Yoda says that fear leads to anger, then anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering. But why? It's because anger is there at the control panel to give cover fire for fear, to take control when fear can no longer push the person forward.
I got something for you to read here. Let's just be calm for 1 second.
The Sith tell a lie about emotion, one that the Jedi aren't perfect at calling out. The Sith claim they believe in the power and worthiness of emotion, and that their way is to harness emotion to gain strength, power, and freedom, the breaking of chains. But anger is an opioid. It's a pain-killing drug, at least the way that the Sith use it. Think of Darth Vader in his lowest moment, realizing that Padme was dead after all he'd sacrificed to save her life. He went from anger and confusion at first, while Palpatine smiles, but then he sinks back toward despair. Palpatine punishes him in the comics, something that we don't see on screen in Revenge of the Sith. After Vader indulges sadness, he is tortured with Force lightning. Sadness and vulnerability, recognizing pain as valid, that's not the Sith way. Pain is to be identified and transformed. You don't want to live like this. The Jedi's reputation is for suppressing or covering up emotion, keeping it at arm's length so that it can't get a foothold in the Jedi's heart and corrupt their judgment. They know that anger is powerful, but that it makes you sloppy and careless. They know that you can't just call on anger without it calling on you in return at a time that will not be of your choosing. The Jedi believe all emotions are powerful: love, hate, compassion, sorrow, anger. The Sith only believe, however, that some emotions are powerful, and others have to be replaced. They are liars. Let's turn back to Seneca. Some men think it valuable to moderate anger rather than set it aside, to force it to conform to a healthy measure, to restrain its overflows. This is a debate over whether or not you can touch the flame and not be burned. You can see how George Lucas studied world philosophies when he developed Star Wars. And here's where Seneca takes a side, and he would side with the Jedi.
If once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny, consume you it will.
Once they've established residence, they become more powerful than their overseer, and do not accept moderation. Here's the bottom line. An alcoholic can't dabble in social drinking.
The problem is, I don't want a drink. I want 10 drinks.
Then why?
Because I'm an alcoholic.
Hard drugs are rewiring the brain to need them in order to go on living. Porn retrains the brain to expect sex to be a very certain way. Abstinence is not weakness or prudishness. It's a deep kind of strength and realism about who and what you are. The answer to all of this is mindfulness. Knowing yourself and your weaknesses, knowing what pulls at you and what doesn't. I'll share a little bit about my own life. I have anger issues, and I have to practice control daily. I've never been attracted to the idea of drug use. I do like alcohol quite a bit and have to be careful with my consumption.
Well, I don't think smoking is grown up at all.
I used to smoke, but nicotine didn't really ever get a hold over me. Quitting cold turkey was oddly easy. First-person shooter video games are highly addicting for me. I love the distraction and mental stimulation overload of video games, and so I have to almost not play at all. Know yourself, and if you are someone who cannot touch a certain flame, don't touch it. That is what freedom is. That is the breaking of chains. No one thinks that a Sith is truly free. Their minds are, as Seneca said, overthrown, enslaved to what drives them, enslaved to anger.
Welcome to Orion Philosophy, where we explore, discuss, and dissect areas of practical philosophy for use in everyday life. The Stoics have some of the best advice on anger I've ever come across. And I believe if you take some of these lessons to heart and learn from the philosophy that's been around for over 2,000 years, you can make a meaningful difference in the way you see the world, the way you see yourself, and the way you see other people. Today I'll be doing my best to keep the message as simple and accessible as possible, while not losing any of the value that the Stoics included in their message. And after this introduction, I'll go over some of the lessons that the Stoics actually said and wrote, which I think are almost guaranteed to make you look at life in a slightly different way. Anger has the ability to destroy the foundation of who we are. It hijacks our emotions and our capacity for reason. And as the Stoic philosopher Epictetus teaches us, it drags us down to the level of a wild beast, petty and malignant. But it doesn't have to. To the Stoics, anger is an emotion that erodes the fabric of who we are. It causes us to behave in ways that do not align with our values, morals, and beliefs. And in doing so pushes us away from the person we want to be, and the life we want to lead. Often this push of anger is towards unethical, destructive, and unvirtuous behavior. These thinkers from ancient Greece believe that the path to happiness and a good life is found through a life of virtue, reason, and behavior that is deliberate and in alignment with our morality. Negative emotion, of which anger is one, not only prevents this, but it acts in contrast to it, drawing us further away. When we're faced with hardship, adversity, or the abrasive behavior of others, the Stoics argued that these events should not be permitted to control our emotions, or permitted to control our thoughts. Instead, we should practice self-control, detachment, and focus on what we can do to improve the situation, whether that be removing ourselves from the source of the pain, or working towards rising above it, or passing through it with our peace of mind still intact. In general, the ancient Stoics saw anger as an irrational and destructive emotion, one that has the ability to destroy a life in seconds, and one that pulls us away from living the lives we want, through its ability to ambush and control our emotions and our actions. As an antidote, they prescribed the practices of self-control, rational thinking, perspective, and the reminder that we only really have control over our thoughts and our actions. And the control of these two things should never be given to anything outside of ourselves. So here are some quotes and lessons from the Stoics themselves. From the Stoic Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Keep this thought handy when you feel a fit of rage coming on. It isn't bad to be enraged. Rather, gentleness and civility are more human, and therefore manlier. A real man doesn't give way to anger and discontent, and such a person has strength, courage, and endurance. Unlike the angry and complaining, the nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength. Say to yourself in the early morning, I shall meet today ungrateful, violent, treacherous, envious, uncharitable men. All of these things have come upon them through ignorance of real good and ill. I can neither be harmed by any of them, for no man will involve me in wrong. Nor can I be angry with my kinsman or hate him, for we have come into the world to work together. How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the cause of it? In the same degree in which a man's mind is nearer to freedom from all passion, in the same degree also it is nearer to strength. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Lessons from Epictetus. When we act pugnaciously and injuriously and angrily and rudely, to what level have we degenerated? to the level of the wild beasts. Well, the fact is that some of us are wild beasts of a larger size, while others are little animals, malignant and petty. Any person capable of angering you becomes your master. He can anger you only when you permit yourself to be disturbed by him. You must completely control your desire and shift your avoidance to what lies within your reasoned choice. You must no longer feel anger, resentment, envy, or regret. If you would cure anger, do not feed it. Say to yourself, I used to be angry every day, then every other day, now every third day or fourth day. When you reach 30 days, offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the gods. In the long run, every man will pay the penalty for his own misdeeds. When you are offended at any man's fault, turn to yourself and study your own failings. Then you will forget your anger. Lessons from Seneca the Younger. The entire world would perish if pity were not to limit anger. Anger, if not restrained, is frequently more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it.
No.
Anger is like a ruin, which, in falling upon its victim, breaks itself to pieces. What is more cruel than anger? What is more affectionate to others than man? Yet what is more savage against them than anger? Mankind is born for mutual assistance, anger for mutual ruin. How much better to heal than to seek revenge from injury? Vengeance wastes a lot of time and exposes you to many more injuries than the first that sparked it. Anger always outlasts hurt. Best to take the opposite course. The greatest remedy for anger is delay. If you want to determine the nature of anything, entrust it to time. When the sea is stormy, you can see nothing clearly. Anger, though concealed, is betrayed by countenance. That anger is not warrantable which has seen two suns.
That tale's never end well. Xenos is big. Big Boss said so.
My beloved says it's a pity we didn't try to understand the Cadian pylons before they fell.
How do you react when someone wrongs you? Do you lash out, or do you try to rise above it? And if you don't vent your anger, do you manage to transform it, or do you only bottle it up? It takes years for a tree to grow and bear fruit. It takes only a moment to cut that tree down. If wisdom, compassion, and peace are the trees we grow, anger is the axe that cuts them down. Anger, conflict, hatred. The Buddhist tradition has long recognized these as key hindrances to awakening and root causes of suffering. In this video, we look at two Buddhist stories that teach us constructive ways of dealing with anger. These stories show ways of responding to conflict that may benefit both ourselves and those around us. Whether you need help dealing with your own anger or that of others, you will find some useful insight here. Our anger can be directed at ourselves, our partners, our children, friends, or total strangers. Whatever the case, suffering follows. World events today are a tragic display of the power of anger, should we allow it to create hell on earth. Let's see how Buddhist teaching can help us prevent that. The first story we'll explore is an ancient one. It comes from the Pali Canon, the oldest collection of Buddhist scripture. This story is fascinating in that it recounts an incident where the Buddha himself became the target of anger and abuse. His response in this situation is a profound teaching in and of itself, a teaching even Nietzsche praises in his autobiography after reading Dhammapada. Hatred is never ended by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred ended. This is law eterna. The story tells of a time when the Buddha sets up camp with his disciples close to a Brahman clan. For context, the Brahman caste was the religious authority at the time and dominated the social hierarchy. Even kings had to pay their respects to the priests. Wandering ascetics like the Buddha and his monks were very much the opposite of the Brahmins. They lived outside of society, refused to define themselves by caste, and explored alternative ways of living. You could say they were hippies before the hippies were a thing. This was something of a threat to the Brahmins, who were keen on keeping things as they were. Anyway, soon after the Buddhists set up camp, a Brahmin abandons his clan, puts on a robe, and joins the monks. This causes something of a scandal, naturally. One of the Brahmins, later known as the Reviler, takes it personally. Enraged, he rushes straight into the Buddhist camp. There, he finds the Buddha and begins shouting at him a stream of invective. The Buddha, probably just up from morning practice, waits for the Reviler to finish and then politely addresses him with a question. Tell me, Brahman, do you sometimes receive visits from friends, family, or other guests? This immediately throws the Reviler off balance, as he's there for a fight, not conversation. He looks around at the gathered monks and answers the Buddha in a lower voice. Yes, I sometimes have visitors. When you receive your guests, the Buddha continues, do you offer them food, drink, and lodging? Yes, replies the Reviler, still confused. I do. But if, Brahman, your visitors do not accept what you offer, to whom does it then belong? If my guests do not accept my offerings, these things remain with me. The Brahman feels awkwardly out of place in the silence that follows. It is just so in this case, the Buddha says with a kind but firm voice. You hate us who do not hate in return. You abuse us who do not abuse in return. We do not accept these offerings from you, and hence they remain with you. They belong to you, Brahman. For a few moments, the Reviler remains completely still. He then does a quick, barely perceptible bow and goes away from the camp, his eyes lowered. It is easy to misinterpret the story. One is tempted to think, yeah, the Buddha really shot that guy, you better not mess with Big B. But this, I feel, is the exact opposite of the message. We find the key to interpreting this story in another Buddhist scripture called the Vipachitti Sutta. There we read, it is indeed a fault for one who returns anger for anger. Not giving anger for anger, one wins a double victory. He behaves for the good of both himself and the other person. Knowing well the other's anger, he is mindful and remains calm. In this way, he is healing both himself and the other person. With clear insight, the Buddha responds to conflict in a way that both ends the spread of anger and delivers teaching. And his teaching is twofold. First, another person's attitude becomes our problem only once we make it so. To become angered or offended is a choice. It's just that we make this choice unconsciously most of the time and don't realize there's an alternative. We get hijacked by anger and only propagate the same enmity that hurt us in the first place. But if we cultivate mindfulness, we make our minds less reactive and more capable of intelligent response to conflict. We do not identify with our emotions, and this allows us to consciously direct them, rather than be unconsciously directed by them. So, think about the last time you let anger take over. Could you have done something differently if you were more mindful? The second teaching in the Buddha's response to the Brahman is that those immersed in anger have their understanding obscured. It is by guiding them back to understanding that we end the spread of anger and suffering for both them and ourselves. Sure, we don't get the satisfaction of putting them in their place by retaliating, but we get a much more precious prize: mutual peace and understanding. It's difficult to respond with such insight when you're stuck in traffic, or when your kid's shouting at you after a long day at work. But this ancient story tells us there are, in fact, constructive ways of responding to anger and healing the wounds it opens. It shows us even the most unpleasant displays of hatred can be a form of teaching, if we are ready to receive them as such. But oftentimes, anger has already arisen within us before we've had the chance to reflect on what's going on. What do we do then? Well, this brings us to our second story, told by one of the greatest Buddhist teachers of our time, Thich Nhat Hanh. The story of the boat tells of a certain monk who seeks quiet for his meditation practice. The monk finds himself disturbed in the village by the daily commotion of people. He finds himself disturbed in the monastery by the shuffling footsteps of monks. Even out in nature, he is disturbed by the birds chirping and the ants crawling on his legs. Determined to achieve total concentration, the monk takes a boat out into the middle of a lake. He observes the mirror-like water surface and lowers his gaze with relief. Finally, the conditions allow for undisturbed meditation. Perhaps today is the day of his self-realization.
Thought that was a
The
bomb
monk
boat.
begins to observe his thoughts, feelings and bodily sensations coursing within the field of consciousness. His ego identity begins to dissolve and give way to a boundless, undefined condition of present awareness. And then, something crashes against his boat. With his lowered eyes, the monk sees the outline of the object and recognizes it's another boat. Immediately, he is filled with rage. What kind of imbecile, he thinks, would go out in the middle of a lake, see a meditating monk, and disturb him? The monk springs up, ready to confront the intruder. Once his eyes adjust to the light, he freezes. He sees there is nobody in the boat that hit against his. It's simply a loose, empty boat, carried out into the lake by the wind. It is at this moment the monk achieves self-realization. From that day onward, whenever he feels the stirring of anger at some person or situation, he reminds himself, the boat was empty. This story rewards careful contemplation. It contains several layers of meaning, so let's go through some of them, one by one. On the surface, the message is clear. The monk's anger arises out of his own fantasy drama. He's ready to vent his rage before he has even properly opened his eyes. The empty boat acts as a mirror that shows him how his own mind produces the anger he experiences. To the monk's credit, he responds to the embarrassing situation mindfully. This allows him to recognize it as a teaching. He observes it is not people, situations and things that cause anger. It is the stories we tell ourselves about people, situations and things. Anger originates within. It finds its external target only after the fact. So, what stories do you tell yourself when you're angry? Think about how these shape the way you relate with others in the world. On a deeper level, the story depicts what Freud termed projection. Projection is a form of non-visual hallucination, where we see in others the same feelings and qualities we repress within ourselves. It is a basic defense mechanism of the ego and likely the main cause of human violence. The monk, who can't stand even the footsteps of his fellows, clearly has some bottled up aggression. To recognize this aggression as his own would tarnish his self-image as a good Buddhist. So, he represses the aggression. He then projects this repressed feeling outside whenever he gets the chance. The empty boat again acts as a mirror, reflecting the monk's projection back to where it came from. That is, himself. From the point of view of depth psychology, this realization is only the beginning of a long, frightening but rewarding process. The process of discovering the disowned parts of ourselves and integrating them back into our total personality. It is what Jung called individuation. This shows us how anger can serve as a tool for self-understanding. Jung writes, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead to an understanding of ourselves." Discovering our repressed feelings is always frightening at first, but it can lead to a renewed sense of humility, compassion, and appreciation for life. We explore this at length in our video on self-realization, so check it out if you want to learn more. On a third level of meaning, the story of the boat depicts shunyata, the great Buddhist teaching of emptiness. The boat is empty, the monk realizes. While he imagined there was somebody, some self, driving their boat into his, what really occurred was the coming together of multiple causes and conditions. Wind speed and wind direction, the coming loose of the empty boat, the monk's decision to go out into the lake on this day and not another. All these factors and more have come together to form the impact of the two boats. Notice how the monk later remembers this incident whenever some person or situation is about to anger him. But why would the empty boat still be relevant then? I believe that is because the monk realized that even if there was somebody slamming their boat into his, even then the other boat would be empty. Why? Because the reasons why people behave the way they do are just as many and as impersonal as those that drive empty boats. Genetics, past history, indigestion, cultural background, bad sleep. All these factors and more come together to drive people's actions when they hurt us or offend us. What we call people or selves are in fact empty boats driven hither and thither by the winds of causality. This returns us to our first story. Why did the Buddha not get angry with the Brahman? If we think the Buddha repressed his anger to appear as a proper guru, we are cheapening the story. The correct interpretation, I believe, is that the Buddha genuinely did not feel any anger at the reviler's attitude. Why? Because he knew perfectly well that the Brahman was just an empty boat. There was no self there shouting these hateful words. In fact, there was no Buddha hearing them either. Our discussion of anger leads us to one of the most powerful teachings of Buddhism, the doctrine of emptiness. We won't go further into emptiness here, as I've done a deep dive video on it already. I highly recommend that if you're interested. Emptiness is one of the most fascinating fruits of Buddhist philosophy. I hope you've gained some insight from the two stories we covered, and let me know in the comments what lessons about anger you've gained on your journey. This may be useful to others too. I thank all channel members and patrons for enabling me to continue this work. Your support keeps me going. Good luck on the path, and remember, what you seek is seeking you. See you next time. Of course you exist, don't worry. If you didn't, how would you know? There wouldn't exist anyone to know they don't exist. To put your existence to doubt is to prove it. Only one who exists may wonder whether they do or not. Right? Right. Unless our premise is wrong. A wrong
Someone kill that cock slaver! I don't think it's fair now.
7 deaths? Holy fuck.
Let me guide you in the act of penance. Emperor walk with you. I'll be there, little man. In my own good time.
Look upon your weaponry with respect, for it is beloved of the Omnisire.
Or wait. How fucking high does the mastery have to be? God damn.
Go! There is killing to... You bear holy weapons. Wield them in the Omnisire's cause.
Oh, cause it's ferreted. Doing. What's that?
Fear not the foe, for you carry with you martial tokens of the Omnisire's blessings.
Why can't I sacrifice? Whatever.
You're getting popular.
Would you care to?
Through service, we atone for our sins.
Yay.
You are my inspiration.
Aww. Which one is a raid? Repair. Force of hounds active in the drop zone on the plus side. You should heretics have a supply train.
Special issue ammo's running a bit thin, so it's time to replenish the reserves. We're gonna borrow some from the scabs. You'll find the mother load at the Chasm Station Logistratum. Assuming you can get inside, you should have your pick of the scab supplies. Valkyries will handle cargo duty.
Aye, Captain.
At least this way you'll get boots on the ground without getting shot.
The curtain will be decided right here. The Emperor grants me the power to aid you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chip.
You alright there, boss?
I've had better days, but I'm not dead yet.
Good. Do not like talking today.
Probably for the best.
Even worse when they talk back.
Yeah, corpses are lippy buggers, especially when they're not really corpses at all.
Regular war zone, ain't it? You can get to maintenance over on the right.
Over here!
You're heading down, but the elevator's bust. You'll figure something out.
That's the Ranger dead!
Medicaid station! What is happening with Indomitable? First, I'm gonna blow! Hound is coming!
Maintenance activity still. Use your data interrogator to fix that.
Just crouch. I've got you, boss.
You're a loyal one, big man.
Sigma? What the Sigma?
Ranger's dead and gone. We've got the Ranger! Salutations. Hadron online. Data stream. Acceptable quality.
Got a sniper! Cover me! Found this cover!
All systems green. Upload find?
That's more like it. Scab shotgunner. Got you! You gotta be on the supply track. That's where you'll find Logistrum access. Get that! Kill your
Tell you the truth, I never much cared for old Grimms. You're different. Those were his exact when I told him.
From that rager.
Cover just makes it fun.
Football. Okay. Wanted to jump over that, but guess not. 1,279 kills. Got it. 0 deaths. Let's go.
Tell me, what penances have you undertaken lately?
I don't know. Thought I already did this one. Oh well. Only 5? Come on, man. Boo.
Please, may I touch you?
Should you ever need to draw on my experience?
Oh, blessed Omnissiah, favor this tool of war.
Ah.
I shall tend thy relic, varlet.
Guys, I have an announcement. JCS is back. This is not a drill. I am not joking. That's right. beloved police interrogation channel, JCS, is back after over a year of not uploading. And this is their best episode yet, looking into the past of a mysterious ex-boyfriend. Honestly, you'll probably find this to be an accidental comedy because the boyfriend, he does the world record speedrun of self-reporting. I've never seen an interrogation in JCS history go this bad. This guy is the equivalent of a 10-year-old in an Among Us lobby, and he gets accused of being the killer, and he bursts into tears.
Alright. Did you say you did want water, didn't you?
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, grab me some water real quick. I'm gonna get some stuff over here.
I like how they always do that. You want some water before I accuse you of murder? I don't think we've seen a female detective, right? Or interrogator in the entire JCS like catalog. It's always been men.
Alright, your first name is George?
Yes.
You know the worst thing is, I know someone is gonna just caption that footage of him there, right, when he's sped up talking, and they're just gonna caption it like, you know, me explaining how Genshin Impact is not a dog game that steals your money. Like, I don't know, like I hate how meme cultures ruin that. Like, sped up footage is now funny. Uh-oh.
I didn't.
I didn't.
No.
I didn't do it.
Why did you guys say it? Why did you guys come?
I kind of respect how they've already jumped to the accusation bit. Like, this is the stuff that usually comes at the end of a JCS video, but the fact that they're jumping to it at the beginning.
It begins with 22-year-old sports scholar Yardley Love, a star lacrosse player at the University of Virginia. She is captured in this photograph playing in the second-to-last game of the season, clearly aware of the obstacles that lie in front of her, yet continuing to move forward, which is the circumstantial detail that turned this picture into a symbol. This would be the last photograph taken that day, capturing Yardley's last embrace with her head coach Julie Myers. Both were unaware this exact moment would soon be on the national front pages. Yardley's roommate returned from a night out to their off-campus apartment. Upon entering, she saw that Yardley's bedroom had been broken into, at which point she rushed inside to find her unresponsive on the mattress. She had blood coming out of her nose and severe bruising across the right side of her face. But the most alarming thing was that she wasn't waking up, and by 3:50 confirmed that she had her first person of interest, which was 22-year-old George Hughley V, Yardley's ex-boyfriend, and the next several hours were spent gathering information.
They always do that, don't they? Like, in murder investigations, they always kind of circle it around family or like people that they're dating, because it's usually apparently there's a saying where it's like most murders or crimes are committed on people that they know. It's usually never like random, because you know, like serial killers will target like random people or like a specific type of person. That's so niche compared to like someone doing it once, like breaking into someone's house or like, you know, murdering someone. So usually like whenever there's a crime, it is usually the family that's under suspicion. Also, this woman looks absolutely terrifying. This is like a female Gus Fring. She looks I would not want this woman near me. The ex-boyfriend now with this woman up against him, he is screwed. Lydia? No, I thought Lydia as well. I thought Lydia from Breaking Bad. Yeah, no.
A prestigious all-boys private school in Bethesda, Maryland, with annual tuition fees of up to $50,000.
Everyone in chat is saying Bethesda. You guys know Bethesda is an actual location, right? Bethesda Game Studios is called Bethesda because they're based in Bethesda.
George's response was to lethargically put on his flip-flops, then walk over to the passenger side door of an unmarked.
Imagine the description of the suspect being, yeah, we've got a white Caucasian male, lethargically putting on his flip-flops. It's like they're trying to give a description of events, and they're just constantly insulting the guy.
At which point, George was no longer a person of interest. He was the prime suspect.
You see this bit here. The first thing that came to my head was this scene.
Detective, what are you doing talking to my client without me present?
The more information he's likely to give away, then as soon as he locks himself into one particular storyline, the pressure can commence, which often leads to a suspect being laden with panic and contradictions.
I always find it so impressive like how manipulative the police are when they perform interrogations. Like, obviously they're going up against someone that's evil, but it's weird that they need to use the same kind of tactics of deception and manipulation to try to get good results.
George has two options here. Option one is to remain silent, then allow his father to get him the most expensive attorneys in the country. He would then have years to examine the evidence, evaluate the many options available, and then construct the most self-preserving storyline with world-renowned experts in criminal defense before they present it to a jury.
He could do all of that, or he could be a complete fucking moron and talk. Which one is he gonna do, chat? 1 or 2? I don't know. It's a 42-minute video, so I feel like he might do the second one. I'm not sure yet. Maybe he does take the lawyer. I've seen so many videos that try to like explain how to beat the cops in the interrogation room. You just don't talk. You just do not talk, because most cops, when they go into an interrogation room, they think you're guilty. They think you're guilty, and they just want to extract that guilt. They don't give a fuck if you're innocent or not. Like, from the information they've been told, they think that you're guilty. So the only thing you can do is literally just shut up, and then they'll do the whole bit where it's like, only guilty people get a lawyer. And then, you know, you'll sit there and be like, yeah, but I watch Better Call Saul, so I know that I'm not guilty.
Like, a few years ago, we haven't talked since. I was just going to talk to her.
Yardley slept with another lacrosse player from North Carolina the week before, which is what he just referred to.
She's already like, like freaking out. Like, you know, you can't go there, you can't go there. And I was like, just trying to talk to you.
The investigation team obviously had no way of knowing this, and George has now confessed to the crime of second-degree trespass. More importantly, however, he's just confessed to initiating the supposed confrontation. He now can't say that he was somehow tricked or misled into that situation. He knowingly stepped into it, and the critical fact he can actually recognize and remember this will be used against him repeatedly.
It's like, oh, I killed a bro, but like, she wouldn't shut up, man. So annoying, bro. I have never seen, we're 9 minutes in. This is a speed run for like admission of guilt. I think it's usually the 30-40 minute mark where we get some kind of admission, right? Like a semi-admission.
So let's go back half a minute and dissect what actually just happened there.
And so I was like, oh, like, chill out, like, shook her a little bit.
Wait, that bit he said just there completely passed. I was saying like chill out, and I was like throttling her fucking head like a bobblehead, you know. It was like, I wonder, like, we can pick this up, but I wonder if the interrogator at the time even picked that up. That's insane.
He goes from illustrating Yardley hitting the wall to, as he states, freaking out. He seems to realize mid-sentence this isn't the best way to explain her injuries, so he changes the detail to buy himself time.
It's like, could you make it any less obvious? That's what you did. And then she started like freaking out, you know, as it's throw her against the wall is what I'm saying. I like, it makes me think though, right? Like, I'm surprised the interrogator hasn't stopped him and be like, hold on just a minute. Why do you talk like that?
So now I was resting her on the floor, and I was just like, stop, I just split. And I was holding her.
I was holding her. I was a little bit persistent. I was wrestling her on the floor. All further evidence that designates George as the aggressor. He's completely shut down his ability to argue any sort of self-defense claim.
And then the conversation, I can tell you, just like...
After being wrestled to the wall, banging her head on the wall until she was bleeding, being wrestled onto the ground, she then just decided to go, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm kind of tired. Can you stop choking me? I'm gonna go to bed. And then he just left.
Phase 1 is now complete. The suspect has unknowingly locked himself into a story.
I do want to say, what warmth was there? What warmth? There was no warmth. She just said fuck all. That's not warmth.
She will confront him on certain elements that she pretended to overlook before, and the ideal scenario is to cause just enough panic so that he backpedals on previous statements and contradicts himself.
Alright, so you go over there, knock on the door.
Her front door was open. Her room door was closed. I knocked, like Yardley, like, she heard me open the door and
When and where?
to her room.
Alright, straight to her bedroom.
Straight to her bedroom.
How'd you get through the door?
Her door.
Her door.
Actually, it might have been locked.
It was.
He needs Saul. Nah, bro, honestly, Saul knows when to pull out. Saul could not save this case, bro. It's over. It's over.
I was like, listen, you wouldn't call last week was outrageous. Like, I just want to talk to you.
A very unusual time to interrupt the suspect in such a contentious manner. He was giving away self-incriminating information that could be used to establish a motive.
I like how even she looks concerned. It's like, how the fuck did you get in here? I thought it was just me and him. Because I didn't even know this guy was here the whole time.
It kept going to the point where she, like, I was like, listen, like, we have to figure, like, out what's going on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 17 words were said there. 5 of them were like. A third of his vocabulary is the word like. Take a shot every time he says like. Don't do that. You'd be dead in 5 minutes. Definitely do not do that. You probably consume about 3 liters of alcohol.
I might have grabbed her neck, but I never was like strangling her.
He's such an idiot. This investigator, I don't know how good she is, but she doesn't even need to do anything, bro. He is just self-reporting on top of self-reporting non-stop. Such a fucking idiot. He's the equivalent of one of those like kids you get in Among Us VR that are like 5 years old, and when they get accused they just burst into tears on the spot.
I don't even know when that is. I'm not.
Like on the side of her head, she's been hit pretty good right there. So I'm just trying to figure out, did you hit her with something?
No, I never touched her, struck her, or anything.
Well, you touched her, you had your hands on her.
You know, I said never struck her.
Okay. So I'm gonna go through this one more time, make sure we're on the same page. You're pretty pissed at her from a week ago. First thing you text
What drugs is he on? California, I think.
messages. Do you have it? Where she says, as you put it, fuck somebody?
I actually might have those, yeah.
Alright, you got your phone with you?
Yeah.
Let's pull that and let's see if we can see this.
The interrogator will invade his personal space to make sure he's not deleting anything from his phone. Soon after that, she will take the phone out of his hand.
Now he's gonna start deleting stuff in the interrogation room, you fucking idiot. Imagine now in the interrogation room, that's what he thinks. I should start. I should probably delete the messages, because it looks like kind of bad. I've never actually seen someone operate like this isn't even like 500 ping. He's actually he joined like a European server and he lives in Australia. That's how bad the lag is here in his brain to like any kind of common sense. Oh my god, she got right up in his ass. Literally, have you got any games on your phone? Like, Jesus, she got right up his ass.
They were like, I guess what you call an ongoing conversation, ongoing this message, and it's gone.
Yeah, she checked his phone to see if he had Flappy Bird installed. Like one of the last 7 iPhones that still have Flappy Bird.
Detective Ed now asks George if he held Yardley down on the bed. He's trying to subtly set the grounds for an argument of smothering, which isn't a terrible idea, but would be disproven by the autopsy regardless.
No.
Did you fall down on top of her? You
were wrestling on the ground for like a little bit. Did you wrestle on the bed at all? No, I never
It's so weird seeing like 2 different cultures of America clash. You've got like the 2 interrogators that are from like the deep south, and then you've got this guy who's like Calibro douchebag. It's so weird.
When we were on the floor, when Pernilla started bleeding, we were like wrestling around, and that's when Pernilla started bleeding. Was it pretty noisy when you all were wrestling around? No, I mean,
screaming?
No.
I feel like they're just playing with him at this point, bro. They could just leave the room, have the mic still on, and he'll probably just admit it to himself under his breath that he killed her.
So when you tossed her back on the bed, in your mind, she was bleeding. But you said she was bleeding on her nose, and you didn't feel like you needed to call rescue?
No.
After that, after banging her head and shaking her, and blood coming out of her nose on the floor?
No.
She literally, she sets him up so much there, right? About all the hitting and the beating and stuff. It's like, you didn't think to call the ambulance after she was bleeding and choking? No.
I'm not laughing about
why
that.
there was no reason for taking the laptop for another 20 seconds, during which time Detective Reeves decides that enough information has been attained.
Yeah, I missed that part. What the fuck even happened?
In your mind, she...
Just them at this point, bro.
She's screaming?
No.
I feel like they're just playing with him at this point, bro. They could just leave the room, have the mic still on, and he'll probably just admit it to himself under his breath that he killed her.
So when you tossed her back on the bed, in your mind, she was bleeding? But you said she was bleeding out her nose, and you didn't feel like you needed to call rescue? After that, after banging her head and shaking her, blood coming out of her nose and floor?
No.
She literally, she sets him up so much there, right? About all the hitting and the beating and stuff. It's like, you didn't think to call the ambulance after she was bleeding and choking? No.
George rambles about why there was no reason for taking the laptop for another 20 seconds, during which time Detective Reeves decides that enough information has been attained. Phase 2 is now complete, and the fate of Yardley is about to be revealed.
Phase 3. She turns off all the lights, and then she puts her phone torch below her face, and she just goes, She starts screaming at him until like he pisses himself crying and does a confession.
It's believed that a sharp and sudden revelation can make it difficult to fabricate emotion.
She releases like scarecrow gas into the room. And then he starts like tripping out.
So in theory, this will cause a suspect to provide either a genuine response or a relatively obvious disingenuous response, which often comes in the pretense of shock or remorse.
Well, I have to tell you.
In the midst of what would have been a flawlessly executed moment, Detective Ed jumps back into the laptop mystery. The suspect has essentially confessed to murder. This really wasn't the time for regurgitated conjecture.
Thank you,
over a
$1
petty
for
theft
joining.
misdemeanor, which Ed was clearly being advised of once again through nonverbal communication.
You alright? She's dead.
Oh my god. She's dead? I like the delay. It's like, what do I do? What do I do? Ah, act shocked. She's dead. You know, we gotta give it to him though. We gotta give it to him. He didn't say she's like dead. He just went she's dead. So I gotta give him a bit of credit there, you know, for a murderer. It's like it's like a countdown. We're just waiting until the point he has a complete mental collapse. 20 minutes until the mental collapse. Yay!
Dad, I did not. I never did anything. I did not.
Let's calm down.
I did not like hurt her. Like she's not dead. You tell me she's not dead.
Relax.
Please, you tell me.
You know what? I wish I could tell you that, Corey. 22-year-old. 22. And the life is over.
Someone's quoting the room. It's like, it's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. It's over. It was over for the first 5 minutes, man.
Either the head trauma or asphyxiation. It was no asphyxiation. Okay.
It's I had my hands on her neck and I admitted that, but there was no asphyxiation. I'm a doctor. I know how much pressure to like apply. Like.
Oh boy.
Now he says it. Now he says it. A fucking hour in. Now he goes. He wants a lawyer. Now he. What a idiota. Idiota. I want a lawyer. That far in. That far in. Keep in mind, he didn't even sign away his rights or anything like that, like most people do that are morons. He still has his rights. He can get a lawyer. I want a lawyer. Admits to murder. Oh yeah, can I have a lawyer, by the way? No, he actually is the sneaky Pete. He is the sneaky Pete because he heard the word lawyer get mentioned and he aired it. That is so insane though. Like, if you see how... When does he get asked the question? Look at how calm he looks here, right? And how composed he is. But then as soon as we cut to this bit, when he's asked the same question, he's literally curled up in the corner in fear.
Hi, Dad. What's going on?
308 Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Why is he's acting like someone that lost a Fall Guys game and he came second place? Like someone knocked him over and then took the crown. True that. It's like he just goes so true and then he just bursts into tears. True that. Sheds tear. There you go. He admitted it. He admitted it.
He would go on to plead not guilty to murder and was held without bond for almost 2 years awaiting trial. It began on February 6, 2012.
Testimony is now
Held without bond. That means there was no bail as an option? You can't post bail if you confess. Oh, I see. I was going to say, bro, like in Better Call Saul, Lalo's bail was like $7 million. He still made it.
A life sentence, but instead a lesser charge and a second chance.
Guilty of second-degree murder, and you will hear the sentence momentarily.
A 26-year prison.
Oh, so he did get second degree. Shit, they annihilated him then. Damn, they must have got some good lawyers on the defense as well, but that meant fuck all. So, yeah, second degree is basically the worst charge you could have got, because it never would have been first degree. It never would have been first. First is like premeditated. They can never prove that.
Brought to court to hear his lawyers plead for the judge to cut in half the 26-year sentence recommended by the jury. Judge Edward Hogshire did trim it back, but by just 3 years.
Oh my god. Bro, he's not going to get out until he's like 50. Well, basically like late 40s. That's insane. He's gonna be like middle-aged when he gets out. Wait, hang on. How old was he? 21? So if he gets out, best case scenario, he'd be 40. Best case scenario here. Best case scenario.
Mac Media is to any degree life yardley.
People in chat are saying that looks like Wendigoon. That doesn't look like Wendigoon. Wendigoon or Critical. You guys will just see white man that looks similar to something and be like, it's a YouTuber, it's the YouTuber. JCS is probably one of the most important channels on YouTube. When you get ratioed by a child on Twitter, you probably think to yourself, where is that person going to be in 20 years? And your answer is the main protagonist in a JCS video. That being someone who is deeply racist or a mass murderer. More importantly, JCS is the premium interrogation room content at the minute. I mean, sure, there are loads of channels out there that cover interrogations, but JCS, there's just something different about them. That snarky dialogue from the narrator, the fact that they have these amazing annotations that point stuff out as it happens. It's like when you were a kid and your family took you to McDonald's and you had a Big Mac for the very first time. As a kid, I personally always ordered the fillet of fish. I probably should be locked up on that alone, but I digress. JCS uploaded another video recently, and it is the peak of perfection. Also, if you enjoy videos like this, please consider subscribing. It's totally free, and you can never change your mind because you're trapped here forever. Enjoy the video. Finally, I've actually reached the Twitch meta, guys. I can just sit here and react. I kind of need to adjust the... There we go.
This is 46-year-old Clifford Burns, who 51 minutes prior to this moment drove up to his estranged wife's house in Warren County. Once he got there, he forced his way inside and attacked both his wife and his stepdaughter with a 17-inch tactical hunting knife.
I like how this is probably about a murder case and people are just making hairline jokes. The level of projection chat has right now.
Clifford Burns will achieve something quite remarkable, which is the fact he somehow manages to employ every single ego defense mechanism known in psychodynamic literature.
What's altruism again? Altruism is like when you try to be selfless, right? Altruism, disinterested and selfless concern for the well-being of others. You know what the genius thing is? I'm going to try and sound like such a pseudo-intellect during this stream. I'm just going to be saying buzzword, buzzword, buzzword.
Cliff had two daughters with the woman he just murdered, a 15 and 16-year-old. One was out shopping during the attack, while the other witnessed the attack and called 911. Cliff will bring them up a lot to say how much he loves them, but it's important to note they were both absolutely terrified of him.
Red arrow to point out the fact he has no hair. You guys actually have a problem, man. This hairline I don't want to see your search history.
You did that shit down in Albany, you still wouldn't be out of jail today. They would have fucked you up. This is the Wild West, man, and I'm a wild motherfucker, ain't I now?
It's like he actually watched a JCS video. And he's like, if I act very angry, therefore I did nothing wrong.
Fired by
look at his posture, dude. It's like he's an extra in The Sopranos. Look at that Get partnered. I've tried. I've been denied 4 times. I've applied for partner. Usually they deny me about 1 to 2 weeks. It's been 40 days now, and they have still not got back to me. Callum's Corner got partnered. You are lying. What? What? The Willany Tic Tac headman got partner. About good bed. Oh my god, I can't believe that. I can't believe that.
You would have loved to have a motherfucker like me in Iraq, wouldn't you? I'd gut them.
It's worth noting that Cliff never served a single day in the military. He also had no training whatsoever in combat.
He just acts like he's a Vietnam vet. I like how neutral JCS's commentary is. Even though it's neutral, it's just roasting the fuck out of him.
He also had no training whatsoever in combat sports or martial arts, unless you count the mate.
Look at what that literally is.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
It's actually the same. It is actually the same.
I love this country, and it did me wrong. Wrong.
Put everyone in Xbox 360 lobby. I'm pretty sure I've encountered this guy multiple times when I was playing like COD 4.
You want to see? There it is, white power. That's what I believe in.
Literally just shows off his dad gut. Genius. There was no six-pack there. There was no six-pack there.
You would have had to drop a platoon in for me. A platoon.
Literally just like, you're insane. I mean, you've got the virgin flincher and then the Chad nodder. Just, yep.
Listen, you guys, I gave my children everything. Victoria, secrets, and
Okay, the worst thing you always say. Didn't he try and kill his kid? Isn't that what they just said? I gave my kids everything, including a bullet in the chest. I make 100K a year. I'm a pro tree climber. What does that even mean? What does that mean?
I had 10,000 of brand new furniture I gave the. What more do you want? How much you want to kick the fuck out of me?
This guy should be like a mime, I think. If he wasn't a serial killer, he would be a mime. This is the moment Walt turned into Heisenberg. No. You're making a mistake. You see, Heisenberg actually had any sort of career. If this guy was Walter instead of Bryan Cranston, he would have just killed Skylar in the first episode, not understood how to make meth, and just went to jail.
That means felonies across the board. I'm just.
He just goes K. He literally just goes K. Like, guys pouring his heart and soul and just K. Well, one thing I've noticed with watching these JCS videos, when the, like, guy in the interrogation room becomes genuine with their emotions, like they actually feel sorrow, they always make it about themselves.
She made a mockery of me, man. She knew the guy 6 months. He beat the out of me, shot the house up. What kind of a woman can have a man like that in her life? Take it all. Take my dump truck. I work my life off, work my chipper, my business.
You see that though? Like, he's killed his wife, but the first thing that comes into his mind is his wood chipper.
Who was at the house tonight when you came? I don't know you.
Oh my god.
You ask me again, I'm gonna rip your head off.
What the Gamer Rage? When you're about to get like a headshot in Halo 3 and then it comes up saying the controller got disconnected. He plugged in the Logitech webcam. The entire interview's been taken from a Logitech webcam attached to the computer. That's why the quality's so bad. You'll be bald by 31. I will definitely lose hairline soon. I don't know how long I've got left. I'm feeling pretty confident I could just get a hair transplant like TGF or something.
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously in his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
About when I got there, I'm gonna spit on you. Please, alright? Don't ask me again.
Please don't. He's just saying, like, this interrogator is so gentle, man.
When I got there, I'm gonna spit on you. Please, alright? Don't ask me again.
Please don't.
The investigator takes that as the cue to end the interrogation, so he starts trying to collect Cliff's basic information for his intake process. Cliff, however, isn't done. He's got a lot more emotional baggage left on board, and feels like right about now is a convenient...
He has a better haircut than you, Pyro. What, the bald guy? Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
You guys don't understand. I couldn't live my life every day to...
Cliff degrades his wife for 43 seconds, clarifies his superiority to Ted Backus for just...
I don't know why that's so funny. Just the line from JCS saying Cliff degrades his wife for 43 seconds. Like, I don't know why. There's something just so funny about that sentence.
Wife for 43 seconds, clarifies his superiority to Ted...
Virgin wife degrader. The Chad wife complimenter. Actual Xbox 360 headset. That headset is terrible. Like, he needs to sort out his mic quality. Spits on the wall for some reason. It's like one of those memes that I'd put in one of my videos, you know, it's like the arrow to the side, the bracket, and then it just states what happened, like breathing and oxygen. Yeah, why the fuck are these guys being so nice to him? I mean, yeah, I'm not asking them to like punch him in the mouth or something, but these guys are being so polite with him. I have no understanding why they're even like tolerating this shit. Me explaining the Minecraft YouTube lore.
Kill me! Put a bullet in me right now. Put a fucking bullet in me. Blow my head off right now. Take the knife out and put one in me. Just end it. You ever felt the pinch of the economy? You ever got a stop paycheck, motherfucker?
NFT bros, after they realize their JPEGs can just be copy-pasted.
That's your return? That's who you want? No, I really don't want them because I can't even stand them.
Cliff continues.
He's just roasting his lawyer. Like, he's done spitting on the walls and roasting all the interrogators. So now he's just roasting his lawyer. Like, the one guy that could probably actually, like, get him a reduced sentence. Police interrogators are scary though. Like they are trained to be like, you know, to completely manipulate you and get any information that they want. Because they want a conviction. If they get a conviction, chances are they'll get a promotion or a bonus. They do not care about your safety. In their head, that you're basically guilty. It'd be genius, like, as soon as he gets the glass of water, he just has another baby rage. This one is even worse because the water gets spilled all over the Windows XP computer. You think they have Doom on the computer? They've probably... Nah, it wouldn't even be that good, man. They've probably just got, like, Solitaire and Minesweeper, and that's it. They want an interrogation room to be as bland as possible. Trust me, if there's, like, any joy you can get on that computer, they would not allow that.
That over there to put a warrant out on Christmas Eve and call my lawyer.
Drinking game, every time he says Bacchus brothers, take a shot. You would actually have liver cirrhosis in 5 minutes. I would not... No, chat, no one in chat do that. No one do that.
I don't want to live. I thought about blowing my own head off.
The Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut would just be where he lifted up the table and the computer fell over, and it'd be in a 1:1 aspect ratio.
How I know everything about it, but I can't win in family court. I can't win when not. I got my dick dragged in the dirt.
I got my dick dragged in the dirt. I've never heard someone use that analogy before in my life. Like, I've been dragged through the mud. I've fallen from great heights. I have my dick dragged through the dirt. The worst thing is this video is 32 minutes, 55 seconds. With just him saying the F word, the video would be 31 minutes.
Clifford, Patricia's dead. Okay? What? She's dead.
Oh my God. You could tell right there. I'm sure JCS will actually explain this. I just paused this beforehand. But you can tell everything he said right then is completely genuine, like his emotion. But he did not expect the interrogator to say that. Yeah, it's fake, right? It's not like he's actually surprised. It's like he's trying to emulate how someone would be surprised, right?
Clifford, Patricia's dead. Okay? What?
What? Look, actual PewDiePie what? What? PewDiePie what?
Dead. Okay. Clifford, Patricia's dead. Okay. What?
YouTube reaction channels be like, yeah, well, they just do like the soy face in the corner. Do the soy face like. This is like my reaction when I was like 12 and someone made me play Scary Maze game. Actually my exact reaction.
Pop me.
Pop me. No. Could you kill me, please? No, I don't think I will.
Chill for a minute, bud. I can't chill out. Her. If I could take these things and change, I'd kill her. And her whole family, the mother. Money. Never bother anybody. Sit in my apartment all day long. Can't even watch TV. Can't have a conversation with nobody. Haven't eaten in 2 days. I mean, what the I'm starving. And Christmas Eve, being told I got a warrant out for my arrest. Warren County Sheriff. So here I am. I delivered myself. I lost everything. My business. I didn't even know how to cope in society. And I'm going out of my house. I don't even know what to do.
He said it. He said cope. He said the funny word, guys. He said the funny word. He said the funny word. Oh my God, I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
What do you want me to do? You took everything from me. Everything. Where's the Bacchus brothers? Can you point me in their direction?
This guy's like a broken record. It's literally like, Bacchus brothers, whoever they are, killed my wife. I need to kill them. Now you kill me. I want to kill myself. Where's my lawyer? I want him to kill me.
My whole house gets shot the up a gunshot. Unregistered handgun. Every bullet in the chamber, you know.
Did he say 3 times in a row?
Everybody destroyed my life. Money. You want my money here? You want my money, asshole? I don't need your money. I know you don't, because you never felt the recession, you sucker. You get your check every week. I pay $250 a week in fucking child support.
Oh my God, this guy, is he a dementia patient, bro? I'm Irish. I pay my kids alimony, my wife's son. He's saying the same shit. Like, this video's nearly over.
Used to be the best guy in the world to pick a pussy up anywhere. I married a full-blown alcoholic and a stripper. $250 a week. She's living like a king. I can't even live. I can go in your kid's house and shoot it up and walk away with misdemeanors. Or for my motorcycle, she tells me she owns half of it. Never paid a dime for it. What did she put the spikes on and what the curious? If I could ever get her in my hands, I'd cut her to up her fucking. But she fucking lost right now. I can't even get over it. How can women be so rotten and ruthless? You married, bro?
You married, bro. I like how he's gone
How's
from
it
sir
going?
to bro.
I'm glad to hear that.
It's like, I murdered my wife. How's your marriage? It's good, sir. I'm glad to hear that.
I was set up to fail. And there's not a thing I can do it.
It's like, it's almost like he shot his wife, killed her, looks at the gun, says to the gun, why would you do this? Why would you make me do this? This is what the guy did. This is what the guy did after he killed his wife.
How could you have done this? Jim! I can't believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've committed suicide. Wow.
I just don't even know what to say. What am I supposed to keep paying and watch her build my dream with another man? All that.
Cliff was transferred to the Warren County Jail soon after this moment. He spent 9 months hatching up a defense, and his initial plan, as we know, was to go for a manslaughter charge by claiming profound loss of self-control. He even claimed the knife used to kill Patricia was taken from her own kitchen during some type of struggle. The state then provided witness testimony that showed he arrived at the house in full camouflage, brandishing a large weapon. They also played the segments from his interrogation, displaying his well-established hatred for the victim.
Like the narrator's saying he came in camouflage. I just imagine like a ghillie suit. Like in that COD mission.
Along with the moment he vowed to escape from prison for the sole purpose of cutting up Barb into little pieces. He pleaded guilty to murder soon after. On September 5th, 2014, Clifford Burns was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He is currently housed at the Maximum Security Penitentiary in Clinton, New York.
Actual insane gentleman. I've got a React Andy piece that I wanted to watch today because this came in my recommended, and the guy in it looks like Tommy in it. I had this video come up today, and it is what a 15-year-old mass killer looks like, and he looks like Tommy in it in the thumbnail. So I wanted to give this video a watch. Obviously JCS, I think JCS fell off. Yeah, they fell off. So they quit, I think, because they were basically being like demonetized like out the ass. So now we've got these like, you know, JCS inspired channels like Explore With Us, and they're basically milking on the fact that JCS fell off. What? Oh my, look at this. This followers here. That's like, hang on. This looks like a subscribe green screen. Yeah. No. Okay. I'm just saying, if any of you use this, you should be shot in a video game. This one, you've got my full blessing. You're allowed to use that one. That one's based.
We discovered his dad on the couch. Face was really pale.
You were down, cold, killer. 4 people have been murdered tonight.
They're dead. What happened?
What happened, buddy? What happened? You killed them? Kill streak? What happened?
I'm looking in the eyes of Stone Cold Killer. There's no remorse.
When Nick Browning and 3 of his friends arrived.
Oh my God! How quick was that disclaimer? Jesus, that was like a minute. That was 1 second. That was a 1 second disclaimer. Guys, can you read all this for me? All right, cheers.
At first glance, the house appeared to have been burglarized, but when they discovered Nick's entire family murdered, no one could have ever expected the chilling and twisted truth behind their deaths. The 4 15-year-olds were Ryan Fingles, Taylor Tewksbury, Alexander Smith, and Nicholas Nick Browning.
I hate to say it, this kid looks like Tommy in it. He really does. I genuinely thought from the thumbnail that was Tommy in it. I was actually going to title this stream Tommy in it interrogation, but then I was shit scared of all the Tommy in it stands just descending into the chat.
Immediately, the boys noticed that a door to the Brownings' house had been left unlocked, and it looked as though there may have been a robbery. When they entered the home, the boys found Nick's father, John Browning, a well-respected attorney, shot to death where he had been asleep on the sofa. They soon discovered that Nick's mother, Tamara, and his 2 younger brothers, 13-year-old Gregory and 11-year-old Benjamin, had all been shot as they were sleeping in their bedrooms.
Did the editor use a gunshot sound when he marked the father as dead? You did not use a gunshot sound.
A well-respected attorney shot to death where...
Yeah, they literally used a shot. They literally used a shot. Okay. In the editor room, they went, okay, so the father died in real life. This is really sad. Terry, how can can we, like, you know, portray that he died in, like, a humble way that still respects his death? Let me just put this in, bro. I got it. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that in. I'm gonna have that in and just let it play 7 times while every single member of the family gets marked dead. Oh, you can definitely tell this is 2008 with that fit. Oh my god. So chat, I'm not stupid, right? This kid here with what he's wearing, it reminded me of this. That's not that. Okay, you see it too as well, right? It says me in front of it.
The interrogator enters the room and introduces himself to Ryan Fingles as Dave instead of officer or detective.
Yeah, it's so weird how cops always do this though, right? Because like cops in an interrogation room are incredibly manipulative, but it's almost like because they're trying to catch a murderer, it's justified, if that makes sense. Because cops in interrogation rooms, they are slimy. They try to be your friend, and then they do the whole good cop, bad cop routine. They move their chair closer to you to intimidate you. The interrogation room has no windows. It's very confined, and the lighting is aggressive just to kind of like make you want to give up sooner, right? Like it is literal, like it's soft torture, but they are trying to catch a bad guy. It's like a lesser evil kind of thing, right? I guess. Buzzword. Buzzword Billy! Shut up, man! I'm trying to be educated for once.
What's your last name? Fingles, F-I-N-G-L-E-S.
Fingles? What kind of
The
name is
detective is
that?
gathering basic background information from Ryan and is getting...
I'm actually happy they put that. I'm happy they put that arrow there because I couldn't tell he was writing on paper.
In comparison, Taylor seems very nervous, which is to be expected.
The red arrows are so unneeded. It's like he has his hands together. It's like Taylor is very nervous and they just have like an arrow just pointing at his head on the 4K sweat droplet just going down.
When being interrogated.
I need you to be 100% honest with me. I want you to tell me what's been going on and explain who you with all day.
I was with Ryan, Alex, and Nick. We're at Ryan's house.
I'm sorry, but Fingles is the worst surname I've heard in my entire life. Fingles is absolutely horrendous surname. Fingles is like the name of a Dr. Disrespect Fortnite stream sniper. Like XX_Fingles XX. I really don't be mean to this kid, but he's definitely the one that throws slurs in a COD lobby.
I remember we're watching Robin Vegas first, and then we're looking through the movies. Oh, Accepted. We're watching Accepted.
Is that Jonah Hill? You can see, let me move the camera. You just see Jonah Hill on the bottom right. He actually looks like a Wojak there. Oh my god.
The detective begins the interview with Alexander Smith by being
not the
very
meme.
upfront
The meme cap.
and lets him know he isn't in trouble.
I'm just gonna call him Fingles. Is that his name? Fingles?
What's your last name?
Fingles.
Nick. No, that's right. I just talked to Dad. Any other nickname other than Alex? Street name or anything like that?
Street name.
Again, he gets basic information from him and builds some rapport with Alex by asking about things that are non-threatening.
He gets asked things that are non-threatening. Okay, you killed the kid, right? Just admit it, you killed the whole family. I don't know, maybe.
Meanwhile, Nick Browning eventually puts his head down and appears to fall asleep.
I really hope it wasn't Tommy in it. I really hope it wasn't Tommy in it that did the murders.
I'm sorry it takes so long.
The detective enters and immediately apologizes to Nick for the long wait. He does this to come across as friendly and to start building rapport. He also wants...
It's so stupid. He does a very simple, basic human act to build rapport. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Let me hold that door open for you. Anyway, do you kill that kid?
No offense to you. Everybody comes in here. I gotta read their rights too, so I gotta read the rights.
The detective is trying to put Nick at ease by saying that he has to read the Miranda rights to everyone. By making this seem like a very ordinary thing, he's less likely to start off being defensive.
So what they usually tend to do is, here from what I've seen, they get them to sign away their Miranda rights, which is like, you know, when someone's guilty and in an interrogation room, they just keep saying over and over, no comment, no comment, no comment. They don't want to double cross their own lie, right? They don't want to like build a story and then like make a point that contradicts their story. So that's usually the first thing they get them to do is sign that right away to be silent.
Can we talk a little bit? Can you sign that here for me?
You do it? Did you do it? You kill him?
I'll get over it, trust me.
Hello, Pyro. There are no memes on this donation.
Oh no.
I'm simply here to say how much I love and appreciate your videos. I know how long they must take, so you should be proud. Love you.
I'm amazed that there was no roast there. Thank you, GLaDOS. Thank you. I appreciate that. The chat is spamming right now. He didn't call Saul.
I had a good job until my boss accused me of stealing.
Oh, it's so good, man.
I better call Saul. I was out partying, minding my own business.
You are under arrest.
I'd better call Saul.
I like how the guy says he's minding his own business, and it's like you're drunk driving.
Notice how close the detective sits to Nick versus how he was seated with the other boys. He's intentionally invading his personal space to make him focus on him.
Leave Tommy in it
it's
alone.
It's more difficult to lie to someone who's inches from your face, looking direct.
I'm actually amazed the guy narrating this doesn't start explaining like the dynamics of the chair, what materials it's made out of, like it's a Herman Miller or something.
So, tell me what's happened the last day and a half. What was going on and last night? I guess you start tomorrow. Last afternoon.
Came from school at 45, then thought about going to the basketball game with them. Ended up
at Delaney or?
Delaney basketball game. Thought about going there. Okay. Then we decided to skip that for a bunch of reasons. Then we're to Ryan Fingal's house.
The police officer begins a very basic line of questioning, allowing him to describe the events of the past 2 days on his own. Getting Nick to tell his own version of what happened will help the police attempt to poke holes in his story.
Played some Xbox a little bit. Okay.
I don't know. I know the address.
He looks like the Red Letter Media guy, right? You know who I'm on about. Hang on. You can. He does look a bit like him, though, right? A little bit. Okay, he does. He looks a lot like him, actually. I think he looks a lot like him. That's a really good comparison, actually.
While one detective is handling Nick's questioning, another is simultaneously questioning Ryan.
Thank you,
we pick up where
Hull,
they're
for
discussing
joining.
the boys' activities the previous night, when they all stayed over at Ryan's house and start to discuss where exactly Nick was during that night.
You guys spent the entire evening together yesterday? Yes, you were actually leave the house at all last night? We'll just walk around the neighborhood. Okay. How far do you live from where he lives? Half a mile. Half a mile? Did you guys go over there? No. Did he?
That
Yes.
name is Mike. You uncultured swine.
The Red Letter Media guy is called Mike. Ah, it's Mike. Yeah, my bad. Thank you for the 20, man.
I'm sorry, what was his name? Nick Browning. Nick said that when he got there, the lights were still on. Okay. And so he just was in the car, and he said he fell asleep.
It seems Nick planned to sneak home to get the car before driving back to take the boys for a ride, but this never happened. Although it isn't known for sure, it can be assumed that Nick would have to sneak home to get the car due to his age. At only 15 years old, he would be unable to get his driver's license. Nick's story that he fell asleep in the car doesn't sound very feasible. If he went home to get his car, which he wasn't allowed to do, adrenaline would have likely kept him up. It's also suspicious that the lights in the house allegedly were on that late at night. If there had been an intruder, they likely wouldn't have turned lights on.
I hate this so much, man. I'm hearing about the lights being on at night and an intruder. I'm just thinking of Mandela Catalog. That's all I'm thinking of right now. I'm not even like thinking about this murder trial like at all.
What bed did you go to?
I went into his brother's room, and then
Joe Biden.
Was Joe there?
Joe, no, he wasn't there.
Joe Mama. Just a really elaborate Joe Mama joke brewing here.
Joe's room?
Yeah, and then the parents had friends over, and they weren't going to sleep there. Then they did.
The detective can tell Taylor is hesitant about speaking, so he reminds him that he needs to tell the truth.
I don't
Taylor,
know.
I'm going to tell you now.
Yes.
This is a murder case.
Yes.
You're 15 years old.
Yes.
You cannot lie to me.
Alright.
Because you will go to jail for the rest of your life.
Taylor, you cannot lie on the internet. You think you could lie in an interrogation room, Taylor? If you could not even lie on the internet?
That he'll go to jail for the rest of his life is rather aggressive, as Taylor is only 15 and it's also not actually true.
Yeah, you see, in the interrogation room, they just straight up lie to you. They lie to you and they can just get away with it.
The detective needs him to be truthful, but he oversteps a little here. Police are allowed to lie to suspects, but this seemed unnecessary at this point, given Taylor's age.
Nick was not in there?
No.
Do you know that he left?
What?
Do you know that he left?
I mean, yeah, I guess because I didn't see him there. I didn't know he was leaving. To tell the truth, I really don't know the exact times.
What is Shum? What is Shum? It's some singer. It's some singer that looks like Trinity from The Matrix.
Taylor is displaying some behaviors that indicate he's feeling anxious, such as holding his hands in front of his torso.
I mean, yes, he's been told he could go to jail for the rest of his life as a child. Yes. You don't need to do the whole third-degree body language analysis. Anyone that would be told they could be going to jail for the rest of their life would be shitting themselves.
However, given his young age and the fact that his friend's family was just found murdered, it would be understandable that he's feeling anxious.
Someone in chat just said L child.
Although some dismiss body language analysis as pseudoscience, it's used by the FBI and CIA during interrogations. When the CIA is interrogating an individual, they look for clusters of 3 or more indicators that occur in either quick succession or all at once. These indicators can be signs of discomfort or uncertainty in what the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception.
Oh my god. Guys, the CIA was actually onto something. So you're telling me if you take away someone's rights, you stick them in a 1x1 meter box with a guy that has his chair right up your asshole and then starts telling you that you could go to jail for the rest of your life, that causes discomfort? Oh my God, man, the CIA were right. I don't even care about MK Ultra and they were putting like LSD in the water, man. God, they were onto something there. God damn.
If you haven't figured out by now, something really serious has happened to the Browning family. You're 15 years old. I need you to be 100% honest. The other boys have been honest with me. You can't take up the lie. Okay? Yes.
If you lie to me, Alex, I'm gonna get really upset and then I'm gonna walk out the room. I'm assuming it's the Tommy Innit kid that's the murderer because he was the one in the thumbnail.
Do you actually edit your own videos on Pyro Live, or do you only edit on the main channel? Love you, Pyro.
I got two editors. I got one that edits on the Pyro Live channel, and then I've got one that edits on the main channel. But I do edit as well, obviously. But I do have two editors at the minute. I don't think I need any more than that. I know some people that have like 8 or 9 editors, which is just insane. There's no way, like feasibly, that I could run daily uploading on the second channel and these video essays on main, like on my own without an editor. It'd be completely impossible.
Today we're counting down the top 10 times I wrongfully confessed to mass murder.
Alex begins to give his account of the previous night, which seems to be consistent with Taylor's account.
Well, it's not bad, man. And in the morning, you just skipping over.
Everyone in chat is saying this is Tubbo. No, he's got to be found innocent. He's got to go make another music video on Brighton Beach. He can't be found guilty. He's got to start another Minecraft server. Come on, guys.
Want to know what else is funny? That statistically, out of the thousands of us that are watching you, perhaps 2 to 6 of us has committed game ending. LOL, 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 LOL. Isn't that just weird and odd?
You need to be locked up and looked at, I think, young man.
Back in Taylor's interrogation room, it seems he's wrestling with himself. It's as if he has something he wants to get off his chest. The detective is expressing just how crucial it is that he does.
I mean, yes, he wants to get off the life sentence that the detective is fake threatening him with.
Are you sure you've been 100% honest? Is there something you should be telling me? Is there something you think?
Actually, he did. He told me that he was going to go out, but he didn't tell me where he really was going.
Okay.
He said,
I appreciate this. I mean, this is...
he said he was going to go out. I mean, I don't know. I was kind of... He said he was going to go out.
What did he tell you about that?
As he talks, Taylor picks up the water bottle. Picking up the water bottle suddenly has to have some meaning because this happened precisely when he was telling the detective about Nick having gone out. Ryan does the same thing when he seemed uncomfortable. Based on behavioral observations, Taylor and Ryan appear to know something or have strong suspicions that Nick was up to no good when he left the house.
So if I go to pick water while I'm talking to someone, that means I know something. Is there like a difference if it's sparkling water or like still water?
Notice that the detective leans in very close to him when he starts stuttering and hesitating. The detective is mirroring the boy's body language, which is a nonverbal rapport building technique used to make them feel more comfortable and friendly with the detective.
The detective gets up and he just starts smacking the kid. Stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself.
People do. The detective seems to be using this technique quite intentionally throughout the interrogations in an attempt to make the group feel more at ease. Point out any mirroring behavior you catch throughout the interrogations with timestamps in the comments.
Fuck is that? Is this Dora the Explorer? Am I meant to like do your job for you?
He just told me he's going. He's going to might take the car.
Thank you, Abelard, for joining.
Or he went there.
Someone joined and they're called Cat. Thank you, Cat.
Build the car?
No.
There's Cat.
He said he's going to, and next thing I knew it, I mean, woke up, and he said fell asleep or whatever. So he said fell asleep in his car, and then he walked back, I guess, with a bike. I don't know which one he did.
Okay.
And then Tommy and it is cracked up here, so it was probably him.
Tommy and it did it because he's cracked, yeah, probably.
It's clear that he knew it was a bad idea, and to appear to the officer like he's a good kid.
Yeah. And they, the keys were, where my parents were, the lights were on in the house.
Notice how Nick taps the table while talking in an attempt to emphasize his points. However, these taps appear mistimed rather than aligned with his statement.
No, he tapped the table at the wrong time. That means he did it. He killed them all. He killed the whole family, guys.
Typically, these sort of illustrators will line up with a person's statements when they're being truthful, but Nick's are all off. And at times, he isn't even hitting the table.
Oh my god, he isn't hitting the table. That means he killed all of them. Okay. When I become a policeman in my next life, I'll take this information with me.
According to the body language panel, these are known as misplaced or mistimed illustrators and can be a cue of deception.
And so I didn't want to take the car out, so because the lights were on, so worried.
So did you ever get inside to get keys at all, or?
No, I was on that car, but never inside the house.
Okay.
His casual demeanor is somewhat unusual, given he's just found his entire family murdered.
Wait, it was his family. It was his family that got... Okay, he did it. Okay, he did it. He did it. I thought this was one of the, like the random. I thought the whole family got murdered, but he was the sole survivor. Okay, he did it. He did it. The fact that he's so nonchalant, he did it. He did it. Do we need to watch the rest of it? We don't. He did it. He did it.
However, it's possible that he's currently experiencing feelings of denial and hasn't fully let the truth sink in,
No, he did it.
which could somewhat explain why he appears to be acting normally.
No, he definitely did it.
Nick speaks in a much more mature manner compared to his three friends, who definitely sound more like kids.
Honestly, guys, biggest plot twist, I think the interrogator did it, and then he's trying to throw the blame on these kids.
Alex now gives his account of the sleeping situation at Ryan's house, which is a bit different than what the other boys had to say. Watch his story begin to evolve as he fills in some of the missing pieces of the puzzle.
So you and Nick slept in the living room? Yes. You're 100% sure? You need to be perfectly honest with me. That Nick was in there with you? Yes. The whole night? Yes.
I can't not see this kid as Tubbo after chat said it, man. Like, goddamn.
Okay. I'm having two people tell me.
Pyro, I have been watching your videos for years.
4 people have been murdered tonight. You don't want to start lying to me.
Thank you,
right now.
Carlos.
I will drag you down with this if you start lying with me.
This guy is threatening these kids so bad, man. It's like, I'm gonna, you know what? I know you killed them. I'm gonna kill you back if you don't tell me where you hid the bodies. I'm gonna kill you so bad you're gonna wish you were dead.
He changes his story and appears to now tell the truth. The boys may have decided together to lie about Nick leaving the house prior to being brought into the station to protect their friend. Saying that he left the house would obviously make him look guilty.
Is it just me, or the kid is getting closer to the interrogator?
Because he said that his mom was gonna pick him up at like 9 to like clean the house. 9 in the morning, and she never did, I guess. And he was calling. I don't know. I guess he just assumed they're out somewhere.
And we got in the course of this, I've been calling my parents all day, and they hadn't picked up. So
From the cell phone?
So originally from Ryan's house phone, and then my phone a bunch of times.
There is a very specific reason why the officer asks about Nick placing calls to his parents and brothers, to compare his statements regarding his calls with phone records. If the police get these records and they're inconsistent with his story, they can do 2 things. One
One
convince the
little
jury that he's not
sub-whisper.
telling the truth.
Do it
and 2,
now,
convince
Mayo.
Nick to confess because his story doesn't
1 mil subs on here? Maybe.
make sense.
Any idea what happened?
The detective wants Ryan to explain exactly what occurred earlier that afternoon, leading up to the horrendous discovery of Nick's slain family.
That mirroring behavior is so bizarre, man. That's like some doppelganger shit. That is so weird, just seeing that. Like how the interrogator is purposely trying to mimic him.
It's to Nick's house, because we're going to be there tonight, because they were all at my house last night. Okay. And when we got there, Nick was already worried because Nick's parents always like call him and stuff and check in, and they haven't since he hasn't talked to him since like
the water bottle.
yesterday.
That means he's hiding something.
He's holding his hands in front of his body as he describes what happened, which could be a self-soothing position. This is likely the first time he's been in a police interview room, so it's understandable that he may be feeling anxious.
Why is it fun? Someone in chat said that this is cam footage of a Gmod admin trying to ban someone. Yeah, no, guys, this entire YouTube video is basically just a Gmod admin explaining how it was RDM, that he went into the store and he just bought cigarettes.
I figured it would be loud, but it wasn't, so I walked in, and I saw my father on.
I can just imagine it. I can just hear it in my head now. All the little zoomers just screaming, RDM, 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 random deathmatch, random deathmatch.
On the couch, and that's sort of okay.
What did you see about that? I know stop, but what did you see?
I saw he was on the couch, there's blood on his face.
It's notable that Nick doesn't seem the least bit upset or emotional while discussing finding his entire family.
I was gonna say, you see your dad murdered. Like, unless you completely hated your parent, like, yeah, you'd show some kind of, like, you know, sadness, right? But the guy's like, you know, he's just like, he's talking about his dad, by the way, and he's like, yeah, my dad got quick scoped. It's kind of cringe, but yeah, there was blood on his face, I guess. Yeah.
This would have been an extremely traumatic event for him, so it's surprising that he doesn't appear to show any signs of trauma. He hasn't cried, expressed shock, or even been at a loss for words. He does lower his voice and mumble a little, but this change in volume and speech may be out of fear and not wanting to discuss the crime. It's possible that he's keeping his emotions inside or putting on a brave face. We don't know his typical behavior, so keeping his emotions inside may be normal for him.
Narrator's voice is genuinely annoying.
Nah, it's not too bad. Imagine if it's Logan Paul, bro. Imagine if it's Logan Paul.
And then this thing happened and it was crazy, and I went into a forest in Japan and that was crazy.
Down there.
We killed our whole family. Poggers.
You did get a care package though. I can't be hating that.
So he opened the door and he saw the Xbox and his
Who's he against her?
Nick. He saw the Xbox and the Wii, like, on top of each other on the pool table.
The Xbox being left behind makes a robbery much less likely, as that's something a burglar would likely take, especially if it was sitting out so
What's that logic? It's like some robber breaks into their house, right? It's like, has he got a PS2? He's got an Xbox? Oh, fuck that Xbox. Xbox got no games. What's that got? Halo 2? Fuck that shit. Leave that there.
So I ran outside and got Mr. Smith.
Okay.
And he came in, he was like yelling. He's like, John. I gave Mr. a pat, the home phone, and he called 911. So then we all went outside and Mr. Pat was on the phone.
When you went outside, where'd you go?
He stood behind Mr. Pat's truck.
Did you guys go to the back of the house at all?
Yes. We all ran around back.
What did you see back there?
We were gonna see if there's any signs down there. So he opened the door and he saw the Xbox and his...
Who's he? I'm sorry.
Nick.
Okay.
He saw the Xbox and the Wii, like, on the top of each other on the pool table.
You imagine if Nick killed his whole family just because, like, his dad wouldn't buy him Halo 2 on Xbox? That's the entire reason that this entire, like, debacle actually happened.
His account is about to further incriminate his friend Nick.
As far as you know, did Nick
stop
ever...
snitching on Nick,
Did he tell you
man.
he get driven around at all last night?
Nah, he said he didn't at all.
Okay.
But then today at the mall, he said he couldn't get the keys and he pulls the car keys out of his jacket. He said they were just in there, he didn't even know.
Nick had alleged that he never got the keys or entered the house, which is now contradicted by Alex.
Is there anybody else in your family? Grandfather?
It's not looking good for Tommy in it, guys.
Grandfather?
The entire chat is just spamming he didn't call Saul. He killed his whole family, and you guys are still doing the Saul Goodman bit. I mean, to be fair, I did just make an intervention joke.
This could indicate that he's emotionally disconnected.
When he said emotionally disconnected, the first thing I thought of was this.
As you guys can see, look, he killed me with a stun. A stun, he can't use a stun. Yeah, guys, look. Yeah, look, guys, look.
He disconnected. He used the
Yeah,
stun.
guys. Thanks for watching, guys. Hey, disconnected.
Nick
Look,
is likely
guys,
feeling more comfortable now.
he disconnected.
The detective has been friendly
He
and
was
joking with him. There's been no suggestion or hint that he may be a suspect.
My brain is just buzzword heaven, man. It's like anytime there's like a genuine word, I just think of some meme shit. My brain is deep fried.
The detective comes back and acts very friendly, asking questions unrelated to the crime to rebuild rapport with Nick.
How are you going to build rapport at this point? You're basically saying that he's done it. It's like, okay, Nick, we know that you killed your family, but you're kind of baby. You want another coffee? You want another coffee, bro?
How's the golf team?
Good. Won counties and then lost regionals, but yeah, good team.
Detective's rubbing his face like, oh my god, how could this kid be this fucking stupid? It's like, you're on the chopping block for murdering your family, and then it's like, how's the golf? Oh, the golf's really good. Yeah, no, it's fine. So Nick hasn't gave any kind of like alibi, right? Or any kind of reason to why he wasn't targeted. Like, Nick is doing the equivalent of just idling in a TF2 server now, just hoping something happens.
The detective returns to confront Taylor with one of his lies to further impart on him the fact that he needs to be totally truthful.
Do you remember at one point Nick calling his little brother?
Yeah, he calls brother.
What did he tell him? What did he ask me?
Trying to get him back up.
How about before that? Did he get a hold of his brother and say leave the back door open?
Yes. He did.
That's the stuff, man. You can't keep doing that to me. You gotta be 100% true with me.
You know it gets serious when the payday gloves are on.
Yeah, I have no idea why he's got the gloves on. There's still been no context given as to why he has the gloves on or why he needs them.
Pyro, when are we getting Petscop? We have been waiting forever, and it saddens me that you haven't done this yet. Also, you should retire. You're becoming old.
Okay, bro, your mum squirted you out like 7 minutes ago, and she put you on an iPad. Like, that doesn't mean you get to talk shit about me being old. Shut up.
We went upstairs, then you guys went outside apparently.
Right, we went outside.
Where did you go?
We went out to the back, and then that door was unlocked.
It was unlocked?
It was unlocked, the basement sliding door.
I will say, though, obviously, we all know this at this point, how all the kids are so nervous. Like this kid, right? They're all kind of like hunched over on the table. They look very kind of nervous and anxious. Then you got Tommy in it, and he's almost leaning back like he's comfortable. And the detective's doing that as well. The detective's comfortable because it's his space, right? Like he's got no reason to feel intimidated. His physical demeanor, even though I think body language is kind of full of shit, mostly, his physical demeanor is almost showing how he's quite calm about all of it. Like he's climatized himself, right? That's obviously a bit of a red flag.
When did you see your parents last, or talk to your parents? When did you see your parents last, I should ask?
They dropped me off at our neighbor's house.
So Greg was in the car with the parents when he dropped you off?
I was in the car, Ben stayed at the house.
Okay.
Chat's just spamming he got caught trolling. Like, he killed his family, but a bit of trolling. It's a bit of trolling. What's this about? It's about a kid that trolled too hard on a Gmod Dark RP server. What I don't understand with this whole story as well is, you know how they're interrogating the boys, right? Why are they not using DNA? Does DNA take a long time? Because surely if Nick, like, you know, collateraled his parents and his family, they'd have DNA, right? DNA can take quite a while as to be sent. Yeah, I assumed it wouldn't be instantaneous. Because after he wallbanged his parents, like, he's not giving an accurate timeline compared to the boys, right?
Nick was likely smart and a good student if he had AP classes. Drinking is a behavior that doesn't typically align with the profile of a good student. But oftentimes, high-achieving students can put excess pressure on themselves to perform, and thus seek out ways to cope with the emotional stress that results from that excess pressure. Sometimes these types of students have parents who set excessively high expectations for their academic achievement.
When I went to school, there were so many like kids in my year that told me like my parent wants me to be like a dentist or a doctor or something, and how they just be completely disowned from the family. Like overbearing parents. I don't know what it's like for the rest of you guys, but in the UK, I think there's a lot of like overbearing parents. I think there's a huge culture around that. Because I get it to an extent. It's like your parents want you to do well and for you to succeed. I totally understand that. You're gonna basically cripple your kid. You're gonna emotionally cripple your kid.
Alex, Ryan, and Taylor are all allowed to leave the police station and go home, while Nick remains alone to continue answering questions. Get ready, because this is where the case really goes off the rails.
Oh, we in it now, boys. This is gonna be some unhinged gaming right now.
From Nick's perspective, he likely doesn't think that the police would provide a meal to a murder suspect, and this puts him further at ease. However, this is actually a common tactic when interrogating someone. People are
oh my, putting your legs up, bro. He took the shoes off, bro. He took the shoe. You guys fucking stanky fit. Oh my god. Okay, he did it. Chat is calling him a Chad for not caring. He killed his... Okay, so chat is now sympathizing with a murderer. Okay.
Anything else?
You guys are actually that down bad right now.
The officer re-enters the room and introduces his partner, another police officer.
One thing that I know from watching these videos, when they bring in a second detective, they're just going to go so hard on you, bro. They just know it's him right now. They know it's him. 100p.
Stuff's just not adding up for me right now. With you, okay?
This is the first time that the officer has become accusatory towards Nick, and his intricately woven story is just about to fall to pieces.
Yep, this is it.
Tell me why your dad was...
You done fumbled it, boy.
All your friends are saying that your father was uncharacteristically disluted with you yesterday.
The detective may be lying to him about his friend saying his dad was mad at him yesterday, as that was not mentioned in any of the 3 interrogations. The detective likely wants Nick to believe that his friends turned on him, so that he will feel he has no choice but to...
They always do this. They always do this for group interviews.
What now?
Yes, when he dropped at Fingal's house, he went to the door and made sure his parents were home.
Okay. But everybody's saying that he was ticked off. What was he mad about?
Is there a reason they would say that?
What?
Is there a reason that they would say something like that?
He's not.
Release my boy. He didn't do nothing wrong. His boy just like round 100 zombies just gunning down everyone.
He's not really nice though, I don't think.
That's not. They said it was uncharacteristic for him that usually when he does see them, he's always pleasant. That's why this particular moment stood out to them.
I mean, they didn't see him.
Free my boy. He didn't do nothing wrong.
So I'm not sure. They didn't see him except for Ryan.
Okay. So you're saying he wasn't upset?
Yeah. And even if he was, they wouldn't have seen him.
But Nick, things aren't adding up here. I don't understand some things that happened here tonight. I think you had something to do with what happened tonight.
If he were innocent, you might expect him to immediately and strongly deny killing his family, but he's silent.
Kinda cringe, bro.
Racing, as he may have thought he got away with it since the detective was so personable, and the interview was very non-threatening in the beginning.
I think that you killed...
It's his fault for killing his family and then not watching a single interrogation video on YouTube. This is on him, bro. This is on him.
Your family.
This is L.
And the thing is, the more he lies, the deeper it gets.
The implication is that if he were to come clean, he could receive lesser punishment, and that if he lies, his punishment will be worse. Nick has already waived his right to remain silent and hasn't since invoked that right.
There's got to be a reason why you did.
Oh, he didn't waive his right. Okay, so he didn't waive it yet. Okay.
Say, we need to know why.
He wouldn't know that. He's a kid though. He wouldn't know that.
A motive may help a grieving family receive closure. Proving a motive isn't actually legally required to prove murder. You just have to prove that the suspect killed a person and had the intent to kill that person. While it's true that judges can't use a criminal's honesty in determining an appropriate punishment, punishment for first-degree murder can only be so lenient.
Your family, we need to know what happened here. They were half your time.
The other detective holds up what is assumed to be a family picture.
They always do this, yeah. You think the kid who ate a whole like fillet of fish burger from McDonald's and fries and then takes his shoes off and puts his stinky feet up on the other officer's chair, you think he's gonna care anything about like any kind of remorse or emotion?
I broke into the house last night.
You went into that house. You called and had your brother leave the door open.
The officers recall that Nick called Greg and had him leave the door open. Because the first officer allowed him to tell his own version of events earlier, he now has something to convince him that lying is of no use.
There's no other explanation.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, it's
The
over.
more you
It's
lie,
over. It's actually over.
You really do still have a life ahead of you. But the more you lie, the deeper it gets.
I like how this interrogator is saying you've got your whole life ahead of you. It's like, no. If you admit it, you got no life ahead of you, buddy.
I mean, do you want people to look at you as a cold-blooded killer or somebody that just made a mistake?
The second officer utilizes a classic technique of the Reed method of interrogation, asking Nick if he is a cold-blooded killer. With this technique, an officer suggests two alternative reasons why the suspect committed the crime, with one of the responses being somewhat more socially acceptable. Even if he admits to the more socially acceptable option, he would
He's still admitting, yeah. He's still confessing, yeah.
Nobody else did.
Cops are fucking dirty, man. They are so dirty. Goddamn. But again, like I said earlier, I've been saying this whole stream, it's like a lesser evil against a greater evil, right?
Reading this chat is like
His denial.
watching escaped mental patients relate to a murderer. But it's all okay because it's all ironically.
I don't think it's ironic though, bro. I think that's the I don't think they're being ironic here at all. That's the worst thing.
Why did you call your father Adolf Hitler?
That's it. They don't want to know about the...
Wait, what?
Why did you call your father Adolf Hitler?
That's it. They don't want to know about the murder, bro. They don't want to know about the murder. It's like, why'd you call your dad Hitler? That's kind of cringe. Hitler killed people, bro.
As we speak, we're developing more and more evidence that you did this. There's no other explanation for what we're finding other than that you did it.
What evidence is it that I did it?
You'll see.
Oh my god. This guy's doing like Sixth Sense shit with him right now.
You've lied to us. You lied to us about you contacting your brother. You lied to us about the keys.
I never lied about contacting my brother. I told you that.
Yeah, this is it, boys.
He only told me after I pointed out to
The
you
major
that you
league fumbling is happening right now.
It was you. You left your friends. What happened?
You've got no
Why?
friends.
Explain to us why this would have happened.
Mastery level does it have?
But they were strict.
I like this American code here, right? It's like my family was strict. They sent me to bed at 7 p.m. instead of 8. So I blew them all away with a 12 gauge shotgun with slug rounds.
We wouldn't be sitting here talking to you like we are if we didn't think you did it. I know your friends didn't do it. I know nobody broke into that house last night.
I didn't need the back doors open.
Still, it's breaking in. Your parents were supposed to come get you at 9 o'clock this morning. You don't bother going home to check on them all day. You knew you were supposed to go home and clean the house. Instead, you go to the mall.
Listen, if
somebody breaks into a house, okay, they're not going to go in the bedroom and throw keys under the mattress.
No, I'm not saying that. The pistol was out.
You put the key there.
Where was the gun?
Where was the gun there?
That's another issue. There's a gun out there. Someone else could get hurt by this gun, and it's going to fall on you. There's got to be a reason why you did this.
There's no reason. It doesn't make sense.
It does.
Also, is it just me? This kid sounds like Paul Dano in Prisoners. He sounds like Paul Dano in Prisoners. I'm not going to play all of it because I don't want to get into like copyright trouble.
How can you be so sure?
I'm positive. I'm 100.
He sounds like Paul Dano. Listen.
He's gross. May I sit down? What are you doing in the RV? Answer my question. Sleep there. Why was the RV parked outside the house?
He sounds exactly the same.
Everything about it, the way you act, you're acting as if you're a guilty man.
I mean, do you really want me to believe that someone broke into your house, found the keys to the gun locker, which you said you didn't know where they were, opened the gun locker? Let me finish.
Nick carefully tries to refute the detective's claim that he had the keys.
Let me
to the
finish, you
gun
little
safe
murderer.
under his
Let me
mattress.
finish.
He's not challenging the detectives in any way, and he even says, "I'm sorry," when he barely interrupted one of the detectives. Again, his mature demeanor is gone.
He's putting his dirty socks on the chair.
And methodically went
He's
through
gone.
the house and killed
It's
everybody
gone.
in the house, then walked into your bedroom and stuck the keys under your mattress.
There's multiple sets of keys.
The keys are under your mattress. Do you want me to believe that someone walked into that house, kills your entire family, and then just happens to put the keys under your
The gun
mattress?
was out. I didn't need the keys.
Okay, I'm telling you.
But it wouldn't make any sense for you to even touch the keys.
Do you want me to believe it?
But that's not even. The keys aren't Just happened or whatever. It wasn't a mess for me.
Okay, but the keys are under your mattress.
I do want to say for this murder investigation, this CCTV camera capturing the whole room, they could not be doing my man here more dirty. They are trying to film some kind of bald spot that he doesn't even have right now. This is the most dirty CCTV camera I've seen in my life. The subtitles here actually try to protect his hairline right now. So shout out to the subtitles.
The only question is why.
Why'd you do it,
That's the
Nick?
only question
Why'd
I
you
have.
kill? Why'd you no-scope your family, Nick?
Love their wives, husbands. Sometimes people snap.
Just as a sad cough. It's like, I don't care.
The detectives return about 10 minutes later.
They ate a donut and then they came back.
Why are you telling us this big story about going the keys when the keys are in the pocket of your jacket? The car keys.
Yes.
You had them the whole time.
I don't know.
Again, an untruth. Why did you do this?
An untruth. That's
You
like
keep saying
that's
that.
the nicest way to say lie I think I've heard in my life.
Who would do it? What kind of person would do this?
People are going to be searching for a reason why this happened. Look at your family.
I don't understand why the cop would be trying to use, you know, remorse against this kid. Because it's like, you know, look at this family. Look, you've killed them. You've killed them. And it's like, he's killed his fucking kid brothers, right? It's like, he's not going to have any remorse about this. Why are you now trying to guilt trip him? Like, if during this interview he cracks and he goes, oh my God, I can't believe I killed them, Marianne, I'll be amazed.
You're 15 years old. You will spend the rest of your life in jail.
It's so genius though, right? How it's like they act like they want to help the kid, but it literally is like, if he admits it, he's fucked. Like he's going to jail for the rest of his life because he'll probably be tried as an adult.
No, it gives us something to tell your neighbors, your family, because everybody's looking for a reason.
For a complete scumbag murderer, he's committing to the Paul Dano bit really well right now.
I didn't do it. You were totally unemotional about this. You walk into a house, your whole family is murdered, and you're deciding to do it. Why would I do it? I think you're trying to convince yourself. You're doing a terrible job of convincing me.
You brought me your mind. I couldn't.
You did this. There's no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Afraid it is. Look, you know what? You're under arrest. Okay.
Oh shit, I genuinely think the only reason that they're arresting him is because that means they get to keep him being held in a cell longer, right? They can legally hold him longer.
Nick, I'm just trying to help you out. I'm trying to figure out what happened here. I mean, this is a horrible tragedy.
You were literally saying to him like 30 minutes ago, you did it, you killed all of them. Why'd you do it? Why'd you kill all of them? Oh, this is such a tragedy. I can't believe they all got spawn killed. This is like Tommy Innit in an interrogation room defending Dream's cheating.
You can live it out as a cold-blooded killer who just killed 4 members of family, first-degree murder, or maybe there was a reason, whatever it might be. There may be a reason.
Like, what? Okay, the cop's coping right now. It's like, okay, so you killed them, you're a cold-blooded killer, or you killed them and you had a reason to. That's still first degree, you fucking idiot. This is terrible.
You're playing on your mind right now. How am I going to beat this jury? I've got the jury beat. Not in Baltimore County, you don't.
Not the Baltimore County jury. I watched The Wire.
If I give a reason, I'd still be sitting in that same detention center.
I don't know. Is there a mental issue? Is there something going on here?
So then I commit myself to a mental hospital for the rest of my life.
I can't fathom why this happened, but I'm sure there's a reason. But nobody broke into the house. Nobody came in.
Someone did, obviously.
Why do you think that?
They're dead.
His response is very telling. His entire family was killed, yet he's trying to convince the detective that it was a burglary. A true victim would simply try to assist and be cooperative to help find the killer.
Yeah.
They were dead. Why would you take all this stuff? Apparently they had time to set it all up.
Well, I'm not dead.
This is where we're getting at. That's not a burglary. That's a staged event.
When the detective reveals he knows the house was staged as if a burglary occurred,
Oh,
Nick
he
is
did
silent
do.
and appears stunned.
He did do the burglary
He looks
strap.
unsure of what to say next.
Shit. All right, this guy's done. Abandon ship, boys. Abandon ship.
It was all staged. That's all we know. Every one of us has seen a real burglary.
How do you know something was staged? How do you know stuff was missing or not? How do you know stuff was missing or not?
How about the jewelry? There's tons of jewelry in your mom's thing.
I don't know. Do you know? I don't know what she has person. You know, she has definitely valuable stuff. I don't know if that's missing.
How about the cash on your mom's dresser?
So he staged a burglary, but he didn't even remove any of the possessions. Bit of a fucking idiot. Just a little bit of a fucking idiot.
I don't believe you. I'm looking in the eyes of a stone cold killer. There's no remorse. Only people that can lay here and sleep are the guilty.
There's no lesser punishment offered because I'm still going to jail regardless But if I take it to court, what if I win? That's a heck of a gamble, isn't it? But the rest of your life is a heck of a gamble. But as opposed to what?
But he's right. I hate to admit it. This kid's smart as fuck. He's totally right. It's worth the gamble in court. 100%. His best case now would be to shut his mouth, go to court, and then ride it out. And if he loses, he's fucked. If he wins, that's amazing. He's won the lottery. Because admitting to this cop right now, he's fucking himself. I hate to admit it, but this kid is, for a piece of shit that's murdered his family, he's spot on. He's completely spot on.
You're a good kid. I'm reaching this. I'm trying to get there.
He's smiling and states he's trying to get there, meaning he's getting ready to confess. It's disturbing that he's smiling while he's considering confessing, and this shows a complete lack of remorse, empathy, or conscience.
Actual insane
Nick may
psycho.
have psychopathy or some other serious personality disorder to display such inappropriate emotions.
Because your father? Yeah, he was in the straw. Yeah. Was it physical? No. More sort of
Oh, he's admitting. He's admitting.
I'm in Boy Scouts, right?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. He's admitting it now. He's admitting it.
So there's this, I'm almost Eagle, I'm almost done. You're just getting life, right? Life Scout.
Well, no, you are getting life. The cop says to me, you're getting life. It's like, after this admission, bro, you getting life.
You're just getting life,
You're getting life. You getting a life sentence after this, buddy. I feel what they're going to get out of him here is a partial confession. I mean, he might even be lying right now. This might just be like, you know, Amber Turd crocodile tears right now.
And then I went back to get the car. I saw him sitting on the couch. The TV was on. Apparently the gun was out on the workshop bench.
Nick covers his face almost the entire time he retells what he did, as though he's trying to hide from what he's revealing.
Yeah.
I woke up. I sat there for a half hour. He was sleeping. Yeah, standing over him.
Okay, he hasn't admitted it yet. He still has a way out. He hasn't admitted it yet.
And then I went between putting the gun up to his head and pulling it back down and up.
Okay, that's still not admitting you killed him. That's just bizarre. Saul Goodman still can represent you in court.
Do you have a pillow up too, or yeah, just the gun?
Okay, Saul Goodman can still represent you.
I'm not sure if I meant to pull the trigger or if it
Oh, for fuck's sake! That was the worst admission of guilt I've heard in my entire life. That was literally just, I put the gun out, and my finger slipped into the gun drawer. My finger slipped into the key to unlock the gun from the gun drawer. My finger slipped and grabbed the gun, and then I accidentally pulled the trigger. This is the guy that was eating like a burger an hour and a half ago. I do not understand like this. Jesus Christ.
Once that happened, freaked out, and I thought, it would all come down, but I don't even know if they woke up or whatever, but so I sat on the couch and I just...
In many ways, it's a greater indication of a total lack of empathy and poor moral conscience when a person has an opportunity to reconsider their actions, but they go through with the murder anyway. Even if Nick was out of it, as he said, or overcome with emotions in the moment, he still had moments in those 30 minutes where he must have realized the significance of his actions.
It's self-preservation entirely.
I couldn't just walk away from that, and I shot him on.
He wasn't even having like a manic episode or anything as well. What I reckon this is going to end, he's going to get first degree for his dad and then second degree for his family.
Hello again, Pyro.
Not $100.
I see you are studying to murder.
Yeah.
You are basically the British version of these insane people. Except for murder, you play video games, which is arguably worse.
Looks like this guy did not know that he had rights.
Why do you guys always roast me with GLaDOS and then do a follow-up with Critical's voice?
Why the brothers, man? No one was there to say anything that my story would go. Doesn't tell anyone.
Yeah, he admitted it. He admitted it, that's it.
Nick's revelation that he killed his brother solely for self-serving purposes shows how truly cold-blooded he is, and how he is solely concerned about himself.
It's a done deal.
He may have been angry with his father or frustrated with the rules or boundaries his parents set, so he thought if he eliminated them, his problems would go away. He may have believed that his life would be better on his own, but he likely didn't think about the long-term consequences of his actions. He could have been afraid that if his brothers were alive, they might point fingers at him or recall fights Nick had with his dad, which would give away his guilt. So he felt he had to kill everyone.
Imagine like being that cold and calculated. You kill your family just so your story looks more believable.
Do you remember where you shot your dad? I wasn't in there. On his body. And the head. The head? How about your mom? The head. Your brothers too, then?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. He admitted it. That's it.
What do you want us to tell your grandfather? I don't even know what to... what it was today.
That's just sweet. You have to take care of some of that stuff.
Tell me in it, found guilty, boys.
I'm gonna be out in a couple minutes. Bathroom, water.
Jesus.
The detective has continued to treat Nick kindly and with respect, despite the fact that he admitted to killing his entire family.
I mean,
now
the
that
guy
Nick has changed into a jump.
The guy's probably gonna get a promotion.
Poggers, PogChamp for the murderer.
PogChamp for the murderer. I think you sell it in for the 69, sorry, sex number.
Suit. It's likely that it's real.
You almost feel sorry for him, right? The kid? But it's like he murdered his fucking family. But obviously, because you're not seeing that happen right now, yeah.
Really sinking in what's about to happen. After the interview.
Because he seems so innocent, but it's like, no, you've gone down like innocent people.
Ended with Nick's confession. He was charged with 4 counts of first degree.
Wow, okay, so not even... Wow, okay. That's really surprising. I thought that was going to be 1 count of first and 3 counts of second. Damn, that's really surprising.
Murder. What may come as a surprise to you is that soon after his trial began, Nick's family members, including his grandparents...
I like how he just goes back to like putting his feet on the stanky feet on the couch.
Parents, aunts, and uncles all began writing letters to the court asking for him to be given leniency. His maternal grandfather even backed up Nick's allegations that he was mentally and physically abused for most of his life.
Oh my god. So Nick's father's father, his grandfather, he killed his son and he's still writing to the court to like defend him. That's insane.
Which means that he will become eligible for parole in 2031 after serving 23 years. However, Nick's chances...
How old would he be when he gets out? Like in his 40s or something, right?
...of receiving parole may be slim, because in Maryland, parole for a life sentence must be approved by the governor, and that hasn't happened since 1994.
So that's him now. He looks so normal as well, Jesus. Why is he allowed to pose like that? Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining. I've really enjoyed this stream. Went on a while. Thank you all so much for joining, and I will see you guys later.
The sky's falling, the wind is calling, stand for something or die in the morning. Section 80, high power.
We're all seasoned veterans of interrogation videos now. We have seen countless times the accused sat in this tiny little cubicle with 2 detectives that inch their chair closer and closer, and they say, "Did you do it?" And they go, "I don't know. I just found him like that." And usually these videos boil down into about 30 to 40 minutes of pure copium from the accused, saying that they didn't do anything, slowly cracking, and maybe they have some kind of alibi. What I'm about to show you today is an accused that has absolutely no alibi. They did a crime, and they were even stupid enough to film it. The detectives had her dead to rights from the very beginning, but they spent the entire interrogation video basically messing around with her. A little bit of trolling, if you will. Every JCS video be like, this person is a psychopathic, sociopathic, pathological liar because how they sit in the chair or some BS. And how they talk is a bit wacky too. So true. Sarah literally thinks she's going home later. Why is this titled like a Leafy video? Sarah literally thinks she's going home later. I like how we got the Petscop video here just taunting me. Is that the era where I did the fake deep voice?
Petscop is a masterpiece.
Yeah, it was.
How's it going, everyone? Flashbang here. Today, James Charles did an oopsie.
Alright, give it a watch.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 Brent Court. This is the police from Medico. My boyfriend is dead. Get them alarm for the fire department. Not hang.
Okay, I got a nasty feeling that she's going to be the antagonist here. Also, why is this frame like a Mandela catalog video? Did anyone notice that?
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case when we were playing. Like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened.
He was dead in the suitcase.
Somewhere what, man? No, I pulled him out of the suitcase.
He was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Right, is he breathing?
No.
I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
She's talking like a trailer or something, like a film trailer. It's like, I found him in a suitcase. I was asleep. And then, bad stuff happened. Not gonna lie, I can't watch the Petscop video because of the voice. Yeah, it's my old videos where I put on the deep voice. I don't know why I did it. I'm quite a normal person. So I don't really understand why I did that. He's like rigor mortis. I understood. Rick and Morty. I understood that reference.
This back for me on the floor.
I did.
Okay,
He's dead and purple.
Okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him, okay? Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
If I look at him, you can tell.
Okay.
Please. Okay, he just gurgled.
Okay, listen to me. Place the heel of your hand right between his chest, right between his breastbone. Put your other hand on top of that hand. We want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, twice per second. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, to be fair, for a dispatcher, that's probably the best thing they could do. I know that sounds pretty useless, but they're actually giving her, like, you know, techniques there. Probably not going to do anything, but yeah, I mean, it's better than just like, wow. So, like, do you know where you live? Purple guy from Five Nights at Freddy's. I like how we can show a real person being killed, and you just turn it into a meme. Average Pyro chat.
This is 42-year-old Sarah Boone, who you just heard on the 911 call a few seconds ago. Her boyfriend was 42-year-old George Torres Jr., who she locked inside a suitcase the night before, ultimately leading to him dying of suffocation. Sarah's explanation is that it was a totally unintentional and unforeseen accident, but what she's completely unaware of at this particular moment is the fact she recorded 2 videos on her phone last night, the first of which was taken at 11:12 p.m. and shows her laughing at George while he's zipped up in the suitcase. But George isn't laughing. He's asking to be let out and repeatedly stating that he can't breathe. The second video was...
Oh my god. How did she overpower him, though, and get him in the suitcase? The thing is, what people don't understand about cases like this is the spouse, the significant other, the family, the partner, they're always the prime suspect. They're the first people they gotta be ruled out. Because most crimes that are committed against someone, it's always someone that they know. There's very few cases where that doesn't happen.
Recorded 11 minutes later showing the same thing, except the suitcase was flipped over and in a different area of the apartment. Sarah is both unmistakably and heavily intoxicated in these videos, which may explain the fact she didn't delete them. It would be safe to assume that she has no idea the videos exist. And yes, you will see the moment she becomes aware of their existence. But we first have to acknowledge how this episode was even possible, and that would be the Law and Crime Network. They sent us the uncompressed documents that comprise this video, and almost every case we have covered, or will cover, is already available in its raw form on this channel, which includes the 2 main items of public record in the case of Sarah Boone, starting with the body cam footage, which is right where we left off.
I had a cigarette, but get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter.
I just like the priority she has here. It's like, I need a cigarette and a Dr. Pepper. My husband's dead, by the way.
I just got here, so fill me in. No problem. Like, you and I worked with the pencil together. We've been doing some artwork together.
Product placement. Is that time like Kylie Jenner or whoever it was, like handed that police officer like a Pepsi Max?
We were drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night. So then it's like we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase.
Jassa, thank you for the 10. I hate you so much. I only watch you for MLG and Leafy Nostalgia. You crooked teeth for... Can't say that word. Can't even make a long form vid anymore. Just Pokimane for edgelords. Okay, you're the one that says like the F word that you call my audience edgelords, by the way. Also, take the Mensa test to prove you have low IQ. Didn't Sneeko take that and he got like below average IQ? I know Colossal took it. Colossal took it and he was genuinely convinced that his IQ was 20 points off of Einstein.
What we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened. Here, let me fill this Becky in, okay? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so caught now. One second. It's on the counter. I can't move anything from out of the house. Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to do, right?
Did you see that face she pulled? I think my face cam was covering it up. Oh my god. Okay, that's the thumbnail face we're using. Jesus Christ. Me when I get no Dr. Pepper. Me when I murder my ex-husband, but there's no Dr. Pepper.
I can get you some water, okay?
The officer then talks to Sarah's ex-husband.
I just got the guy who donated like 2 minutes ago. He said, Pokimane for edgelords. I hate that that's kind of accurate. True. Very true. What was the thing Pokimane said once? I want to legislate the constipation for... There was something about like her wanting to stop like hate speech on Twitch, but the way she worded it was just like complete word soup. Legislate the Constitution. Just words on the screen.
That Sarah was meant to have custody of their son today.
I'm really not very good about all the unions.
They called back because they're still there.
Got over here, over. You call 911. Over here. And
moved in. Basically, he said we need to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. But I called her. He's currently on parole.
She looked like Shrek's kid when she did that face. She was entering in a Karen. Someone in chat said this guy's Mr. Beast. Okay, you know what? I don't like how that kind of looks like him in like 20 years. That could be Jimmy. Call him Jimmy because we're friends.
He explains that George has been arrested for domestic violence multiple times against Sarah, and that Sarah's literally bailed him out every time. The police officer asks the ex-husband to stick around for a little while longer. She then gets a notepad and returns to Sarah to collect more information.
At some point, you put him in the suitcase. No, he got in the suitcase. So.
Yeah, the Mr. Beast guy's just gonna come out. He's gonna be like, she killed him. Hey, she killed him. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast.
Then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Someone in chat. Murder! She did it! Okay, guys, we're gonna stop. It's not funny. You're milking the bit now. You're gonna millhouse the bit. You're gonna millhouse it. I'll give $1,000 to whoever can survive in the suitcase the longest. Come on, fella. What are you doing? What are you doing? I like how they always show this, like the interrogation before the actual interrogation room. This is like the starter. Because you know that when she hits the interrogation room here, she's just going to get one tapped. Right now, it's Warzone, they're just hitting the armor plates. But as soon as she goes in that interrogation room, one tapped.
Can I have a cigarette, please? Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house. It's on the back door. Nope, all of it. Sure, okay?
The officer then confirms the ex-husband will be taking custody of the child.
And your child is in school right now.
She definitely wants to go in there to try and like see if there's any evidence she can remove. 100%. She's freaking out that there might be something.
Not here with you.
No.
Okay. Okay.
The ex-husband leaves, and the officers wait for investigators to arrive.
Not right now. We can't have you go and get anything.
Ex-husband dodged a bullet. He's fucking dead. I don't think he. I don't think he dodged a bullet if he's dead.
Why don't you sit in the shade?
The investigators then arrive.
Sarah.
They ask Sarah what happened.
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around the bathroom at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away laughing?
We were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep. I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. His family have never liked me.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughter yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
They're going to kill me.
Okay, well,
Do they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me.
The detectives reassure Sarah that she's not about to get...
What did she do? She's innocent. She did nothing wrong.
We'll keep checking on you.
This police officer was brilliant. Her temperament was perfect for the situation. The investigators simply asked Sarah to stay somewhere else for the night, and to come to the police station the following day with any questions she might have. Sarah stayed with her ex-husband, then showed up at the sheriff's office the next day at 3:51 p.m. with an entire handwritten page of questions. Sarah takes out the page of questions, which the investigator semi-acknowledges and brushes off.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything that maybe you understand what I just read you?
Sarah has no idea what just happened.
I mean, yeah. This is gonna be an ownage of epic proportions, an epic own, as they say. Because yeah, she's gonna get one tap in this room.
And we were informed of some injuries that he had by the doctor. So
Miranda moment. Miranda be like, you're right. They're gone. They're gone. I don't know where they go. I don't know. They're gone.
he had some injuries to his left shoulder.
Forensics have since proven that George sustained his injuries the night he died, and he didn't have them before entering the apartment.
To be fair as well though, she has no alibi. If it's just you and your ex-husband in a room, then it's gonna be over. She has no alibi. If she basically claims that, like, I don't know where they went, I don't know where the husband went, he went off or something, he fell off. Yeah, he actually did fall off. But yeah, because no alibi, it's over. There was no pre-planning to this at all.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hallway.
The investigator details further injuries, including a contusion on his neck.
And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, you know, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it. I have no idea.
Oh, it's not her ex, it's her actual husband. The ex is the Mr. Beast guy from the start. Right, okay.
No idea what it is. We had a good time.
So Mr. Beast is okay in this, okay.
I'm sitting on the back porch, having wine, and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why
She had all night to set this up, which is the issue. For all we know, she could have designed this entire scene of events from scratch. There is a 12-hour gap between the timestamp on her videos to the moment police showed up on her doorstep, which is plenty of time to assemble what looks like a very pleasant scene of events that in no way precipitated a drunken act of revenge that ultimately led to murder.
nobody got out of the store. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. No.
Play. Yeah, I don't get it. What, they're gonna boot up the PS3 or something? They're gonna boot up the PS2 and play like iToy? Like, what does that mean?
He also had, like, on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
Consider
have not
blunt force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him. I have no idea. We had a good day.
It's the fact that she's on the defense so much as well. That's not good. That's like indicating that she's, well, yeah, trying to defend herself. But they haven't even really made the accusation yet. But her kind of like, yeah, I did not hit her. Yeah, she's doing a bit of a Tommy Wiseau here. I did not hit him. It is not true. It is bullshit. I did not hit him. I did not. Actually puts him in the suitcase like a boss.
It was a good day. We've had good days lately. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
The interrogator now brings up Sarah's last call to police, reporting domestic violence.
A month ago, it was a curtain rod.
Yeah, the curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
She just referred to the fact that George didn't face charges for the alleged assault.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, the last time he got out of jail, like, we've been good and he's been having his classes.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Justifying the murder? Yeah, imagine it's like, she just opens up in the very beginning like, I killed him. There was actually a video that was similar to that. It was this old woman and she shot like her nephew or something like that. Someone in the family. And she basically admitted straight away, like in the interrogation room, I killed him. I shot him even. And then she asks the officers interrogating, she's like, oh yeah, did he die? And they're like, yeah, he did die, unfortunately. And she's literally celebrating like, oh, thank you. Every JCS video be like, this person is a psychopathic, sociopathic, pathological liar because how they sit in the chair or some BS. Yeah, look at this. So this is a woman who shot her son-in-law, and then she went to the interrogation room, basically self-reported straight away. It's insane.
Yeah. After you shot him, you said, Grandma, I love you? Yeah.
Did you check the scene for you?
Thank you.
She went and enjoyed. She went to Denny's.
She literally went to a Denny's after shooting her son-in-law and then went gambling. Actual psychopath.
Is he alive? He's not? Oh, good. Oh, thank you.
Unbelievably, detectives aren't the
Holy shit, that fucking arm wobble. Actual walrus.
Good. Oh, thank you.
You could see the interrogator just look at him like, oh shit, she's not right in the head. Dude, she's talking about it like one-tapping someone in CSGO across the map. Like, what the fuck?
Sarah is detailing possible motives for retaliation. Routine procedure would be to keep her train of thought locked on this element, provide encouragement and understanding while inquiring further into the suspect's grievances with the victim. The only problem is that the lead
Someone in chat said bingo arm. Yeah, bingo arm.
Interrogator really doesn't like Sarah and abandons the task of pretending to, which makes this a significantly flawed, yet remarkably entertaining process to bear witness.
Ah, right, so the narrator just said that the interrogator fucking hates her and just thinks that she did it. So just no professionalism here. I'm expecting a couple subtweets, a couple snides, maybe even a quote tweet.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday...
Thank you, Ritter, for 6 months. Pyro, I love watching your content. I'm mentally ill, by the way. I mean, so is every Pyro view. I don't blame you.
Right.
The investigator challenges an earlier assertion which remodels the discourse, and the suspect then starts defending her relationship with the victim.
I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him.
See, he's like nodding in agreement, right? You know, almost comforting her. She's just stoned, like she's not moved at all. Pyro watching JCS, not very surprising. You spelled surprising wrong, idiot. In all seriousness, I've enjoyed your content over the years, and you're my favorite English YouTuber. And I would like to state I'm 22 and I'm probably the oldest Pyro watcher. Yeah, I mean, there was some guy that said he was like 30, but it was probably like he got his dad to make the donation or something.
She somehow transitions into the principle.
She played Resident Evil 4 so she could fit him in.
Of how she doesn't normally drink, and it's kind of only because of George that she drinks at all.
Why are we talking about all these small, like, non-meanings, though? It's like, where's her alibi? She hasn't even explained what. Did she just find him in the suitcase? Is that what happened? She hasn't even said that she left to get alcohol or anything.
Fine, whatever. Or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I can do 50 things at once and still know 50 things more previously prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself.
What did you miss? A woman's being accused of murder and she's too busy talking about, like, wanting a Dr. Pepper.
I took care of him.
Sarah talks about George's anger management classes and the supposed progress he was making.
And we'd always come home and show me his paper. And we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. He changed.
He changed. That's why I no-scoped him. Imagine if the interrogator actually came out and was just like, so that's why you killed him. It's not even hiding her contempt.
Can I tell you, I love him. I love him. Everybody tells me that.
At some point, somebody gets enough.
In the next month.
Oh, he inferring though. He inferring. He going straight in for. He wants that promotion. God damn, he went straight to inferring.
Moment. The detective will say, then they have to do something to defend themselves. Sarah's temperament will completely switch at the completion of this sentence.
Yep.
And they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just sleep, and I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop.
She explains how she once filed a restraining order.
Yeah, she's going straight into defense mode. She was just waffling. Like, if you go back, you can actually see her eyes look up. Like, she can literally see Jesus looking up above saying, do not self-report, or you're going to see me in about 15 minutes. Do not do it.
Against George. Then for
do not do it, my child. You do not hit the self-report button.
For some reason brings up his ex-wife. The interrogator lets her vent about the ex-wife for 2 minutes. She will now bring the focus back to the investigation.
Since
It's Jova. It's not Jova yet. She hasn't self-reported yet. Close though.
talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time you was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs? We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
She recalls the game starting at around 4 p.m. and her going to sleep at around midnight.
So I have 4.
What is this game they keep talking about? This game they were playing Among Us or something? Like, I don't get it. Like, they keep referring to this like it's some like holy divine intervention that like explains everything and why he was just found in a suitcase dead.
4 and I have midnight, so there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or like when we started to play hide and seek. Yeah, we went inside probably about. If I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started to listen to music for a little bit. Started to paint.
One in chat said that they were playing the Callisto Protocol. You don't get it. She got the Contagion DLC. She needed to watch all of the 19 new death animations. It was really worth her time. She only had to climb through like 40 minutes worth of vents to see them.
No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, Tag, you're it.
There is no way that she's going to say it's hide and seek, and then when she found him, he was dead. There is no way that's her alibi. Let's play hide and seek, and when I came back, he was mysteriously inside a Toomey suitcase with stab wounds. There's no one is this stupid, please.
Okay, we know. Okay, take off.
That's not how you play hide and seek.
That's what we did. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship?
Bro thinks she prop hunt. For real, like, I don't... How is this going to work in court, man?
Blade, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior? No. The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people stole our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it.
Pyro explaining the August 27th incident. You see, Your Honor, I opened up a game and there was just a mod on my computer. Isn't that's what that Asian girl actually used as an excuse, right? The one that Critical made a video on, the one that was hacking in CSGO, and her cope was literally like, I'm using my friend's PC and it just had the mods on there. Oh, Clara, that's right. Clara! I gotta call this girl. Like, oh, it was so embarrassing to watch that. If she was just like, yeah, it's me, but like being stuck in that like vicious cycle of like, I can worm my way out of it. Clara! I'm calling. I gotta call this girl. That was so embarrassing.
Yourself, including that suitcase, to take it
I gotta call this girl to tell her to stop putting fat mods in my TF2 folder. So true.
downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my
Clara put him in the suitcase. No, she needed aimbot for that.
son's school.
No, I'm just asking out of the
Oh yeah. What's up? Anyways.
in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously,
No.
I understand. You know, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is, in the past, like, is it
Show Trog, he's not in the room.
something that you
Absolutely
guys normally do?
Absolutely.
So, do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
With regard to the colossal realm of
Can we get an update on Trog? Yeah, he's still a dog.
interrogation footage, the level of notoriety these next moments acquired is virtually unprecedented. I feel like this...
Why does she look like Pyro? How does she look like me? You literally, like, say any white person looks like me. Any white woman.
picture belongs on a wall somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
Oh my god, listen to that laptop boot up. This is like it's like a Packard Bell AOL installed on it.
No, I don't remember that. For everything you've done to me.
Listen, is that laptop running Crysis on the side? Listen to it.
For everything you've done to me. Your battery's about to die.
Shut it down.
Oh. Okay.
Sarah may have been hoping that
They said this shoe. Yeah, no, they did the equivalent of this shoe. They actually hit her with the quote tweet.
that was the end of it. Really can't say that I blame her for that.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
She seems almost annoyed by that, right? It's like, I don't know how much of this guy I could take. Why do these people just not ever think lawyer? It's like, okay, I'm kind of fucked, lawyer.
I don't know how much I can
I mean, to be fair, the way they word these interviews, they make it out almost that having a lawyer is not an option. Imagine, like, being that woman, though, just in the pure terror that they are just... The only thing that is in between you and getting a criminal conviction and never seeing the light of day and being proven that you murdered your husband is how slow it takes to boot up the laptop. That was horrible.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. If that's okay.
You can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
They're literally saying she did it. Like, they're not even trying to hide their contempt now. RTX 4090, thank you for the 10 dilla. Paused the stream to do a Mensa IQ test, and I forgot I paused the stream. Why? Average power viewer, why are you doing a Mensa IQ test while watching JCS video?
It's that long.
2 minutes.
Hmm? True.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Fuck you.
Uh-oh. There's something really weird about, like, the interrogators forcing her to watch the video. I mean, she's a piece of shit. She killed someone. But it is really almost like the cops are just rubbing it in her face. They almost didn't need the beginning hours of the interrogation. I mean, it's only been going on 30 minutes. But it's almost like they did not need those opening 30 minutes, right? They should have just shown the video straight away. They kind of just let her waffle. They're like, yeah, we're gonna pretend that she's got a chance of getting away with this. And then they show the video.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
My name's Jeff.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Is that? So she filmed it. She filmed it and actually thought she was getting away with it. That's why she wanted to go inside so bad, right? I assume to, like, delete the the evidence.
That's him saying that he can't breathe, and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down.
The interrogators should not be cutting each other off, but their missteps could be forgiven on this occasion due to the power of the evidence, which the lead detective will now focus on.
Yeah, they don't even need like any kind of like audience or like coordination here. They don't need anything. They basically had her with that video, and they're just like taking a fat shit on her right now. They're just mocking her because like there's no way she's gonna get out of that if there's evidence like that.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred.
I don't understand why the interrogator is still playing around with the video like this is upside down. It's like she knows what it is. Like you're literally just trying to like psy-off her right now.
11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table. Now he's obviously still in.
Guys, this is killing me. This is killing me like how I killed my husband.
How did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Why did she record it? Apparently she was completely leathered, like shit-faced drunk. And then she kind of realized the next morning, okay, I need to go delete that evidence, but it's too late.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's what you did.
But not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were getting ready for bed.
Just to be clear, Sarah still has no idea how screwed she is. She just referred to an earlier statement that she didn't lock up the suitcase all the
I like how the narrator who uses like all these big buzzwords and that, even he's like, she's screwed. Her life is over.
way, so George could get out.
Stop here.
Okay, but show me where you can see any fingers coming out.
It's and his head's right here.
It is funny with these JCS videos though, like how many instances it's always they usually have one bit of evidence that proves someone dead to rights. I think, yeah, actually, I think every JCS video, they always have a suspect that actually has a pretty good alibi. Then they get, like, fucked by electronic evidence. Like that Asian girl with the tiger parents who got her parents killed. She actually had a pretty good alibi, but then they found burner phones with all the evidence of the planning to be killed and stuff. And then there was another girl as well that tried to, like, kill her husband and act like it was a home invasion. But the hitman that they organized the meeting with was actually an undercover cop who recorded everything. Easy to convict if she's caught lying about drinking. True. Literally, like Chris Hansen, we have the chat log.
So, going like this, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out? There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you. I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a
no, not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you.
It's not malicious.
Then what is that?
My intention was not.
I do not need to continue this interview anymore. This is so stupid. That you're not gonna get any. Like, I would be amazed by the end of this video if they get her to do complete admission. They've got video evidence. The only thing you can do better than this is basically make it out that it was premeditated. And that'd be a first-degree murder charge. But you're not going to get that from her. Like, she's locking up now. And the way that these two morons keep talking over each other and hijacking each other, it's so unorganized.
Not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention.
Her defense was it was a prank, Your Honor. Yeah, she needs a Saul Goodman to get her out of this one.
Was not to leave him in there.
This video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording?
No.
An excuse could be it was fake. The video was fake. No, they found him dead in a suitcase. He was dead in a suitcase. She literally called the police saying he was dead in a suitcase.
No.
I think we've all gathered by now that Sarah might...
Like your excuse there would be she killed her husband and then she bought a fake suitcase with a fake dead body covered in fake blood and then hired someone to get in there and then film that as well. Great, okay, no, she's innocent of all charges. Of course.
Might be twisting the truth in her favor a little bit. She seems to have forgotten that 2 minutes ago she claimed to have no recollection of this incident. So her impeccable memory all of a sudden seems rather selective.
Your Honor, I was framed.
But I didn't think that he was, like...
Someone in chat said, murderer says what? Murderer says what? What? Oh, you got me. Okay, I did it. And they shake hands.
Panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe. And you're the only one laughing. Okay. And you're the only one saying derogatory.
He's just checking his phone. He's just checking his phone. He knows. He knows it is case closed. He don't even. He's playing like Flappy Birds on his phone or something right now.
Like you're mad.
No, please don't. I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but Like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me.
The interesting thing about Sarah is that her intuition is correct. She sort of recognizes what the police are doing here, but still has no idea of the ramifications. Her energy resembles that of someone who feels the police are about to start rumors about her.
Like, no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to... He'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No upstairs.
Is she saying her husband's gonna be up here in any minute? Yeah, the ghost of my husband will levitate through the wall and be like, she was innocent. I fell into the case and died.
You went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs. And
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase. I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the suitcase, waiting for him to come upstairs. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you all...
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. The whole suitcase thing
That's how we are with each other. We have a little fallout, we kill each other brutally.
never happened before.
Sarah tries to move on to another topic, but the interrogator doesn't allow.
Speech 0.
Wow, and brings her
She didn't even fail to check. She just had speech 0, like nothing in the stat.
back to the specifics of the evidence.
Again, his head is closer to us based on the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I mean, you put him in, so why don't you take him out?
Please do not assume. That's quite rude. Not as rude as murder, but still pretty rude.
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You, like, consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it.
Thank you. For you for the 10. So you're gonna make a long-form video on Evangelion. What do you think of the rebuild movies? The rebuild movies are pretty good. I watched them. I think the original series is still better though. Just like Shinji, pathetic and weak. Very best girl of the way. So true. So actually thought she had this brilliant excuse for being drunk, but she did not think it through at all. Yeah, it literally, what was her excuse? We drank a lot and then I played Among Us. And then he just died for some reason. Oh no, that's right. I went to do hide and seek and then he wrapped himself inside a suitcase and then he killed himself, lol. It was not thought out at all. This is the worst alibi I've seen. Most of the people that get pulled up in these JCS videos, they actually have kind of a decent alibi, or they think they do. She had nothing.
Ever done anything like this before? I'm sick.
The lead interrogator starts playing the video as Sarah is mid-sentence reiterating her innocence.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you because this was not in any way, shape, or form.
You admit to moving the suitcase, like, over. So, you roll it up, like, it's not like...
I didn't want it to be like that.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
Right.
I like how they're asking her questions while still playing the video over. Like, they are just mocking her at this point. They can hear her being drunk, like, oh yeah. Also, keep in mind, she's probably doing this entire interrogation hungover, so they're actually catching her at, like, her weakest point. Like, her anxiety must be through the roof. The line the narrator makes, 3627, is hilarious. You're a liar.
You're just killing me right now. I don't know how you want me to say it. I didn't mean to leave him in there.
What's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and what it was.
Killer says, what? What? Oh, you got me. Shake your hand. It was, I had a good alibi.
I called Ryan, and like, what, 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he was asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I asked him, why didn't he let out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that. Number one.
Hungover from 8 screwdrivers right now. How are you not in heaven? How are you still with us? Screwdrivers just taste of orange juice. They are so dangerous because you can't taste the amount of vodka you're drinking.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so, and then that's...
VLC media player. Can you imagine like the VLC media player is just that shit on the laptop, it doesn't even play. Cleared of all charges. Innocent.
I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what? This was an absolutely imperative moment to allow the suspect to...
Thank you, Momo, for the 5 killer. Have you played Ultra Kill? I have played it for like 10 minutes. I'm trying to plan like a stream where I go through like all the acts and stuff, because that I really do want to play that game.
To elaborate, but the lead interrogator cuts her off.
Well, based off the video, one video's at 11:12 and the next one's 11:23, so you actually get...
She keeps changing her story every 5 seconds, like, bro, she thinks she's talking to her parents. I mean, again, they did like a sneak crit on her, because like she's hungover, so she's just not going to be able to have a good story. But yeah, this is, I was drunk and then he dies. That's it. That's her entire story so far.
And my thing is, I want to stop. He asked multiple times, why? Why did you not come out?
To be honest with you, I mean...
You punishing him?
No. Just...
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you make me feel like. See, and then it's all backfired on me.
This is 2 days later. I don't think she's hungover. It was a 2-day hangover. She's middle-aged.
I will never drink alcohol.
Okay, I killed a guy. I will never drink again. Maybe this is my turning point. Is that one of those sobriety stories, you know, people that have been sober for like 20 years after they leave their front door unlocked or something? But no, she just killed someone.
I don't care what it is, any way, shape, or form.
Let's get back to this. When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out.
She turned into Alcoholics Anonymous real quick. It's like the equivalent of trying to find God in an interrogation room. Her whole defense was she was feeling a little goofy and decided to lock him in a suitcase overnight as a goof. She was like, I watched a lot of H3. That guy did funny pranks. I just want to try one of them.
You say, fuck you. Why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You were like,
again, it's the boys calling wolf. And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again. Oh, he's in there.
Is the suitcase in the room with us right now?
Night, night.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I did intentionally mean for this to happen.
So my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
I don't. This interrogation was so pointless, man. It was so. There was no need to drag it out for this long. Just show the videos. She already self-snitched when calling the police, saying that he's in the suitcase. She knew that. She couldn't claim deniability there.
Begging to be let out.
Like, they're just repeating themselves. They're just like playing with their food right now. Like it's just that it's so stupid.
Not laughing. He's not having fun.
So are you?
Bro, 5 minutes ago was checking his phone on like Twitter to see what like Keemstar tweeted, just because he's just that fucking bored. He wants to know like about the Charlie D'Amelio drama or something, because he's just that bored.
Like, he's trying to figure out why. What? Why?
Motivation for leaving him into the bathroom.
I didn't have any motivation. It was he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid.
You know, that's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted. He has a
Oh my
bump on his eye.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come
If
from?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
They want a clear admission, makes it case and shut, and they want that tasty promotion. Yeah, true. I guess they could still get a promotion right now, but yeah, this isn't fair. She advertised suitcase kidnap. She's free to go. Should have been like Mike in Better Call Saul and said lawyer, 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 and then pulled out a card for the will. Well, Mike doesn't go. Mike goes like lawyer, lawyer.
Laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice.
Why does she think this is Twitter as well? She could just, like, she thinks if she puts /J after killing someone, she's free to go.
Telling him to fuck off.
No. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
In
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Tell you can't breathe.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're gonna do it. They don't need assistance.
You shouldn't lay hands on each other.
No. I don't have anything.
You're right. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
Sarah now gets freaked out by the male detective. She thinks...
Is this the RE4 remake? Yeah, it's Leon Kennedy right there. It looks a little bit different.
He's texting someone about her, which creates an absurd yet hilarious moment.
So, is the texting thing something about me? Like, what?
Oh no,
She's that annoyed that she thinks it's about him, but it's like they're texting because they're just so bored.
No, I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you.
Not intentional.
You know what they're probably doing when they're checking their phone? They're probably taking bets. It's like, I bet like 50 dilla I could get an admission of guilt in the next 5 minutes. And he's like, alright, bet. And he's like, yeah, so you killed him, right? You killed him.
You went up to bed.
Well,
Please sit down.
listen, I did not intentionally kill him.
I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking. They're still feeling good.
Jesus, you've got an admission of guilt. Like, wrap it up, man. Jesus. Okay, it's not first-degree murder. I mean, what she's basically admitting to there is third degree, so unintentional, like manslaughter. They want that juicy first. They want that promotion.
But you wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
And then you flip the bag around.
She's acting like it's a team kill on CSGO or something, man. Like she orked someone at spawn on accident. It's so stupid.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
It'd be second degree. What's second degree again? That's like you go out with the intention to commit a crime and then someone dies in between, right? So it's something like that. It's not premeditated.
Well, you told us to do it. When he was upside down.
Right.
You had to put him upside.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down.
It had been on his back with the whip.
She didn't do it. She didn't do it. She didn't kill him. Okay, you're the woman in this video. You're like, they just gave you like a burner phone in jail, and you're like coping on my live stream right now saying you didn't do it.
So for him to get in there, you used it with us. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this.
Someone in chat said it was an accidental wall bang. It was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck down! It was a misinput!
You went upstairs to a different room.
I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him.
Wouldn't let him out of his suitcase.
Dude, why the interrogator sound like the bitchy girl look like prom? Well, you didn't check up on him. You know? You didn't really check up on him.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
The discourse repeats itself a few more times, and then Sarah brings out her list of questions.
So, am I getting my phone back? What about this and that?
Can I get my phone back today? That's the biggest priority we got, boys. Can I get my phone back today? Bro really thinks you got caught watching TikTok in school. I think George was having a blast. Yeah, we need to do like a seance from heaven just to contact him to see if he actually was enjoying himself. Your Honor, I'm just having I'm just a big Binding of Isaac fan. Ah, Captain America. I understood that reference.
It'll come to us eventually.
It'll be released to the next of kin.
Yeah, okay. I bought it for him.
That was a civil issue. It was not his finger, it goes to them. They're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
Yeah, I gotta get that back. So, what's next?
They're going to come, slap your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need? Like, do I need to be doing something or like?
See, they're not saying lawyer. They're not saying lawyer. Like, you should really be getting a lawyer at this stage. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. It's like, I don't know. I got my promotion. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you in 40 years. Bye-bye.
I mean, like, so, like, for like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like, I'm not admitting anything about being intentional, and like...
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know.
Your Honor, I'd like to make an apology video. You know, there was someone in JCS that actually did that. She was doing like a fundraiser or something in the middle of the courtroom, thinking it was garner or like sympathy. She was selling like shirts for charity or something. It was pathetic.
So after this, what? I'm done? And it's so for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did. No.
Damn, he's just rubbing it in.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Are you trying to make it worse, Faze? I like how even she's just aware, like, they have complete hatred towards her. No, he is trying to make it worse. He's being a complete dick. He's rubbing it in your nose that he fucked you.
Forensics take her DNA and fingerprints. The investigators then return.
Bring him back in. South Court Trog. There he is, the boy. Dude, that was soaking wet. Was that been in his mouth? Get him back in there. I want stream to see Trog. There he comes. Oh my. Oh my. He's scranning. I don't understand why he's out of focus there. There we go. Actual Trog cam. 4K. What? Smile. Ew. She's taught him to smile, but it just looks like he's gonna go for a jugular. Sneeze. 60 FPS dog. Right, I'm gonna done with this, so let me wrap up. I think we're just gonna find out what happened to them if they went to jail or not. Let him cook. Let him cook.
You're not free though.
This comment seriously put Sarah on edge, but she still...
What? Look at this guy here, bro. Why do you think he's Saul Goodman? This little pizzazz he's got here. He's got going on. You're not free to go. Why did you sound like the counselor in South Park? You're not free to go, okay? You're gonna spend the rest of your life in prison, okay? Your life is fucking over, okay? Yeah, these guys are so unprofessional, but they're just, yeah, they must have literally just got the fucking interns to do this case, because it's like, okay, you know what? We've got the laptop, she's screwed, just go in there, whatever. See you at your execution, hopefully.
Still won't quite be fully aware of what's happening. This is coupled with the fact that investigators now try to get a solemn declaration out of her to close out the interrogation. The psychological dynamics of the moment are extraordinary.
Do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
She just sounds annoyed.
What do you mean?
The investigator explains that it's just protocol.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate?
They don't need to do this. They don't need to do this. They're literally acting like there's a way out by her denying it, and then they probably just go, what is with Americans and interrogating? They are so shit at it. It's unreal. I saw that hearing yesterday with the CEO of TikTok, and they just they fumbled that as well.
The male detective re-explains that it's just routine, only in a far more comforting tone. But the tone doesn't do a whole lot to reassure Sarah. She looks about ready to get swallowed up by a wormhole and take her chances in a separate dimension.
That's your question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No. Why is it happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally. So this was a trick.
It's still manslaughter. I don't understand why she's now leaning on this. It's so stupid. It is manslaughter.
Why is it happening?
Guy here's just actually got the complete aesthetic of a dad bod. He's even got that little, like, that overarching lean, the Sigma lean.
Paul said I could leave. So what am I supposed to
The way his
Die.
character looked.
You're meant to die.
I had a sneaky suspicion this was
He
gonna
looked like a
happen.
wise
And I need
old
water,
woman.
like, really bad, please.
They're not even getting her water. They're literally just fucking her now.
An officer comes to take Sarah to the jail, but Sarah has questions first.
Those holding
I think
cells,
I'm gonna
the holding
pop
cells,
off stream.
am I gonna be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that. I don't know. Go ahead, stand up.
Oh, she had a panic attack. Okay, no, she's free to go. Jesus. I'm so sorry. I know you murdered your husband, but like a panic attack, that's some serious business. Closing in on the legendary 36 minutes, 27 seconds line.
Good.